Upon arrival in his grove, the first thing Elijah did was to return to his treehouse and collect a few things he knew he would need. The hide, which he'd left there for the past few weeks, was the most important bit, but there was a sealed cask he'd gotten from Curric that was equally necessary for what he had planned. The rest of his materials could either be found in the forest of his island, or he'd already collected them in his pack. So gathering the massive pelt, he descended back into the grove, where Nerthus greeted him. "Hey, Nerthus. Sorry I can't talk right now. Got a lot to do." "Indeed," the tree spirit said. "I am here to inform you that the sapling you planted across the strait is nearly connected to the grove. It will only be a few weeks more." "Oh, nice. I knew it was growing pretty quickly," Elijah said, adjusting the huge hide on his shoulder. Even rolled up, it was enormous, but then again, its owner had been the size of a rhinoceros, so that shouldn't have been surprising. "Anything else?" Nerthus shook his head, which looked disturbingly human. He'd continued to grow and evolve during Elijah's search for his family, which meant that he'd reached a height of almost 4 feet tall. "No," he said. "But you should check your cave sometime soon." "Oh?" Elijah asked. He rummaged in the facet of his quartz mine that he'd dedicated to monitoring his domain, and he quickly found the underwater cave. To his surprise, it had developed quite a bit since the last time he was there. Before, it had been a hollow cave without any significant life, but now, it had already begun to develop its own ecosystem. It was still in its infancy, but Elijah suspected that it would become quite lush sometime in the future. "That's awesome. I think I could transplant some sea plants down there too." "I bet it would really." "No. Not right now. I've got other things to do first." He couldn't afford to get distracted, so after only a little more casual conversation with Nerthus about the grove, which was all the tree spirit seemed to care about, Elijah left the area behind, making for the cabin that had once been his salvation and home. When he arrived, he found that it was just as overgrown and dilapidated as it had been the last time he'd visited, though that was no surprise, considering that it was missing a wall and half of its roof had been caved in. Yet, Elijah had little interest in the cabin itself. Rather, he only wanted the area surrounding it, largely because it was clear of debris or vegetation. So once he'd arrived, he set the hide and his pack down before heading back into the woods to find some lumber he could use to build a frame from which he could stretch the hide. Considering the hide's size, it would have to be a large frame indeed, but Elijah had already identified the proper branches and limbs via his locus, which made the search feel unsatisfying and a little like cheating. Not that he was going to complain. While he enjoyed the process of making things, he was more interested in completing his projects efficiently and well. So over the next hour, he gathered the appropriate branches, then carried them back to the cabin, where he deposited the bundle by the hide. After that, he laid them out in a rough square, then notched the ends so they would fit together properly. Soon enough, he'd tied everything together with cordage he'd bought back in Ironshore. Standing back, he admired his work. He'd always enjoyed building things, and that had grown even more poignant during his time stranded on the island. A couple of minutes later, Elijah retrieved the hide, then laid it out in the center of the square. Fortunately, he'd remembered to take proper measurements, or he was certain that he would have misjudged the size. As it was, the hide ended up being almost 15 feet long and almost as wide. "You really were a big guy, weren't you? Wish I could have saved you," Elijah muttered, imagining bringing the bear back to the island. Would it have allowed that? Probably not. And it might have created far more problems than it solved. Yet, it was a nice fantasy that occupied his mind as he began the tedious process of tying the outer edges of the hide to the frame he'd built. By the time he was finished, it was stretched taut. Luckily, the hunters had already done a tremendous job of fleshing the pelt, so that was a step Elijah didn't have to worry about. That allowed him to skip a few steps and jump right to salting the hide. So he flipped the frame so that the fur faced down, then retrieved a huge, burlap bag of salt from his pack. It was on the edge of what the container could handle, but Elijah hadn't wanted to underestimate just how much he would need. So with that in mind, he started spreading the salt across the inner part of the hide. Once that was done, he stepped back and admired his work. The next step couldn't be completed for around 15 hours, so he had 2 other projects meant to occupy him until then. The first was that he was starting to run low on soap, and he wanted to make some more. However, instead of using his previous method, he wanted to change things up a little in the hopes of making something that was slightly more magical than mundane soap. So he set out to create some lye. With that goal at the forefront of his mind, he used the same method as before, which involved burning a lot of limbs, collecting the ashes, and running water through it multiple times until he'd created an alkaline solution. The biggest difference was that his forest was subject to much denser Ethera than ever before, so he had reason to expect that the ash would be a bit more magical in nature. Yet, he wasn't certain, so the only thing he could do was give it a try. And over the next 15 hours, he did just that. Using the same hollowed-out logs that he'd made the last time, he repeatedly filtered water through the ashes until, at last, he had what he needed. But by the time that was finished, the hide was ready. So, Elijah turned his attention to that. Over the next few hours, he used a large stick to scrape the salt from the hide. It was stubborn, but he was persistent, and over that time, he finished that step of his project. That left him with the most important phase, the tanning. Elijah knew the theory behind brain tanning, and he'd confirmed the steps with both Biggle and Mari. However, he'd never done it before, so he was a little hesitant. Still, he forged ahead, hopeful that he wouldn't screw things up too much. Yet, he did consider paying Mari to come to the island so she could supervise. Not that she would have consented to come, given the history of people who'd visited his island. Of the 52 people who'd done so, only 3 had survived. So Elijah chose to abandon that notion. Instead, he pushed ahead with what he knew. Fortunately, he was well prepared, and he had everything he needed to make the solution. With that in mind, he gathered the sealed cask of brains that had been taken from the orc warlord, then emptied them into a large pot. They came out slimy and more than a little pungent, but he could tell they hadn't turned. Next, he spent a few frustrating minutes separating the yolks he'd taken from a few dozen eggs he'd found on the island. He added those, then retrieved the last ingredient from his pack. Normally, Elijah would have preferred to make everything himself, but he simply didn't have access to mineral oil. So he'd been forced to buy some from Biggle. Fortunately, the little gnome alchemist was predisposed to working with Elijah, after buying the mushroom flesh that he was using to make cultivation potions. Because of that, he didn't rip Elijah off. Not too badly, at least.
Hey everyone, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy the audiobooks, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you'd like to support us further, consider becoming a Patreon member. As a member, you'll gain the ability to request the next part of a novel audiobook I've uploaded, depending on your Patreon tier.
In any event, the mineral oil had been incredibly expensive, which meant that Elijah was very much invested in making certain that it was well used. So once he'd emptied the right amount into the huge pot, he started mixing it over a fire. He didn't intend to boil it, but instead, he just wanted it warm enough for all the ingredients to coalesce. Which they did, giving him a warm, white liquid that he hoped would do the job. Positioning himself on all fours atop the stretched hide, Elijah spread the concoction across the surface. He made certain that there wasn't an inch uncovered, and before long, he'd finished. After that, he took a few large sheets of waterproof cloth he'd gotten from Mari and covered the whole thing up. Needing to leave that overnight, Elijah turned his attention back to the soap. So for that, he returned to his treehouse to gather another cask that Kurik had given him. This one contained fat harvested from the orc warlord. As his kill, Elijah was entitled to every part of the monster. Yet, he'd only wanted the brains and fat. The rest, he wasn't certain. He wanted to know where it went. Perhaps the bones would be good for weapons, but he didn't think the people of Ironshore would eat orcs. Yet, he wasn't certain of that, which made him rethink eating any meals there for some time. The creatures weren't really much more than animals, but they were far too human-like in appearance and intelligence for him to completely dissociate from the notion of cannibalism. That probably made no sense, but he'd have felt the same way about eating an ape. Or a dolphin. Or any of a dozen of the more intelligent animal species. Stupid, probably. But that was where he drew the line. Though, if he was honest with himself, he would have admitted that that line would quickly become very blurry if he grew hungry enough. He didn't want to think about that, though. Instead, he started melting the fat over the fire, and once it was liquid, he strained it over and over again until all the impurities were gone. Then, he set it aside to harden. The next step was to gather some aromatics, for which he turned to his grove. Fortunately, lavender grew naturally there, so he'd picked some the week before and left it to dry. Now, he just needed to infuse it. So Elijah took the dried lavender and shoved it into a huge jar, then coated it with some oil he'd bought from Biggle. Elijah had no idea what it was, but it had a similar consistency to coconut oil, and most importantly, it had no odor. So, it would have to do. Throughout the process, he'd continuously flared nature's bounty not to encourage plant growth, but rather, to blanket the area in his personal Ethera. Fortunately, the spell played extremely well with the natural Ethera, probably because it was already infused with his own due to the domain, so it created a potent bubble of energy that he hoped would serve to augment everything he was trying to make. However, he'd finally reached the point where he could only wait for the two projects to progress to the next step. The pelt needed time for the brain solution to tan it, and the ash needed to increase the alkalinity of the water in the lye hopper. Finally, the lavender needed time to infuse the oil. But that was always going to be the case. His plan wouldn't be completed overnight, so he'd already come up with another project to occupy his time. In short, he needed to create another staff to replace the staff of natural harmony that had been destroyed during the battle with the orcs. First, he wanted to go back to his treehouse and sleep a bit. He'd been at it most of the day, and at some point, the sun had set without him even realizing it. So, with that in mind, he headed back to his grove, climbed into his treehouse, and into his bed. He was asleep in moments, and that night, he dreamed of soap and bear hides. The next morning dawned bright and cheerful, and Elijah rose to the sound of birdsong. For a few moments, he just lay in bed, enjoying the morning for the peace it represented. It would have been so easy to let himself get wrapped up in all the terrible things he'd seen and done. Yet, for all the danger of the new world, it was also incredibly beautiful. Remembering that was key, he was certain. After all, attitude was a choice. If he focused on nothing but the most negative things, then his outlook on life would be tainted as a result. Yet, if he chose positivity and optimism, it would infuse his life with the same. Certainly, Elijah knew he would descend into plenty of valleys. He'd been in quite a few already, and it would have been naive to believe that he wouldn't revisit them, but he also recognized that he'd seen a lot of peaks as well. Choosing where to place his focus was what separated happiness from misery. And he knew which one he wanted to embrace. So he rose with a smile on his face as he confronted the day's tasks. The first order of business was to enjoy breakfast. He didn't want to hunt or fish, and he definitely didn't feel like going and killing a crab, so Elijah decided to make a circuit of his grove, pulsing nature's bounty as he picked berries. From the outside looking in, the berries all looked similar, but to Elijah, each one tasted slightly different. It was like they were all sorts of berries in one, and as a result, there was plenty of variety to keep him on his toes. Once he'd finished eating and putting his stamp on the grove, Elijah headed back to the cabin, where he investigated the results of the previous day's work. The hide wasn't quite ready yet, but that wasn't surprising. Mundane hides would take at least a day for the brain solution to seep in, but Elijah had fully expected the magical bear pelt to take much longer. The same was true of the lavender infusion. It would likely take at least a week for it to complete, and in that time, Elijah had a major task to undertake. He needed to carve a new staff. The staff of natural harmony had been with him almost since the beginning. With it, he'd accomplished a host of miraculous deeds, ranging from conquering towers to defending his island. It had been his constant companion, and without that comforting staff, he felt almost naked. But he was also excited about the possibilities before him. When he'd first created the staff of natural harmony, he'd had no idea what was going on. He hadn't even realized what he was doing when he'd spent weeks pulsing nature's bounty and one with nature. And almost by accident, he'd created something that he now understood to be quite unique. Most people couldn't create a simple grade item at all, much less by accident. The only downside, if it could even be considered such, was that the result had been bound to him from the moment of its creation. "Guess I'm not going to make a living as a staff maker," he said to himself with a grin as he set off into the forest in search of the perfect stick. But that grin quickly faded as he came to realize just how many choices there were. If all he cared about were dimensions, there were a near infinite number of solutions. So he chose to focus on something else: the ethereal signatures of each branch. That narrowed it down to 3 possibilities, each powerful in a subtly different way. The first was straight, and the tree from which it had grown had a powerful current of Ethera running through it. However, when Elijah focused on it, he couldn't help but feel that it was a little too wild. It was hard to quantify, but it felt like someone had tried to bottle a storm. And to Elijah, that just didn't feel right. So he moved on to the next, which felt more appropriate in temperament, but the current was much weaker. However, the third felt perfect, with a powerful but steady flow of Ethera that put Elijah in mind of what he felt from the ancestral tree. The only issue was that it was anything but straight. Instead, it looked almost like a shepherd's crook, it was so bent. But when Elijah finally reached the tree, he couldn't deny that he felt a certain affinity for the branch. Sure, it was crooked, and if he wanted to, he could certainly straighten it out. However, he felt that it would have lost some of its uniqueness if he did that. In fact, the more he looked at it, high up in the tree, the more he forgot all about the other 2 options. So without any further hesitation, Elijah climbed the tree, and with a heavy-bladed axe, chopped the branch away from its tree. In the past, he might have chosen not to do such a thing. His notion of what a druid was had been skewed by earthly ideas, but now, he realized that it wasn't so much about preservation at all costs. Rather, it was about living with the environment without taking things too far. Or perhaps his current impression was wrong as well. He knew that it was a fluid thing, and more importantly, he was still learning and adjusting. So, what he believed today wasn't necessarily going to be true tomorrow. Or in a year. Certainly not in a decade. And that was fine. He intended to take things as they went, and if he discovered new information that necessitated an adjustment in philosophy, then that was what he would do. Anything less would be idiotic. So, with the branch in hand, Elijah climbed down from the tree and set off across the island toward the cabin. Once he arrived, he checked the hide and discovered that it was ready for the next stage. So, after scraping the hide clean, he gathered 4 large rocks, arranged them at the 4 corners of the frame where he'd stretched the hide, then placed the frame atop them, suspending the hide almost a foot above the ground. Then, he climbed atop it and stood in the center. As he did, the hide stretched, which was the point of the exercise. For the next hour or so, Elijah paced back and forth across the hide. A couple of times, the frame slipped, but for the most part, everything held together. More importantly, the hide stretched quite a bit, and when he was done, he tightened the twine holding it in place, then applied another coating of the brain solution. Once again, he covered it, intending to leave it overnight. Then, Elijah headed back to the grove, where he started carving his staff using the same flint-bladed knife he'd used when making the Staff of Natural Harmony. His skills as a whittler still weren't perfect, but with his high dexterity, the results were far better than they had been with his last staff. Yet, he took his time, starting at the bottom and slowly progressing up the shaft. However, that first day, he only made it about a foot before the sun began to set. That was fine, though. A key component of the process, at least according to Nerthus, as well as Elijah's experience with the Staff of Natural Harmony, was time. His Ethera needed the opportunity to infuse the staff. So, as impatient as he was to finish, Elijah forced himself to take his time. Anything less, and the results would be unimpressive. The next day, he made more progress, and he applied another coating of brain solution to the bare hide. And the third day was much the same. On it went for the next week, with Elijah spending every waking moment on his various projects. Finally, on the 8th day, he reached the point where another coating of the brain solution would render the hide unusable, so he moved on to the next stage, smoking the hide. With that in mind, Elijah built a large teepee of sturdy branches, upon which he rested the hide, fur side up. Then, he built a fire beneath it. Once that was done, he gathered a bunch of moss, which he used to cover it and keep the smoke from escaping. After that, he returned to his carving, which had progressed to the bend. When he'd first begun, Elijah had no direction, but over the course of the project, he'd developed a good feel for what he wanted. Or perhaps it was what the branch wanted to become. Whatever the case, Elijah knew precisely where it was going. The only question was whether or not he had the skill to make it work. So, with his knife in hand, he set about carving one of the most intricate pieces he'd ever whittled. The whole time, he continued to flare nature's bounty and one with nature, hoping to push as much Ethera into the process as he could. It took 4 more days before he was satisfied. And when he finished, he received a notification. Congratulations! You have created a unique item, Serpent Healer's Crook. This item will serve to enhance any healing spells cast by the wielder. Grade, Simple. Healer's Crook. Elijah muttered. That didn't sound as useful as his last staff. But then again, it was still simple grade, so he expected it would be powerful. Even if the description said it would only enhance his healing spells, that was okay. He didn't really rely on his damage spells, anyway, and he suspected that the limitation would make the enhancement the Serpent Healer's Crook did possess that much stronger. He would have to test it out to make sure, though. More importantly, it felt appropriate. Perhaps he would create something better sometime in the near future, but for now, he was excited about the idea of being a more powerful healer. The ability to heal was one of the things that set him apart, and besides, he enjoyed making people better. So he wasn't disappointed with the results of his hard work. Just surprised. But one thing he did like, and unequivocally, was the look. The shaft was carved to look like the scales of a great serpent, and the head followed the same motif, resembling a cobra. He had originally intended it to resemble a dragon, but as he'd carved the curved branch, his movements had taken on a mind of their own, almost as if the staff had rejected his original plan in favor of the snake motif. And Elijah was pleased with the result. So, armed with his new staff, he returned to the cabin where he found that the bear hide had completed the smoking process. And judging by how soft the leather felt, it had been incredibly successful. Still, after going back to the treehouse, he used a large amount of cleansing powder to ensure the whole thing was perfectly clean. And he was pleasantly surprised by how soft and pleasant it felt. In fact, he was tempted to simply use it as a blanket, but he ultimately decided that doing so would be quite a waste of effort. Because he could feel the Ethera wafting off of it. If it had started off as a simple grade material, Elijah knew it was now pushing the limits of the grade. By that point, his lavender oil was entirely infused as well, so he strained it. Then, after ensuring that it smelled the way he wanted it to, Elijah proceeded with the final step of making his soap. Like before, the process was simple enough, just mixing the fat and lye over heat, while adding in a bit of the aromatic oil, but Elijah took his time, continuing to flare one with nature as well as nature's bounty along the way. And eventually, the substance reached a pudding-like texture, and he poured it into a series of molds he'd created. It would take a couple of weeks to cure, but Elijah had high hopes for the soap. For now, though, he'd completed his tasks. So he needed to return to Ironshore, then get ready for his next step. Before that, though, he had one more project he wanted to begin. That would have to wait until morning, though. Night had already fallen, and he needed some rest. So, after showering and using the last bar of soap from his previous batch, Elijah went to bed. With any luck, the next day would work out the way he hoped. Even in the old world, badgers were fearsome creatures that no sane person would confront unless absolutely necessary. And since Earth had been transformed, they had grown even more terrifying, a fact of which Carmen was intimately aware, considering she was facing one such monster armed only with her summoned blacksmithing hammer. From its snout to the end of its tail, the low-slung creature was almost 10 feet long, making it nearly the size of a grizzly bear. Yet, snarling and hissing, it was far more aggressive than even the most territorial bear. Carmen shouted, "Now!" Then, pushing her understandable fear aside, she threw herself at the creature. It dipped to the side, then snapped out with its sharp teeth. They clamped down on Carmen's torso, but they were incapable of piercing her makeshift chainmail armor. It had been hastily constructed from scrap metal only that morning, but even then, it had reached low simple grade. As a result, it held. Barely. But it did nothing to dissipate the enormous biting force the monster could bring to bear. Nor did it protect her legs, which were suddenly vulnerable to the badger's sharp claws. Carmen let out another scream, though this time, it wasn't meant as a signal. Rather, it was one of pure pain as the claws tore through the thick leather pants she'd made, which weren't even crude grade, and bit into her soft flesh. Her constitution, inflated by her time at the forge as well as her automatic attribute allocation, mitigated some of the damage, but it was incapable of protecting her completely. Yet, Carmen knew that she only had to hold on for a few more seconds. As she gritted her teeth, she brought her hammer down on the overgrown badger's head. It thudded as it connected with the monster's skull, but despite Carmen's immense strength, the creature barely even reacted to the blow. So she hit it again. All the while, it shredded Carmen's legs with its sharp claws while it attempted to shake her like a dog with a toy. She held her feet, but she knew it was only temporary. Temporary. The beast was too large and too strong to resist for much longer. Finally, the rest of her people arrived. Armed with the spears she'd made soon after their exile, they descended on the badger, stabbing with the practiced precision of the experienced hunters they had been forced to become. Meanwhile, Colt slashed with his own shortened spear, sending a blade storm at the monster. He followed it up with another ability that added quite a bit of momentum to a thrusting attack. It wasn't a fancy maneuver, but it was incredibly effective, especially with the aim of a veteran warrior like him. The blade of the spear bit into the creature's throat, and when he ripped the weapon free, it came with a gout of blood. But badgers were well known for their immense durability, and the touch of the world tree hadn't robbed the mutated version of that trait. It fought on, even with a dozen spears repeatedly needling into its thick hide. Carmen bore the brunt of its thrashing, and it never released the vice-like grip of its jaws. However, the badger wasn't the only one with unnatural toughness. Indeed, if there ever was a person who personified the badger, it was Carmen, and she endured with all the resilience she'd developed over the long and difficult years she'd experienced since the touch of World Tree had descended upon Earth. And all the while, she brought her hammer down on the monster's skull. One blow after another descended until she felt its skull crack. Then, it shattered. Still, it fought on, albeit with a drunken stagger that robbed it of much of its lethality. Even then, Carmen didn't let up until, at last, she felt an influx of experience that announced the creature's demise. As it collapsed, so did she. Gasping for breath, she looked down at her legs. They weren't in great shape, though much of the damage was superficial. Still, she was glad to see Miguel running in her direction and carrying their cobbled-together first aid kit. "Don't cut them," she muttered, already unfastening her pants. It was no time for modesty, so she agonizingly ripped the pants off, taking blood and flesh with them, and straightened her legs. That's when Miguel went to work, cleaning the wounds with water and an antiseptic that had been mixed by one of the other refugees. Teresa wasn't an alchemist that was a tradesman class, but there was some overlap with her chemist class that made her a decent substitute. As such, she'd been able to mix not only the antiseptic, but also a healing unguent that Miguel applied after cleaning the wounds. "Did the teeth go through?" Miguel asked. Carmen shook her head. "No. I think I broke a rib or two, though," she said as he bandaged her legs. Already, she could feel the foul-smelling paste going to work. It didn't act as quickly or as well as a real alchemist's concoction, but it still resulted in miraculous healing. In the old world, the gashes and claw marks on her legs would have taken weeks or perhaps even months to completely heal. But with Teresa's unguent, she'd be back on her feet in less than an hour, and the wounds would be completely closed in a week. Without the woman's contribution, Carmen would have already been dead, and the same could be said for almost everyone else in the party of refugees. Even with that miraculous healing paste, they'd had enough close calls over the past weeks that Carmen found herself dreading the dawn of each day. After all, if they could only look forward to more death, danger, and hardship, it was difficult to keep putting one foot in front of the other, especially when they weren't even certain of their destination. But one look at Miguel as he bandaged her wounds told Carmen that she had no choice. Even if she was on the verge of giving up on herself, she could never abandon him. That was what being a mother was. As Miguel applied first aid, the other refugees descended upon the enormous badger's corpse. Normally, processing such a large animal would have been a difficult and time-consuming process. However, when 15 experienced people fell upon the task, it was quite a bit easier. As a result, by the time Miguel had finished bandaging Carmen's wounds, they'd already skinned the creature. "Save that hide. We can make decent armor out of it," she called. Colt responded with his customary, "Yes, ma'am." With that, Carmen reached out and tousled her son's hair. "Thanks, Mijo." Of course, he pulled away from that show of affection with an annoyed, "Mom." That brought a rare smile to Carmen's face. The weeks since they'd been banished from Easton had been wrought with difficulties, and as a consequence, her attitude had suffered. Not since the weeks after Alyssa's death had she felt so defeated. Perhaps that feeling was even more appropriate, given her current situation. After all, Alyssa's death was less of a defeat than simple loss. However, the recent events could unequivocally be categorized as the former. She had chosen to rebel for good reason, she thought, but that had led to quite a few deaths. Roman had beaten her, and not by a slim margin. That was difficult to accept. "You okay?" asked Colt, looking down on her. Miguel had gone to help with processing the animal. The meat was important for their survival, after all, and she'd been staring off into space. She shook her head, then extended her hand. "Help me up." He grasped her hand in his, then hauled her to her feet. Pointedly, his eyes never wavered from her face. "But he did say, might want to put on some pants, boss." "What? You don't like bandage chic?" she asked, trying to force some levity into the situation. At that very moment, an arrow thudded into Colt's shoulder. He stumbled, but to his credit, he maintained his feet, letting out a shout, "Marauders!" Carmen whipped her head around, her injuries forgotten, and what she saw was not encouraging. 10 men, each armed with swords as well as bows, surrounded them. They'd clearly been living in the wilderness, because they were dirty, and their equipment was in a state of disrepair. Yet, if they could survive the wilds, they were dangerous. The leader, a dirty and thin-faced man with a ragged beard, stepped forward, saying, "Weapons down. We don't want to hurt nobody. Just give us your women, your gear, and your critter, and we'll leave on good terms. If you don't, we'll have to take it by force." "You don't want that." Carmen knew that even that offer wasn't genuine. The marauders were well known to take slaves, and when they got tired of them, which didn't take long, they slaughtered them like animals. There were even rumors that the bandits were cannibals, though Carmen wasn't certain she believed those stories. Whatever the case, she recognized that complying with the marauders' orders was a good way to end up dead. And she didn't want to think about what would happen in the interim. So, rather than respond, she signaled Colt, who immediately used Blade Storm. Due to using a spear rather than a sword, the ability wasn't nearly as strong as normal, but it was still potentially deadly. However, the bandit leader wasn't without skills of his own, and the moment he felt Colt's ability activate, he summoned some sort of green shield. The blade storm ripped into it with the sound of metal clashing with metal, but the shield did its job. "Get 'em, boys," the leader screamed. Carmen spared a glance back to see that Miguel had taken cover, but to her horror, he'd armed himself with a spear and planted himself in front of a cowering Teresa. That filled her with a brief surge of mingled terror and pride, but she didn't have time for anything else. Because one of the bandits was bearing down on her with what looked like a large net. Clearly, they didn't want to damage her, or the other women, likely, which was why they hadn't simply filled them all full of arrows. That was their mistake. Using her massive strength, Carmen threw herself to the side just in time to avoid the net. When she planted her foot and reversed course, pain shot through her legs, but she ignored it. Instead, she once again used summon tool to manifest a heavy blacksmithing hammer, and brought it down on the man's shoulder. She'd been aiming for his head, but he dodged at the last moment. It didn't matter. A scream of pure agony filled the air as his shoulder crumpled. The rest of his body followed soon after when Carmen dipped low, shattering his knee with another sweeping attack. Even as he hit the ground, Carmen was charging the leader. He tried to summon another one of his green shields, but against Carmen's strength, the plane of Ethera was entirely insufficient to arrest her momentum. It shattered with a sound like tinkling glass, and she hit the leader with a shoulder charge that bore him to the ground. To his credit, he managed to wrest Carmen's hammer from her clutches, and it dissipated into motes of Ethera the moment she lost her grip. As the pair grappled, the rest of the refugees responded to the threat. None of them were warriors. They weren't even rangers or tradesmen. But what the group of scholars lacked in spells and skills, they made up for in sheer determination, survival instinct and experience. Over the past weeks, they'd been pushed to their limits past them, really, and the result was a disregard for their own safety that was shocking to behold. Even as the stunned bandits tried to respond with a volley of arrows, the group of scholars let out a roar of wanton determination as they fell upon their attackers. And their deceptively high-quality spears were the perfect tool for the job. The blades, wrought by one of the highest-level blacksmiths in the world, sliced through the bandits' makeshift armor with ease, piercing organs and ripping gaping wounds in the marauders' bodies. Meanwhile, Carmen's struggle continued until she finally managed to get her hands on the leader's head. Then, she used Smolder. The ability was meant to heat metal, but it worked well enough against a skull. He screamed as his skin blistered, and he tried to escape. Yet, Carmen's grip was like iron, and she channeled as much Ethera through the ability as she could manage, and the results were predictable. Even as the leader's brain boiled, she let out a scream of rage and pain until, at last, she experienced yet another wave of experience that announced his demise. When she finally let him go, his head was a blackened husk. Looking around, she saw that the vaunted marauders had all been slain by her refugees, proving that, even in a world of inflated attributes and powerful skills, determination and desperation had their place. Still, she knew that her people wouldn't survive long armed only with that and a few spears. So as she pushed herself to her feet, she said, "Strip them of anything useful. We're going to need this gear, I think." Then, she reached down to the sword the leader had never even drawn. It wasn't a great blade, but she didn't care about that. Instead, she was more interested in the metal. It was just normal steel, but that was better than a few nails she'd melded. Finally, she glanced back at Miguel, who still hadn't moved from in front of Teresa. He was safe and uninjured, which couldn't be said for the rest of her people. They'd all picked up wounds, and though they were capable of ignoring those in the heat of battle, now that the adrenaline of the fight had faded, they needed treatment. So she called out to Miguel and Teresa, telling them to get to work. On the one hand, she was furious that her son hadn't found cover. Instead, he'd been fully prepared to defend Teresa. However, on the other, she couldn't help but see hints of his mother in his actions. Sure, Alyssa's blood didn't run through his veins, but that didn't mean he wasn't her son. As Miguel scurried to do as he'd been ordered, Colt said, "He's smart. Protected the only healer we have." "I know," Carmen said. "I just wish it wasn't necessary. My dad used to have a saying, for that kind of thing," Colt stated. "Shit in one hand and wish in the other, and see which hand fills up first." "That's gross." "Yep. Accurate, though." Then, he said about helping everyone else gather gear and finish processing the badger. Carmen knew that if the marauders had been intent on killing them, they would be dead. The only reason they'd managed to survive was a combination of underestimation and a desire to take some of them hostage. That just served to reiterate how thin the margins were out in the wilderness. So Carmen let out a sigh, then found her pants. That was the first step. Whatever happened next, she wanted to be fully clothed. Elijah sat on his treehouse's balcony, his feet on the banister as he cradled an earthenware mug in his hands. The sun had barely risen, so there was still a slight nip in the air, but he'd decided to temporarily use the bearskin as a blanket. He raised the mug to his lips and slurped at the tea. He didn't know precisely what the leaves were, but the drink bore a striking similarity to coffee. He'd even managed to get some sugar in Ironshore, so he could make it precisely the way he liked it. He sighed. It was a peaceful morning, but the day's tasks loomed over him like an ominous specter. He'd completed his various projects, though the soap was still in the process of curing, which would take a couple more weeks at least, but he still had one thing he wanted to accomplish before moving on. Yet, a niggling fear remained in his mind, and it centered on the fact that Ironshore was still all but defenseless. Certainly, they'd managed to repel the orcs, but there were so many unique factors that had gone into the defense that Elijah knew it was unlikely to be replicated in the future. The planned wall was a good start, but there remained the issue of personnel. The city simply didn't have enough combatants, and the ones it did have were woefully inadequate for the task. But was it his problem? That was the question that continued to assail his thoughts. By all rights, he'd given them enough. And he'd already agreed to help if they were ever under attack. On top of that, he'd planted the ancestral tree sapling in the center of town, which would hopefully give them some reflection of the benefits he enjoyed in his grove. It would also prevent any spontaneous vox manifestations, or the opening of any dimensional rifts. But could he do more? Could he put them in a position to defend themselves? Elijah wasn't sure if that was even possible, but the issue was certainly on his mind. However, he cast it aside as he finished his tea, and pushed himself to his feet. After depositing the bear pelt on his bed, Elijah dressed, then gathered the serpent healer's crook and his pack before descending from the treehouse to the grove below. For a few minutes, he walked among the flora as he pulsed nature's bounty. He didn't think it was strictly necessary. According to Nerthus, the grove was entirely self-sufficient, and it would continue to grow more powerful of its own accord, but the process calmed him in a way little else could. Besides, he didn't think it could hurt. Like that, he spent the next couple of hours. In some ways, that was an even larger part of recentering himself than his various projects. Elijah had very nearly died in the battle against the orcs, and though it wasn't his first brush with death, he hadn't escaped unscathed. The grove was important as a coping mechanism, and without it, he knew he'd probably be much worse off, at least from a mental perspective. After he'd been there for a few minutes, Nerthus made an appearance, but aside from expressing his admiration for Elijah's new staff, he didn't really have much to say. And given that Elijah wasn't really in the mood to talk, it wasn't long before Nerthus retreated to his tree. Elijah did take a moment to wonder what the tree spirit did with most of his day, but that didn't occupy his mind for very long before he turned to one of the many other subjects he needed to address. The cave. Nerthus had indicated that he needed to check it out, and after using his locus to inspect it, he had come upon a plan. According to everything he'd read so far about cultivation, it required incredible Ethera density. The cave was a good start, as its ambient Ethera was far thicker than it was even in his grove. However, Elijah expected that he could make it much better. And given that he had a little time until his soap cured, he figured he would use that to his advantage. So without further ado, he gathered a few pounds of berries and a couple of jugs of water into his pack, then set off across his island. He took his time, enjoying the forest for what it represented. Once it had seemed so inhospitable, and to outsiders, it probably was even more so now, but to Elijah, it just felt like home. After a while, he reached the rocky shore closest to the cave's entrance, then shifted into his lamellar ape form. Of his two alternate forms, it was the best suited for swimming. So once he'd transformed, he waded into the surf and then dove into deeper water. With his ring of aquatic travel, he wasn't forced to breathe, which was always a strange sensation that took significant adjustment. Though after spending so much time in the Sea of Sorrows, he quickly adapted and embarked on his initial quest. The first step was to reach the cave and inspect it. So after a couple of minutes of swimming, Elijah found the entrance, then squeezed through. However, he quickly discovered a serious issue: his lamellar ape form was too large to fit, so he backed away before retreating to shore. Once there, he shifted back to his human form and deposited his things on the beach. It wasn't ideal for what he had planned, but he'd just have to adjust going forward. So he dove back into the surf and swam down to the entrance to the cave. Once there, he slowly followed the underwater tunnel, squeezing through a few truly narrow passages, and using one with nature in lieu of his other senses. And eventually, he reached his destination. The density of the Ethera hit him like a brick wall. If he were to compare it to the Ethera on the surface, he would have said that the cave was to the surface as the grove was to iron shore. That was to say that it was more than twice as thick, which boded well for what he had planned. There was a large air pocket in the cave, which allowed Elijah to swim to the surface, where he saw the familiar green glow of the crystals embedded in the cave's walls. They seemed slightly larger than the last time he'd visited, but he wasn't certain if that was a faulty memory or if they'd actually grown. Neither would have been terribly surprising. And in any case, the answer wouldn't change his plans. After swimming around for a bit and inspecting the cave, Elijah swam through the tunnel and back to the open ocean. It was a little odd, going back the other way the last time. He'd used the teleportation function of Ancestral Circle to leave, but he managed it all the same. And soon enough, he found himself back on the beach, where he sat down and drank deeply from his jug of water. He also ate a few berries. One thing was certain: Elijah had his work cut out for him. Yet, he was so entranced with the idea in his head that he couldn't have stopped himself even if he found reasonable faults. So, after leaving everything on the beach, he swam back out into the ocean, keeping going for nearly a mile before diving down to the seafloor. There he discovered the vibrant ecosystem he'd hoped to find. Huge stalks of coral, colorful fish he couldn't identify, and waving kelp were only the beginning. He also saw many examples of the mutated purple shore crabs that seemed to love his beach so much, equally massive versions of other familiar marine life, and more than a few gigantic sharks. He even saw a couple of whales off in the distance. It was such a striking environment that Elijah very nearly forgot his task. By education and experience, he was a marine biologist, if a somewhat apathetic one, but that seafloor hammered home the notion that his education was largely useless in the new world. Certainly, the scientific methodology was still just as pertinent as ever, but the knowledge he'd spent so long memorizing was woefully outdated. It was a little depressing, knowing he'd wasted all that time in school. But it was also exciting because there was so much more to discover. Briefly, he considered returning to his habits as a biologist and starting a project to catalog the changes. That only lasted a few moments, though, until he remembered how much he hated the tedium that came with any scientific endeavor. He'd long regarded it as a necessary evil, and he had no desire to return to that hellish boredom. Still, he'd always enjoyed the exploration aspect of the job. The discovery of new knowledge, seeing things no one else had seen, that was the idealized version of marine biology that had pushed him into the field in the first place. Now he had an opportunity to do just that, but without the downsides that came with being an actual scientist. He wanted exploration and adventure, not charts and academic papers. So, after treading water for a few moments, he swam down to the seafloor, intent on collecting some plants. Because he had a theory that he wanted to test, and the only way he knew to do that was to transplant a few plants to the cave. So he gathered a few streams of kelp, making sure to persevere every part of the sea plants, and then headed back to the cave. The following passage wasn't ideal, mostly because of the tight fit, but Elijah managed it well enough. Once he reached the chamber, he swam to the bottom, where he spent quite a lot of time arranging his kelp so as to give it the best chance of survival. Of course, if his theory was invalid, it wouldn't matter. Once he'd finished, he settled into the silt at the bottom of the cave, and flared both one with nature as well as nature's bounty. The latter was intended to help the plants take root, while the former was meant to help him ascertain whether or not the plants could survive. Normally, they couldn't, not without sunlight. However, he theorized that the light from the green crystals would help fill the gap. Along with Ethera, of course. With that ephemeral fuel, nearly anything was possible. If it could prompt such massive mutations in the animal and plant life, he felt certain that it could help a plant survive in a cave without sunlight. So he continued to flare his spells, settling into a meditative pattern that, if he was honest, was quite calming. It wasn't so different from what he'd done in Druid's Park, though with the added oddity of being underwater. Hours passed into more than a day, and despite Elijah's growing hunger and thirst, he refused to retreat until he'd given it his best shot. It was only after 2 days that he finally opened his eyes and let a smile spread across his face. He'd done it. The kelp had taken root. Now he needed to gather a few more varieties of plants, and he'd have a working ecosystem. Then the real work could begin. So he quickly swam from the cave and back to shore, where he slaked his thirst and sated his hunger before heading straight back out to sea. Once there, he engaged in the long and arduous task of slowly transplanting plants to his sea cave. That took almost 3 more days before he judged that it was full enough. Then he headed to shore and finished his berries, drank some water, and went back to his treehouse, where he spent the night sleeping. After that, Elijah returned to the sea cave, and spent the next week periodically heading to shore to drink and eat, enhancing the cave as much as possible. He knew it wasn't a finished product. It had taken years for the grove to fully develop. Yet, he knew that the Ethera density would speed things up to some degree. So he hoped it would soon become something he could use for cultivation. But unless he wanted to babysit it for a few more weeks, he'd done all he could for the time being. Now that it had taken root, he felt that it was best to simply let it develop on its own. Besides, he'd finally stumbled upon an answer to his question concerning the defense of Ironshore. It would require a little initial investment on his part, but it would hopefully save him a lot of headache in the future. So without further ado, Elijah left the underwater cave behind and headed toward land. He intended to spend the night in his own bed, but tomorrow, he would go to Ironshore to tell Ramek his plan. Hopefully, the goblin mayor would agree that it was for the best. Elijah rowed across the strait, his strokes straining the integrity of the paddles as he crested one rolling wave after another. Normally, the strait was fairly calm, but as was the case far more often than not, a storm had rolled in overnight, and it had brought some rougher seas with it. As always, Elijah could feel what could only be called sea monsters swimming around beneath him. He'd seen a few during his time transplanting sea flora to the cave, and he was still in awe of those creatures. There were massive eels, sea snakes, and turtles aplenty, but there had also been monsters that defied any attempt at identification as well. One in particular looked like a cross between a shrimp the size of a Honda Civic and an octopus, which was unlike any sea creature Elijah had ever studied. Fortunately, they'd all been uninterested in him, which he reasoned was due to his archetype. After seeing the violent war between the wildlife that seemed commonplace on the seafloor, Elijah felt certain that most people would quickly find themselves targeted if they were to enter the ocean. It was one more reason to be grateful that the system had chosen the Druid archetype for him. If it hadn't, he might have made the mistake of choosing something like the Ranger archetype, which would have surely ended with his death. Those thoughts occupied Elijah's mind as he crossed the strait, and eventually arrived at the dock. When he had done so in the past, he'd been beset by hostility, but now, the general vibe that greeted him was one of borderline indifference. People were still wary of him. However, they weren't outright terrified, which he counted as a win. Probably. In one facet of his mind, Elijah could easily imagine that lack of fear might one day bite him in the backside. Hopefully, he would be able to counter it when that came to pass. After docking and tying off the rowboat which he intended to take back to the island, because his collection was beginning to grow quite slim, Elijah traversed the pier and headed toward his first stop. However, when he entered Mari's shop, he was a little surprised to see Rosabella there alongside a gnome who must have been her mother. He gave a little wave, and the girl just rolled her eyes in annoyance. That certainly told Elijah where he stood in the little gnomish girl's estimation. So he busied himself by perusing Mari's wares while she dealt with her other customers. Out of the corner of his eye, Elijah noticed that the 2 gnomes were buying a fancy dress. Finally, they finished, and when Rosabella's mother noticed him, she was quick to usher her child out of the shop. Mari said, "You're bad for business." "Sorry," Elijah apologized. "I guess I'm still not that popular around here." "They'll come around. Just keep spending money, and they'll all welcome you with open arms," Mari advised. "Now what do you want?" "I can't stand around her chit-chatting all day, you know." Elijah held up a finger, then dove into his pack to retrieve the tanned bear pelt, and he was more than a little satisfied when Mari's eyes widened the moment she saw it. "I'm guessing I did an okay job?" he asked. Mari didn't verbalize an answer. Instead, she reached into her pocket and retrieved a 6-inch rectangle of glass. She held it up and let out a small gasp, but she quickly marshaled her control. Then, the dwarven tailor said, "It'll do. Peak simple. There's a chance I can push it to complex grade. I'm not guaranteeing anything, mind you, but with the right materials, I think I can manage." "What right materials?" Elijah asked, thinking she was angling for either more money, or for him to cough up some other resources. He hadn't brought anything with him, but his island was a treasure trove of Ethera, so Elijah felt certain that he could find something appropriate. "Oh, this and that. You don't have to worry about it. Everything's covered by the deposit. Now let's get you measured and out of my shop." "Bad for business, like I said," she went on. After that, Mari took plenty of measurements. For some, she used a tape measure, though with odd and irregular units that Elijah didn't understand. For others, the tailor utilized various instruments that she claimed were meant to test his attunement as well as Ethera density. When she did that, she went briefly wide-eyed, once again, though she hid it quickly. All in all, it took about 20 minutes before she'd finished, and once she had, she said, "It's going to be at least 2 weeks before I complete the item. Perhaps as much as a month. Don't bother me until then, or I'll add a penalty fee." "But..." "No buts. Out with you, then." Elijah let himself be shooed into the street, and once Mari had retreated into her shop, he let out a sigh. Someone chuckled behind him, but when Elijah turned around, he couldn't find the culprit amidst the other pedestrians. Either way, he next headed to Druid's Park, where he spent a couple of hours flaring nature's bounty. The effect was minimal at this point in the tree's life cycle, but he found the process calming. And besides, it couldn't hurt. One thing he did notice was that the Ethera density in the area had already begun to rise. He didn't expect that it would ever rival the island, let alone the underwater cultivation cave he'd begun to build, but it would be quite an improvement over what he'd felt the first time he had visited the city. Hopefully, that would help them. In any case, once Elijah was finished, he strolled through the city in search of a proper meal. Inevitably, he ended up at the Stuck Pig, which wasn't the only restaurant in town, but it was his favorite. So he went inside, found a place at one of the long, communal tables in the center of the large main dining room, and before long, was tearing his way through a plate of boar ribs. That was how Ramek found him, with sweet and tangy sauce all over his face and staining his beard as he tried to get every last morsel of meat from the bone. "Oh hey," Elijah said, gesturing with the almost completely clean rib. "I was going to stop by your office later." "Is there an issue?" asked the goblin, sitting across from Elijah. "No," he answered. "Well, there is. You're too weak." "Like, laughably so." The little green man went pale. "I see." "Oh, not you specifically," Elijah clarified. "I'm talking about the collective you, as in all of Ironshore. A city this size should have been able to handle that orc invasion. But the problem is that you haven't had any opportunities to fight or earn experience." "Experience? Kill energy. Whatever. My point is that I have a solution," Elijah said, nibbling the last bit of meat from the bone. "This is amazing, by the way." "Indeed. Orc is difficult to prepare properly, but..." It was Elijah's turn to go pale. "Orc? Yes. They must dilute the Ethera before serving it. Not for you, obviously, but they would quickly run out of business if they catered to people of your stature," Ramek said. "So you're telling me I'm eating orc?" "Yes. As in the creatures we spent all that time killing a few weeks back. I see the issue. Rest assured that the stuck pig is well versed in all the latest innovations and spells associated with food preservation. It is well known that dry aging the orc is key to. I feel like I'm going to be sick. In truth, Elijah recognized that his reticence to eat orc was a little ridiculous. Despite the fact that the monsters were bipedal, they were no more sapient than apes. However, he had well-explored reservations regarding consumption of those creatures, too. Sure, he would do it if the choice was between that and starvation, but even then, he would investigate every other option before going down that road. Except he'd just eaten an entire plate full of juicy, meaty ribs that said otherwise. And the worst part was that he'd enjoyed it quite a lot. Are you ill? Do you need a healer? I think I'm fine, Elijah insisted, washing the taste out of his mouth with some sort of fruit punch the restaurant had served. Just a crisis of conscience. I'll be okay, though. Onward and upward, I always say. He hesitated. I don't actually say that. I see. You had a point you intended to make. Oh. Right. Sorry. I want to put together a team, Elijah said. Your strongest people. Why? I want to run them through my tower. Your tower? Oh, I never told you about that, did I? So there's a tower just off the coast of my island, Elijah said. When Ramek's eyes widened in alarm, he went on, don't worry. It's not about to surge. It did once, but I took care of it. Now, I'm keeping it in check. The point is that I can take your people in there, they can get the rewards and the levels, and that'll help you defend the city if something like that orc horde comes again. I'll teach them how to beat it, then they can lead others to do the same thing. And soon enough, you'll have all your combat-capable people getting all the experience you could ever want. Ha, Ramek said, knuckling his chin. You have access to a tower. Do you know what grade? I don't, Elijah admitted. He had gotten some estimates from Nerthus, but none of it was certain. Pretty difficult, though. Took me months. But part of that was when I was swallowed by a whale, which wasn't as pleasant as Jonah made it out to be. Lots of acid. It should be a lot quicker this time, now that I know what I'm doing. Not the whale digestion. I sort of just experienced that. Didn't require a lot of thought. The tower, though, I know it like the back of my hand. I see. Elijah shrugged. It's just a thought, he said. No worries if you don't want to do it. I'll just head back to my island. I've got a couple of projects to tend to anyway. No. Don't. I think the idea has merit. I simply need to speak to the others about it before I send anyone into such a dangerous situation, Ramek said. No matter if the tower is well documented, it will still be potentially deadly. And we cannot afford to lose any more people. I get that, Elijah said. If it matters, I'll do everything I can to keep them alive. Yes, of course. Give me a few hours, and I will have an answer. After that, Ramek excused himself, leaving Elijah to ruminate on the fact that he'd been eating orc ribs. That didn't leave him in the best of moods, so he paid his bill by transferring a few copper Ethereum from his folio, then headed out to wander the city. He knew that Ramek would find him when the time came, and if not, Elijah was more than capable of hunting the goblin down. The city was doing well, as far as he could see. Most of the buildings that had been damaged during the Orcish invasion had been repaired, and there were efforts underway to improve everything. In addition, he caught sight of the site meant for the wall, and he was impressed to see that the foundation for a large portion had already been laid. In a couple of months, it would be complete. Eventually, his feet took him to Biggle's alchemy shop, which was situated on a hill on the edge of town. Once there, he pushed through the low gate and past the curiously writhing plants to knock on the door. When he did, he called out for the alchemist, which elicited a startled yelp and, predictably, a small explosion. What? Demanded the white-haired gnome as he slung open the door. Then, recognition dawned on his face, and his expression softened. "Oh. You. Come in, come in. Don't mind the smoke." When Elijah stepped inside, he caught a breath of the caustic smoke, which burned its way through his lungs, requiring him to pulse touch of nature to undo the damage. "What is it that you want?" the gnome asked. "Not that I mind a visit from a dear friend. Obviously. Just wasn't expecting company is all." "I wanted to ask you about those body cultivation potions," Elijah said. "What do they do?" "You don't know?" Biggle asked. "Only a few years ago, my world was completely different. No Ethera. No magical spells or cultivation. So, no. I don't." "That's why I asked," Elijah said, letting a little of his annoyance peek through. He wasn't angry, not precisely, but he didn't like the implication that he was somehow at fault for not knowing the ins and outs of something that hadn't even existed on Earth before a few years ago. Biggle swallowed hard. "Oh. Right. I sometimes forget about you natives," the gnome said. "So, body cultivation. 2 ways you can get past the first stage." "You can." "I don't need to know about that. I want to know about the second one," Elijah interrupted. "You've already passed the first stage, have you?" "Interesting. Well, whatever lucky encounter you experienced, just know that the second stage will be much more difficult," Biggle said. "The first step is to inoculate yourself with increasingly powerful Ethera. Most use potions, but I've heard that there are those who use specially prepared foods as well. Baths too, but those are usually fueled by some sort of aquatic natural treasure. The point is that you'll need to prepare yourself for the real test. Which is surrounding yourself with incredibly dense Ethera and torturing yourself," Biggle said. "Or that's the gist of it. The official explanation is that you're doing damage to yourself that's so extensive that it forces your body to react. If it's properly prepared, you will enter a chrysalis whereby your body will progress from one stage to another. Sometimes these can last a week, but for some, it can last as much as a year." "Is that common?" "Depends on how prepared your body is," Biggle stated. "So, those potions, what do they do?" "That's the torture part. Lots of pain. Breaking down muscle tissue. It's designed specifically to elicit the proper reactions for cultivation," Biggle explained. "Though most people can't handle it all at once. You break it down, inject a bunch of Ethera, then use another potion to keep yourself from dying. Then, a year or so later, you do it again once you've fully recovered. On and on it goes until you tip over the edge." "Ah," Elijah said. "And the effects of gaining the second tier?" "Around the same as the first," was the gnome's answer noncommittally. Elijah got the impression that the vagueness was due to ignorance. "Can you make the potions stronger?" "I can if you think you can handle it. Don't go overstepping though. Lots of promising cultivators have killed themselves by doing that," he said. Elijah said, "Stronger. Strongest you can make. That's what I want." "Are you sure?" "I am," Elijah stated. His reasoning was based on 2 things. First, Biggle's potions were almost assuredly designed to take someone to the first stage, rather than the second. As such, Elijah expected that he would need a much stronger push to send his body into the proper state. That meant a more potent potion. The second reason Elijah decided to go stronger was because of his ability to continuously heal himself. He'd been through something similar in the whale's stomach, so he knew he could take quite a lot of punishment. And in the back of his mind, Elijah also had no interest in slowly progressing over the course of years. He wanted it done quickly, which meant putting his body through a lot more punishment. Though he was hesitant to acknowledge that facet of his reasoning, because he knew it made him seem a bit naive and a lot impatient. "All right, the next thing I want to know, is there anything you can do with these?" Elijah asked, reaching into his pack and retrieving a berry. He handed it to the alchemist, who took it eagerly. "This is a low simple grade natural treasure." "Is that a yes?" Elijah asked, a little embarrassed that he'd been eating the things like candy. Of course it's a yes, the alchemist said. I can make restoration potions. Yes. Strong ones, too. How many of these berries do you have? Did you find an entire bush during your travels? How did you defeat the guardian? Yeah. I found a bush. Someone else had, injured the guardian, so I helped myself. So I have about 20 of them, Elijah said. Same deal as with the mushroom. Of course, of course. Gimme. Elijah did, and he had to stifle a bit of a chuckle when he saw how carefully the gnome handled the little berries. If he found out that Elijah had a few dozen bushes filled with the things back on his island, Biggle might have had a heart attack. After that, Elijah asked when his potions would be ready, and Biggle said that they'd be finished in about 3 weeks. That lined up with Elijah's other deadlines, so that information was well received. So, after only a little more conversation, during which Biggle tried to acquire some more information as to the location of the fictional bush Elijah had plundered, Elijah left. And he found Ramek in his office only a little while later. So? Elijah asked. I agree with your plan, the goblin said, removing his glasses and rubbing his eyes. But we can't pay you. It's not in the budget. Pay me? Elijah asked, a little confused. Then, he realized that what he was offering was extremely valuable. Still, he said, that's fine. We're in this together, right? My only requirement is that Kurik comes. That was always going to be the case. He's the highest level combatant in the city, and he just so happens to be back in town for the night. I've already informed him that he's going. Oh. Cool. When can I meet the others? Tomorrow. I assumed you want to do this as soon as possible, Ramek guessed. Yeah. We'll head over to my island in the morning, spend the night there, and then hit the tower first thing, Elijah stated. He knew he was extending quite a lot of trust by taking the others to his island, but that was by design. He hadn't been lying when he said that he and the people of Ironshore were in it together. But still, he said, oh, and Ramek, if anyone messes with my island at any time, I will destroy this town and kill everyone in it. I like you. I want to work together. But my priorities haven't changed. Do you understand? Ramek swallowed hard. I do. Good. That's good, Elijah said with a smile. If you need me before the morning, I'll be in the Imperium trying to sleep. Oh, you need to find something that'll let your people breathe underwater. I have something, and they might get a reward before it's necessary, but yet if they don't have that, they're probably not going to make it. With that, he left the goblin behind and headed to the ultra-expensive hotel. As he did, he muttered to himself that he needed to find a cheaper place to sleep. But even as he grumbled about it, he made a beeline to the luxurious hotel. He's going to kill us, said Nia, wringing her green, long-fingered hands as she stood on the dock. He's going to take us over there and sacrifice us for some sort of ritual, like he did with all those mercenaries from Black Sunday. If he wanted to kill us, he would have already done so, pointed out Robelo. And that nightgown is ridiculous, by the way. We're going to a tower. Not a sleepover. It's not a nightgown, she insisted, resisting the urge to flip her hood up over her head. It wasn't necessary, but she'd always cherished the look of the mysterious sorcerer. That was why she carried a diamondane staff even when it was markedly worse and more expensive than the dagger she could have gotten instead. It's a wizard's robe. Looks like a nightgown to me, the gnomish confounder replied. He straightened his vest as if to highlight the difference between his attire and hers. Then he said, at least you wore sensible shoes. I half expected you to show up in slippers or some such nonsense. Enough, Kurik the scout said. And he ain't killin' nobody. He saved the city, in case any of you idiots forgot. He saved himself, Sethik, the rogue stated. Despite the fact that he was the only member of the party who was also a goblin, Nia didn't really trust him. Of course, that was probably due to prejudice rather than anything else. Rogues, like most stealthy classes, were not well regarded in any civilized company. But that was the problem, wasn't it? Ironshore was not civilized. Instead, it was a frontier town on a newly touched world, and it was populated by cast-offs and ne'er-do-wells. So Nia fit in quite well, considering she was both, at least according to her father, who was quite upset that she'd run away. It served him right for trying to make her wed the Kadbanka. As if she would ever stoop so low, especially when she had an adventuring career ahead of her. No, coming to Earth was the right choice, even if it had nearly gotten her killed on multiple occasions. The Orcish horde had been a terrifying experience, made even more so by the human shapeshifter who'd ostensibly saved the entire city with his heroics. But for a chance illness, he'd have killed her alongside all the rest of the city's combatants. She didn't belong to Black Sun like Eason Cabot and the others. She was independent, but she would have gone right alongside them if she hadn't been sick. And now, she was willingly throwing herself into the clutches of the monstrous men who'd already killed so many. It was idiotic. But it was also necessary. Someone had to go, and she was one of the best qualified in the city. On top of that, the chance to run a tower was one she couldn't pass up. Back home, she would have had to pay hundreds of silver Ethereum for that opportunity, and even then, it would have been one of the carefully curated towers that barely gave any rewards. But this was a wild tower that, from what the mayor had told her, had only been conquered a single time. The rewards for defeating that challenge would be immense. So Nia alongside Kurik, Robelo, and Sethic had agreed to accompany the so-called protector of the grove. Hopefully, she wouldn't come to regret it. Kurik said he could have left. Ain't nothing could have stopped him if he just picked up and left. I've seen him move through the woods like it ain't nothing. He's better than any scout I got, my own self included. Sethic shook his head, but he didn't respond. For Nia's part, she didn't know what to think of the surly dwarf's declaration. Kurik wasn't known to venture into hyperbole, so she had no reason to disbelieve his statement. Yet, the idea that someone could do the things she'd seen in the battle and act as a scout as well, that was terrifying. Sure, Nia knew that there were people with better classes out there. Better cultivation, too. And she was also aware that a newly touched world's natives were given many opportunities the wider universe never received, not without significant cost, at least. The guides available to their native branches cost a fraction of what they did on other worlds or, in Ironshore's case, via an imported branch. But someone who could fill multiple roles was the epitome of rare. For her part, Nia was a heavy-hitting damage dealer. As a lithomancer, she could manipulate earth and stones to a high degree. And while she had sturdier defenses than most spellcasters, she could only take a couple of hits before her comparatively frail body succumbed to any damage that might befall her. By contrast, Robelo was a completely different sort of sorcerer known as a confounder. Nia wasn't certain of the specifics, but the gnome could manipulate the minds of his enemies, and according to everything she had seen, he was best suited to controlling the battlefield. Meanwhile, Sethic was a rogue, which meant that he was great at sneaking around and ambushing his foes. Nia wasn't sure what class Kurik had, but she knew he worked as a scout, and that his traps were deadly. Aside from that, his abilities were a mystery. One thing she did know was that he was just as limited as everyone else. Most people, at least as far as Nia had seen, could only perform one function in a group. She and Sethic were damage dealers, albeit both with a different focus, while Kurik and Robelo were meant for control. That left two major roles unfilled. And they were the most important to the success of any endeavor: the frontline fighter, colloquially known as the defender, who was meant to protect the rest of the group, and the healer, who was there to mend any damage they sustained. Without those two roles being filled, there was almost no chance of success. Yet, there they were, waiting to meet the human who intended to lead them into a wild tower. And what's more, according to rumors, the man had already conquered it himself. Alone. That knowledge was enough to raise the hairs on the back of Nia's neck. If you say so, Sethic stated. For me, I'll be keeping my eye on him. I would expect nothing less, came a new voice. Nia whipped around to see that the man in question was standing behind her. She nearly fell over the hem of her robe trying to get away from him, but he reached out to steady her. Sorry. I sometimes get in the habit of not being seen. I'm sure you understand. He gave her a smile that looked like it belonged to an insane person, but she supposed it was more likely meant to be reassuring. Or perhaps he truly was as crazy as the rumors suggested. Either way, she had no interest in offending someone like that, so she tried to smile back, but she feared it came across as more of a snarl. Or a grimace. Either way, he released his grip on her arm. I'm Elijah, and I'll be leading this tour group. If you would, step into the rowboat and we'll get moving. Our first stop is my island. It doesn't look like much from here, but I can tell you right now, it'll knock your socks off. I'm not wearing socks, said Sethek, holding out his foot. Indeed, his foot was clad only in what looked like a slipper. Nia had seen their like before, and she knew they were intended to aid his abilities in stealth. Is that what happened to your boots? Did something on this island knock them off? Perhaps there is a powerful monster that collects shoes, suggested Robelo. I once knew of a Gabernoke that liked to steal ladies' underthings. When we finally hunted it down, we found that it had quite the collection. Disgusting creatures, Gabernokes. They live underground, where they're mostly sedentary. And when they're confronted, they resort to parroted insults. Mostly harmless, though they do. That's enough, Kurik said. It wasn't meant to be literal. The human said, anyway, all aboard. Please keep your arms and legs inside the boat at all times. Out there be sea monsters. He punctuated his excited shout by pumping his fist up and down. Nia had no idea what any of it meant, but the last thing she wanted to hear was a gnome going on about stealing ladies' underwear. So she hurried onto the rowboat. Sethek followed, sitting beside her, and Robelo and the dwarven scout came next. The last to board was Elijah, who sighed. Guess I'm rowing, he muttered, taking the oars. Should've just teleported. Then, he pulled the oars and the boat leaped forward. Over the next half hour, they cut across the strait. Kurik and the human made small talk, but Nia had a hard time following the conversation. After all, she had grown up on the coast of her homeworld, and so knew the sorts of monsters that dwelled within the sea. She also recognized how vulnerable the little boat could be. Certainly, it bore a basic enchantment meant to ward off the creatures of the deep, but those enchantments were weak enough as to be ineffectual. Still, nothing attacked them on the way, and soon enough, they landed on the shore. After everyone disembarked, Elijah pulled the boat onto the beach, all the while muttering about teleportation. In any event, it wasn't long before it was nestled next to a handful of other similar vessels. That's when Nia realized where they'd come from. In retrospect, it was obvious, but recognition hadn't dawned until she saw them all lined up next to the forest. Those were the rowboats Eason Cabot and his mercenaries had used. Elijah had taken possession of the vessels after killing the intruders. She swallowed hard. Almost on cue, Elijah slapped his hands together, making everyone but Kurik flinch. All right. We're going to be camping here for the night, he said. Well, you are. I intend to sleep in my own bed tonight, thank you very much. Kurik's coming with me. I am, the dwarf asked. You are, Elijah said. Then, he turned and started walking towards the woods. However, before he reached them, he turned around and said, Please don't try to follow me. If you do, I'll know. Don't stray far from the beach, or I can't guarantee your safety. With that cryptic statement, he strode into the forest. Kurik hurried to follow. When the two were gone, Robelo turned to Sethek and asked, So what do we do now? Why did he want to bring us out here, if we weren't going into the tower until tomorrow? Nia finally found her voice. I don't know, but I'm doing what he said. I'll gather some wood for a fire, she said. Then I intend to rest. I don't think we're going to have much of a chance once we're in the tower. With that, she did just that, gathering sticks that had fallen to the forest floor. Robelo did the same, and soon enough, they had enough to start the fire. By that point, the sun had begun to fall toward the horizon. That's when she realized that Sethek was nowhere to be found. She turned to Robelo. "Did you see where he went?" The gnome understood her meaning and shook his head. "No. But he's a rogue. That's kind of the point of his class." It was at that point that Sethek stepped out of the woods. Or stumbled, really. He wore an expression of terror on his face, and his normally deep green complexion had paled. Nia shot toward him, demanding to know if he was injured. For a moment, his eyes were unfocused until, at last, he snapped back to himself. When he did, he shook his head, saying, "No. No. I'm fine. There's something out there. Something very dangerous." "What do you mean?" "I didn't get a good look," Sethek said. "But it was there. It knew where I was. It growled at me. He told us to stay on the beach. Maybe that wasn't for his protection. Maybe that was for ours," Robelo guessed. "He can shapeshift. Maybe it was him. No human can see me when I use my abilities. I tested it when he first came to Ironshore. No, this was something else. A guardian, maybe. I don't know. This place gives me the creeps," Sethek said. "It's only one night," Robelo stated. "We'll be fine." I hope so," Nia stated. "I hope so." "Ye didn't have to scare him so bad," Keurig said, running a hand through his spiky hair. "He was just curious." "Curiosity killed the cat," Elijah replied, having just shifted back to his human form. "What cat?" Keurig asked. Elijah sighed. "I always forget that the system's translation feature doesn't really do anything for idioms," he muttered. "But that one seems obvious if you take it into context." "Fair enough," the dwarf replied. Elijah glanced back toward where the others were camped. Even though they were only a couple hundred yards away, their campsite was impossible to see through the thick forest. Even before the world tree had touched Earth, forests in the Pacific Northwest could get incredibly dense to the point where they could easily be classified as jungles. And the introduction of Ethera, especially when it was as thick as it was on Elijah's island, had made it exponentially worse. Without his high dexterity and the awareness that came with his domain, it would have been hell trying to cross the island. His stealth ability was good, though. "You found him," Keurig stated. "Yeah, but I have a lot of advantages most people don't," Elijah pointed out. He trusted Keurig after fighting a war together. He felt justified in that attitude, but he still didn't intend to reveal all of his secrets to the dwarven scout. "Are the others any good?" "Best we have," Keurig responded. "That ain't sayin' much if I'm honest. We ain't got much to pick from. But that little goblin girl is a talented earth mage. You've seen a little of what Sethek can do. From what I understand, he packs a punch, too. And Robelo is a fair confounder. Not great, mind you, but he can hold his own. What I'm worried about is the healin' and the defendin'. My world refers to it as tanking," Elijah said, referring to a gaming term he'd heard in both Norcastle and Argos. "But don't worry so much. I did this by myself not that long ago. It'll be fine." "Hope you're right. Now, where are we goin'? You live here, right? You got a cave or somethin' round here?" Keurig asked. "Oh, I can do a lot better than a cave," Elijah answered with a grin. "Come on. There are some things I want you to see." With that, he strode off through the brush and Keurig followed. As they traversed the forest, they spoke sparingly, which was one of the things Elijah liked about Keurig. He wasn't averse to conversation, but after spending so much time alone, he had a tendency to lapse into long silences. As a scout and presumably, someone who'd spent long stretches in the wilderness alone as well, Keurig had a similar attitude. So they could enjoy one another's company without having to fill it with needless chatter. That was rare as far as Elijah had seen, and it predisposed him to liking the sometimes surly dwarf. In any case, Elijah kept one facet of his quartz mind trained on the site where the other three had camped. He wanted to trust them too, but they had yet to earn it. He didn't blame Sethic for trying to explore. He would have done the same thing if their roles were reversed. Yet, he wasn't going to allow the goblin rogue to wander around the island unfettered. If the wrong people caught wind of what he had in his grove, then greed might overcome good sense, and Elijah would be forced to kill a bunch of people again. He certainly didn't want to be put into that situation, so he resolved to keep the island's most special traits to himself. Except in specific circumstances, like with Keurig. As he'd already established, he trusted the dwarf. Sure, they hadn't known one another long, but he already considered Keurig a friend. What's more, Elijah trusted the scout's personality, which seemed almost as important as their friendship. Of course, in the back of one facet of his mind, Elijah knew that his own psychological issues probably played a factor. After all, he had been alone for a long time, with only a few brief lapses in that lonely existence, so he was quick to grasp at any companionship he could find. That had already prompted a few bad decisions, most notably with how he'd handled the death of the bear guardian, so he forced himself to acknowledge what might be one more ill-conceived choice. Still, Elijah hoped that it wouldn't come back to bite him. If it did, though, he was prepared to do what was necessary. Those thoughts flitted through his mind as he and Keurig crossed the island, and after a half-hour of slow progress, they finally reached the grove. What in the... Elijah could understand Keurig's reaction. The grove wasn't just impressive. It was miraculous, a fact which Elijah often forgot due to how accustomed he'd grown to the place. Nice, right? This is my grove, Elijah said. Keurig didn't respond. Instead, he just stared at the grove, his mouth agape. Elijah understood it. Certainly, the entire island was blessed with incredibly thick Ethera, but it was a whole different level of density inside the grove proper. On top of that, though Elijah had never tried to curate the garden or force it to grow in any particular way, it still had a paradisiacal quality about it that was hard to articulate. The colors were sharper, the bushes fuller, and as Elijah had long known, the fruits and berries were far more flavorful. In addition, his frequent strolls through the grove had created a series of paths that made it seem far less wild than it should have been. And then, at the center of it all, was the ancestral tree. With blue leaves and white bark, even a glance was enough to label it miraculous. Yet, it also glowed with an ephemeral quality that wasn't quite visible to the naked eye. But Elijah felt it. Clearly, so did Keurig. Smaller, less obviously magical versions of the same tree sprouted in a perfect circle around the grove. They weren't as overtly impressive, but even those had an otherworldly aspect that Elijah rarely bothered to notice. Finally, to the left of the ancestral tree, near the edge of the grove itself, was Elijah's home. The three trees from which it had been grown were the same species, if such a thing even applied, as the ones on the grove's boundary, but they were markedly different as well. More obviously curated, though no less impressive for it. They twined together, then branched out into the large structure that was suspended nearly 20 feet from the ground. I don't know what to say, Keurig admitted. I thought you were livin' in a cave out here. But this, I ain't never seen nothin' like this. Thanks. I wish I could take credit for all of it, but mostly, it's Nerthus who does the work, Elijah said, stepping across the boundary. Keurig hesitated and Elijah asked, what? I've heard stories about groves like this, the dwarf said. People step inside, then they ain't seen again for 100 years, if at all. Huh. We have stories like that too, Elijah said, thinking of fairy tales he'd heard as a child. But I promise I won't abduct you or futz about with time. He ended the statement with a reassuring grin. Though he expected that it probably came off a bit manic. He was excited to finally show his grove to another person, so he had trouble containing his anticipation. Thankfully, Keurig didn't hesitate any further and stepped past the boundary. Once again, he let out a gasp after experiencing the even denser Ethera inside the grove, but then he sighed. This is amazin'. Yeah. Wait until you meet Nerthus. He's a bit shy, but he's pretty awesome, too. Most of this is because of him, Elijah said. Without his help, I never would have survived. And that was the truth. Without the body cultivation Nerthus had guided him through, Elijah would have died to terminal cancer. And that wasn't even considering all the help the tree spirit had offered since then. Certainly, it was a symbiotic relationship, and Elijah knew that Nerthus had gained almost as much as he had. Yet, that did nothing to diminish his appreciation. After that, Elijah led Curik on a tour of the grove, culminating with the treehouse. Helpfully, Nerthus had expanded the house while Elijah had been searching for his sister, and so, there were a few guest rooms available. They each were equipped with comfortable beds and all the same amenities Elijah enjoyed. Though his room or the balcony outside of it had the best view of the ancestral tree and the garden. I don't know what to say, Curik said when they were finished. I thought you were out here livin' in a cave, but this place is better than my house back in Ironshore. Hells, it's better than my family's home back on my old world. Smaller, sure, but you don't have a whole clan to house. The pair were sitting in the living area and enjoying a meal. Elijah hadn't hunted or fished in a while, so all they had were berries and other wild edibles from the grove. Not that either were complaining, of course. It was still a fine supper. What was your world like? Elijah asked. Curik shrugged. Most of it wasn't so different from this world, he answered. My people were originally subterranean, but we'd been spreadin' across the surface for years. It was dangerous, though. Powerful beasts roamed my world, and there were plenty of primal realms, too. Thankfully, the beasts had reached the point where they fought the Vox themselves, so there weren't many surges anymore. Some worlds ain't so lucky. I see, Elijah responded. He'd done a little research into the Vox, largely because the guides associated with them were the cheapest in any branch's knowledge base. That made sense considering that the World Tree and the Vox were so opposed to one another. Whatever the case, he'd often wondered about what would happen if towers and dimensional rifts were left unchecked. But according to Curik, the wildlife would eventually learn to fight the Vox. Not always, though. Sometimes, whole planets were consumed. After that, the pair lapsed into an easy silence where they simply enjoyed the atmosphere as well as the meal. Eventually, Curik excused himself, saying that he needed to get a good night's rest before challenging the tower. However, Elijah stayed up for a few hours after that, just thinking about what was coming. After a while, though, he took a cue from Curik and headed to his own bed, where he enjoyed a fitful night's rest. When morning came, Elijah rose with a fair amount of anxiety. Though he'd survived his first run through the tower, it hadn't been easy. And it had taken months. This time, he didn't have that to spare, so he hoped it would go much more smoothly. He had every reason to expect that it would, given how well he knew each level. After all, those months he'd spent inside hadn't been idle. He'd explored almost every inch, so he knew most of the College Tower's secrets. He also had the benefit of an entire group, which should make things easier. So it was with some optimism that he completed his preparations, gathering his pack and the waterproof containers in which he'd stored his food and water before he and Curik set off to gather the other 3 members of their party. The trio they found a half-hour later looked like they'd had a rough night. Perhaps, Elijah thought, he'd gone a bit too far scaring the goblin rogue. Whatever the case, if they couldn't handle a night on the island shore, then they were going to have quite a rough time inside the tower. Elijah could only hope that they'd acclimate to the danger and stress. Otherwise, it would complicate things. With that in mind, Elijah led the group around the edge of the island. He had no interest in letting them see any more of it than absolutely necessary, so he kept to the beaches whenever possible. That necessitated that they kill a couple of crabs, and Elijah was happy to see that the group was at least competent insofar as they had a chance to display that trait while fighting the relatively weak and stupid crabs, and an hour or 2 later, they finally reached the cliff overlooking the tower. It looked the same as always, the top of a statue depicting a figure armed with a decorative staff, but it was still just as impressive as ever. "We're going to swim from here," Elijah said. "Anyone have any issues climbing down the cliff?" Nia the goblin lithomancer raised her green, long-fingered hand and said, "I can do it, but I would need a rope." "Then climb on my back," Elijah said. "Anyone else?" None had any issues, and though she looked uncomfortable with the prospect, Nia quickly climbed onto Elijah's back. To accommodate her, he'd shifted his pack around to his chest. Then, he began his climb down, which went off without a hitch, though Nia's fingers dug painfully into his shoulders. Clearly, the little goblin didn't like heights. Whatever the case, they soon reached the surf, then swam to the pillar of stone jutting up from the ocean. After that, Elijah dove, following it down for more than 100 feet before he finally reached the base, which still looked like a Greek temple. Elijah didn't hesitate to lead the others through the tower's entrance, and when he did, he experienced a familiar shimmer of ethereal reality before falling through nothing. Darkness surrounded him, and for the briefest of instants, panic raged through one facet of his mind. It was an inevitable and instinctual reaction to the situation, but that made it no less powerful. However, less than a moment later, his rational mind took over, and he followed the bubbles toward the surface. His head broke through a few seconds later, and he took a deep but ultimately unnecessary breath. Not long after, Kurik broke through with a gasp. Then Nia. Sethek came next. And finally, Robelo breached the surface. They had finally entered the tower. Doing so came with a shift in attitude. In the outside world, there was room for a laissez-faire demeanor. But in a tower, even one he'd already conquered once, things were much more serious, and he instinctively adjusted his mind accordingly. In the distance, Elijah saw the shore as well as the familiar Ulthrak village. 3 massive warriors stood guard, though they were far enough away that they'd yet to see the newly surfaced party. So Elijah swam forward, hoping for a meeting similar to the one he'd enjoyed during his first run through the tower. A couple of minutes later, Elijah came within range, and he raised his hand in a wave. However, the reaction was not what he'd expected. Their stances were too aggressive, and their walrus-like faces were contorted in rage. Then, Elijah discovered the reason, and he nearly kicked himself for overlooking the obvious issue. "Goblins," one of the guards shouted. And then, a war drum sounded, alerting the rest of the village. Elijah knocked a thrown spear aside with his crook of the serpent healer, then dove beneath the surface. The water wouldn't completely mitigate the momentum of the missiles, but it would slow them down enough that his high constitution could protect him properly. Once he was 10 feet underwater, he shifted into his lamellar ape form, then used his long arms to propel himself forward. As he did, he cursed himself for his obvious oversight. He'd known the Ulthraks were at war with the goblins. That was the whole point of the first level. So he should have expected that they wouldn't react positively to his party mates. Yet, he'd overlooked that key factor, and now, he found himself mired in a completely avoidable battle. People were going to die because of his mistake. Hopefully, it would be the Ulthraks. He hated thinking of them like that, but the bottom line was that they weren't entirely real. Even if he killed them in this instance of the tower, they wouldn't really be dead. The same couldn't be said for his companions. So the moment the attack commenced, Elijah had chosen to fight without restriction. Not that he had much choice. Judging by the number of spears hitting the water, the Ulthraks certainly weren't holding back, and he had no option but to match their ferocity with his own. With that at the forefront of his mind, Elijah cut through the cold water until he reached shore. Then, he sprang onto the rocky beach, a roar erupting from his throat. The first Ulthrak fell in seconds, its blubbery body practically ripped in two. Spears descended upon Elijah, but he'd used iron scales the moment he'd left the water. So they bounced off of him with a metallic clink. Even as Elijah garnered the most attention after all, he was a big, vicious monster, and an obviously deadly threat. His comrades swam to shore behind him. Using one with nature, he kept track of each one, and as he did, Sethek winked out of existence. Or that was how it seemed, but Elijah knew the truth. The goblin rogue had engaged some form of stealth, which elicited a fair amount of envy in Elijah's heart. He couldn't use Guise of the Unseen unless he was out of combat, but clearly, Sethek had no such restrictions. Meanwhile, Keurig unlimbered his bow and started firing with deadly precision. Ethera swirled around Robelo and Nia as they prepared to cast their spells, but Elijah couldn't spare them more than a little attention as he crashed into his next target, who he recognized as the Ulthrak leader, Raji. The huge walrusman who'd been so helpful during Elijah's first foray into the tower took the charge and responded with rabid fury, jabbing his spear at Elijah's torso. And even with iron scales blunting the damage, the impact tore through Elijah's chest, and when Raji yanked it free, it did so with a fountain of blood. Elijah didn't let it slow him down, though, and he crashed into the massive Ulthrak, tackling him to the ground. A second later, he was raking his claws, which glinted with the metallic enhancement provided by his claws of gluttony, across Raji's blubbery stomach. Fat and blood flew free, but as was the case with most aquatic mammals, it looked a lot more traumatic than it really was. The thick skin and blubber served to insulate those sorts of creatures, but they also functioned as a natural armor. After all, if a predator was forced to dig through half a foot of fat before getting to anything important, it would obviously protect those vitals from casual damage. Even as Elijah tore through all that fat, Raji bellowed in rage, pummeling his opponent with massive fists. Elijah felt every blow, each of which was powerful enough to bruise bones. Still, he couldn't spare that any attention because if he did, he'd inevitably succumb to the powerful warrior's momentous blows. Even as Elijah rolled on the ground, grappling, biting, and clawing at Raji, his companions fought on. In one corner of his mind, he kept track of everyone, and every now and then, he'd see Sethik erupt out of stealth and bury a dagger in someone's back. A second later, he'd disappear from Elijah's senses. His foes rarely fell after a single attack, but a second was usually enough to take them down. However, one time he was a little too slow at reactivating his stealth, and he took a massive backhand that sent him skipping across the ground where he crumpled in a heap. Hopefully, he wasn't dead, but Elijah couldn't afford to disengage and cast Healing Rain. If he did, Raji would inevitably finish him off. Even as that thought skittered across Elijah's mind, Robelo completed his spell. 3 walrus men froze in place. Then, their shoulders slumped as they stared at the ground, their eyes unseeing. It was almost as if they were asleep on their feet. For his part, the moment Robelo completed the spell, he went pale. Elijah recognized the exhaustion that came with completely draining an ethereal core, and he was relieved to see the gnome backing away in an attempt to avoid any further combat. Suddenly, a pair of enormous slabs of rock tore free from the shore, then slammed together, sending an explosive echo to bounce around the massive cavern. However, there was also a wet squelch riding along with the clacking sound of rock colliding with rock as one of the Ulthrak warriors found himself between the slabs of stone. When they parted, wet strings of gore were all that was left. Then, the 2 hunks of rock flew toward their next victim, clacking together with deadly force. However, now that the advantage of surprise had dissipated, the Ulthrak warriors were able to avoid the worst of it. Still, a few were caught in the fury of Nia's spell, which resulted in a plethora of broken bones as well as a few more deaths. Finally, Keurig continued to pepper the Ulthraks with arrows. Most did very little damage, but 1 out of every 3 or 4 arrows glistened with Ethera, and it wasn't long before Elijah recognized their effect when he saw the Ulthraks stumbling around, obviously weakened by whatever skill Keurig had empowered. Even so, there were far too many, and Elijah recognized the writing on the wall. If he didn't do something soon, the battle would be lost, and their short-lived tower run would end. So, with a mighty heave, he shoved Raji away. Then, Elijah launched himself in the opposite direction, shifting into his human form at the same time. As the transformation completed, he hit the ground, rolling once before finding his feet. With another facet of his mind, he'd already begun casting Healing Rain. Hopefully, that would save the fallen goblin rogue, but if it wasn't enough, Elijah couldn't afford the time necessary to cross the battlefield so he could use Touch of Nature. In the meantime, another separate facet of his quartz mind started casting Swarm, while still another dragged Ethera from his core in preparation of using Calamity. The moment the plague of tiny insects manifested, Elijah shifted to shoving that Ethera into his most devastating spell. And just as he completed the casting, Raji arrived, aiming to continue the fight they had already started. The giant Ulthrak roared, and Elijah threw himself to the side. He was too slow, though, and the giant walrusman clipped him. That sent his body cartwheeling across the battlefield. Fortunately, Elijah managed to avoid hitting his head, so he completed the cast of shape of the predator, shifting into his draconid form. With the influx of strength and dexterity that came with the form, Elijah twisted his body to land on his feet. Then, he used Venom Strike before reversing course and pouncing on the still off-balance Raji. His claws bit deep as he raked them across the back of the Ulthrak's ankles, partially severing Raji's tendons. But it wasn't enough, and Elijah was forced to bound away in order to avoid the responding backhand. Then, Elijah accelerated, using a similar tactic to what he'd utilized against the orc horde. His draconid shape wasn't nearly as durable as his lamellar ape form, but it excelled in agility and coordination, which allowed Elijah to weave through the battling Ulthraks, scratching and clawing them along the way. Each wound he inflicted carried with it contagion, and that, along with Swarm's afflictions, was enough to severely weaken and even kill most of the Ulthraks. And all the while calamity raged. Without the enhancement of his staff of natural harmony, it was far less damaging than it had been before. That wasn't to say that it did nothing. It was still a powerful spell that drew power from his unmatched dragon core, yet for the current fight, Elijah was more concerned with the chaos it caused. Sure, a few of the walrus people would perish in the resulting storm of lightning, wind, and earth. But it was hectic enough to provide him with all the cover he needed to inflict hundreds of instances of contagion. So by the time the storm of calamity faded, the Ulthraks were collectively on their last leg. A few of the stronger members, including Raji, persisted, but even they had been affected. Elijah regretted that it was necessary, but he couldn't afford to restrain himself. The Ulthraks were a powerful foe, and if he held back even a little, he and his comrades would die. He couldn't allow that, so after infecting most of the walrus people with contagion, he shifted back to his lamellar ape form. Meanwhile, he was relieved to see that Sethek had recovered, and that none of his other companions had fallen. So, with that playing across his mind, Elijah fought on. He met little resistance as he tore through the weakened tribe of Ulthraks, at least until he reached Raji. The weakened walrusman put up a respectable fight, but in the end, he couldn't stand up to Elijah's onslaught. Still, Raji didn't fall until after a long and drawn-out slugfest that lasted until the last of the tribe had already succumbed. Broken and battered, the tribal leader resisted until the very end, when Elijah slammed his head against the rocky shore, shattering his skull and killing him. And then, everything was quiet. In that silence, regret bloomed anew in Elijah's mind, but he shoved it away. Raji would return. So would all the rest. That was how the towers worked. Even so, it still felt wrong, killing the tribe that had once treated him with so much kindness. The only solace was that the children as well as the elderly had retreated into a series of caves on the other side of the large cavern. Even though he knew they weren't real, Elijah wasn't sure he could stomach killing children. He looked back at his own companions, who'd picked up a few more injuries. Healing rain had long since dissipated, so those wounds persisted. Rising to his feet, Elijah rolled his shoulders before shifting back to his human form. Then he cast healing rain and basked in the regenerative precipitation. His lamellar ape form was durable, but it wasn't invulnerable. As such, he'd picked up quite a few wounds of his own. They healed at a remarkable rate, far more quickly than they should have, reminding Elijah of the effect of his new staff. It seemed that the enhancement to healing spells was far more potent than he'd anticipated. He approached the others and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't even think about two of you being goblins. This level is all about a conflict between the Ulthraks here and some goblins up above. I'll try to do better next time." With that, he strode forward into the village. He and the others swept through the village, searching for any valuable loot, but there was nothing worthwhile to get them to use any of their limited storage space. So it wasn't long before they ascended to the tundra and set off across the snow-covered landscape. Kurik tried to talk to Elijah, but he was too distracted by what had happened in the Ulthrak village to be a decent conversational partner. So it happened that they arrived at the goblin village. Disgusting, spat Sethic, who'd remained visible throughout their trek across the tundra. A mimicry of goblinhood. It is offensive, agreed Nia. She didn't seem quite so fearful as she had been before the fight against the Ulthrax, but she was still quite timid. Last time I was here, I just ambushed them, Elijah said. The tower's first task remained the same as it had the first time, so he'd barely even acknowledged it. Still, the first objective had been failed when they had killed the Ulthrax instead of saving the village. The moment the last one had died, the task had updated to the current objective. Task: destroy the goblin village. It was a simple enough task. Do you want to do the same thing? Or do you want a more direct assault? Elijah asked. The others were perfectly fine with letting Elijah and Sethic repeat the previous tactics, so after he shifted into his draconid form, Elijah and the rogue swept through the village, slaughtering the primitive goblins with ruthless efficiency. It went off without a hitch, and soon enough, they had completed the first task. The group congregated at the bay, though Elijah was disappointed with the reward he received upon opening his small, silver chest. Congratulations! You have completed level 1 of College Tower. Grade E. To progress further, find the portal to level 2. It was a terrible grade, but Elijah expected that it was the result of their failure to complete the first task. It wasn't their fault after all, the Ulthrax had attacked first, but the tower didn't seem to care about excuses. Reward for completing level 1 of College Tower. Goblin Dagger. Oh, come on. This thing is practically worthless, Elijah said, looking down at the useless blade. It was clearly low quality, though he suspected it was at least crude grade. Even so, he had plenty of daggers. One was in his pack, while the other was sheathed at his waist. It also sported a jagged and poorly forged blade, making it seem even worse than it probably was. But even more annoying was the fact that it confirmed Elijah's suspicion that his companions, who'd each received an identical dagger, would be forced to use alternate means of underwater breathing if they wanted to survive the next level. After all, his own ring of aquatic travel had been a reward from his first time through the level. Hope you all can breathe underwater, Elijah remarked, glancing at the others. They responded by pulling potions from their pockets. Keurig said, fish lung potions. Nasty, and they only last 12 hours. We each brought 10. So we're on the clock, Elijah reasoned. All right. Drink up, then we're going to the next level. Follow me. Don't do anything I don't do. Then, he waded into the bay before diving down to the entrance of the tower's second level. Hopefully, it would go better than the first. A cold wind swept across the open field, cutting through the warm spring air and heralding the storm to come. Thor glared at the horizon, as if he could intimidate the weather into a delay. But as powerful as he had become, that was still impossible. Though who knew what the future would bring? Godhood was on offer, and he wasn't going to fail in his quest to attain it. But the first step was to complete the quest given to him by the annoying little man. To that end, he pulled his attention from the storm in the distance and focused on his most useful ability. Hunt of the Ancestors. Summon an ancestral spirit to guide you toward worthy prey. He flooded it with Ethera, and a moment later, a wispy figure manifested before him. The spirit belonged to one of his ancestors, yet there was no resemblance apparent. Even if there had been, Thor knew it would have been impossible to detect. The shimmering spirit wasn't quite formless. The pieces of a human figure were obvious, but anything more detailed than basic shape had been obscured. Still, it spoke. You have summoned me again, disrespectful child. Have you not found your prey? Respect is earned, old fool, Thor spat, gesturing with his spear. Find the druid I seek. Very well, whelp, the spirit intoned, obviously annoyed to have been given such a task. Then, it spun in place before exploding into 100 tendrils of Ethera that sped off in every direction. A second later, one winked out. Then the next. Over and over they disappeared until only one remained, speeding off to the east. It is faint, but the druid's ripples are in that direction. Summon me again when you fail to follow the trail on your own. Then, the spirit disappeared, leaving only that thin thread of power behind. Thor's grip on his bone-hafted spear tightened in anger, but it was an impotent emotion. The spirit was immaterial, and as such, it was unassailable. In truth, Thor had no idea if it even belonged to his actual ancestor, or if it was just a trick of the spell. Whatever the case, it had proved invaluable, as he'd spent the past few years hunting progressively more powerful creatures. Without it, he would have been stuck killing whichever monsters he happened to stumble upon. And if that had been the case, there was no chance he could have progressed so high and so quickly. To reassure himself of his place in the world, he once again summoned the power rankings. Planetary Power Rankings, Earth. 1. Oscar Ramirez, level 63. 2. Sadie Song, level 62. 3. Thor Gunderson, level 61. 4. Hushue, level 59. 5. Nico Song, level 58. 6. Hushue, level 56. 7. Elijah Hart, level 56. 8. Anupriya Pandey, level 53. 9. Ramkondu, level 52. 10. Gunnar Lindstrom, level 49. 11. 12. 13. His frustration mounted. Both Oscar Ramirez and Sadie Song remained just ahead of him. No matter what he did, Thor couldn't quite pass them. More than once, he'd considered hunting one of them instead. It wouldn't be the first time he'd hunted a human. More than once, he'd done so sometimes, for Ethereum, but others because he thought it would be a challenge. None had been. Which was both disappointing and reassuring. Even when someone was a higher level than him, his powerful abilities as well as his secret weapon had been enough to see him through. When he'd acquired his body of wood, he hadn't thought it would be so impactful, yet it had proven to be the difference between him and everyone else he'd met. As far as Thor had seen, no one else had unlocked the secrets of cultivation. That gave him an advantage that he intended to use to catapult himself to the top. That was why he'd accepted the little man's quest. A powerful entity has offered you a task. Objective: hunt the Druid, Elijah Hart. Reward: blessing of the gnome, Eason Edmund. The first time he'd received a task through the system, it had given him a potion that he'd used to ease the cultivation of his body. The gnome, Eason Edmund, had promised that his reward would be similar, which Thor hoped would propel him to even greater heights. He just needed to finish the hunt, kill the so-called Druid, then turn his sights on the people who were ahead of him on the power rankings. Perhaps Elijah Hart would provide him with a decent hunt, but that was a secondary concern. His primary objective was to be the best, to climb the ladder to the top. Everything else came after that. So, with that in mind, Thor set off across the landscape as he followed the tendril of power the ancestral spirit left behind. It led him along for many miles, through forests and past mountains. Still, he kept going, killing anything that happened to be in his way. Most were worthless in terms of experience, but he killed them anyway. Some he used for food, but most he killed for no other reason than because he could. He reveled in the reality that they couldn't stop him. Just like the Druid that was his next target. For 2 more days, Thor traveled through the wilderness until, at last, he crested a hill and saw a town spread out before him. However, it only took one look for him to recognize that its residents were not human. Short and slim, with pointed ears and an ethereal beauty that even Thor couldn't deny, characterized them as elves. Which he found frustrating. He'd run into a few elves during his travels, and after the initial shock of encountering non-humans, he'd quickly found that they were aloof and judgmental, with an air of unearned superiority that he found extremely off-putting. There were multiple breeds of the creatures, though he'd only met the ones on the lowest rungs of their hierarchy. He'd killed the last group he'd found, though he had no interest in fighting an entire town. Especially when most of them were likely weaklings that would offer more trouble than they were worth. Still, the thin line of Ethera that had resulted from Hunt of the Ancestors was never wrong. Often, it was frustratingly vague. It didn't point him toward his actual prey, but rather the ripples of his passing. Thor often thought of it as a way to track the consequences of a person's existence. Those clues would then lead him to his quarry. So he had no choice but to head into the elven town and ask a few questions, which was the part of the hunt he enjoyed the least. It was his only way forward, though, so he took a deep breath, then strode forward, using his red-tasseled spear like a walking stick. His arrival came with some degree of notice, though the elves had clearly had dealings with enough humans that they didn't give him more than a few disapproving looks. Despite the fact that he wanted to challenge each and every one of them, he ignored their expressions. Instead, he followed the thread of Ethera through the town. As he did, he couldn't help but notice the architecture, which was oddly cozy, and it was also obvious that quite a lot of effort had gone into integrating the architecture with nature. The houses looked almost like they'd been grown, rather than assembled, and most had roofs made of green sod. Trees dotted the town, and the people wore rough-spun clothing that gave them a rustic appearance that hadn't been present with the elves Thor had encountered in the past. Perhaps he'd found a different breed that wasn't quite as high and mighty as their cousins. Whatever the case, Thor wasn't terribly interested in architecture or elven culture. Instead, he only cared about finding his prey, and with that in mind, he continued to follow the thread of hunt of the ancestors until it led him to a dwelling that was set a little apart from all the others, and in more way than one. First, the style was quite different than all the rest, and it looked almost like a miniature palace, with swooping arches and modest spires. It wasn't much bigger than a modern home, or modern in terms of the old world, but it was clearly meant to convey luxury. Or perhaps station. In any case, it was also separated by some distance from the rest of the town, which only served to highlight how different it was. The thread of Ethera led directly to it. Thor strode forward, then banged on the door. A few moments later, an elf opened the door. She wore a gray dress that, to Thor, clearly marked her as a servant. Or maybe that was her subservient demeanor. Either way, he said, "I demand to speak to the master of this house." She blinked, then said, "Do you have business with Master Breeze?" "I do." "Of what sort?" "The sort that will not be shared with a servant," he stated. "Now go. Fetch your master." She blinked again, then said, "Very well. Wait here." Before he could reply, she slammed the door in his face, which irritated him to no end. However, he stifled his anger. Even if he intended to make the girl pay for her impudence after all, he was third on the power rankings, and he deserved respect. He would not do so until he got the information he wanted. Thor was not so impulsive that he would hamstring his own quest to smother his own anger. That could come later. For a few long minutes, he waited, not moving a muscle, until at last, the door swung open. The same servant bade him enter, then asked him to follow. Thor did, and he was led through the opulently decorated house to what was obviously an office of some sort. There he encountered an elf. Though this elf was different from all the rest. Where they were short, he was tall. Where they were comely, he was acerbically beautiful. He was clearly a member of the aristocratic breed of high elves. A barbarian at the gates. "To what do I owe this dubious honor, number 3, asked the elf. Thor very nearly struck, right then and there. But he wrangled his anger enough to ask, "You know who I am?" "Of course. We have an up-to-date power ranking list," the elf stated, steepling his fingers. "Again, I ask, what can I do for you?" "I have a full line of potions available. Healing. Ethera recovery. I even have a couple of weak potions meant for body cultivation, though I dare say they wouldn't do you much good at your stage." "I don't want your potions," Thor spat. "I want information." "Ah. That is a product I can offer as well. What sort of information do you desire? Would you like to know about the budding kingdom to the southeast? What of the 1,000s of miles from here? Do you wish to know tower locations? I have a map with 6 of them, though more are discovered each passing month. No. I want to know about the Druid." The elf went pale. "Druid? I know of no Druid." "You would do well not to lie to me," Thor growled. And you would do well to remember where you are. If you attack me, I can guarantee you will not survive the attempt. Neither would you, Thor said with all the confidence of a man who'd not known defeat in quite a long time. Indeed, the elf said. Then he spread his long arms, saying, but I have no reason to lie. I have encountered no druids. If I had, I would tell you everything you want to know. Why? Let us just say that alchemists and druids are rarely allies. They stand in opposition to everything I do. More often than not, that results in irreconcilable enmity. So tell me, why do you think I have had anything to do with a druid? Thor wasn't going to reveal the details of Hunt of the Ancestors, so he just said, I was led here. Ah. A spell, then. Are you a seer? No, not with that spear. Perhaps you were pointed in this direction by someone with the sight. Yes, that makes sense, the elf stated. Then he tapped his chin. I have encountered spells of that sort. They track consequence, yes. Thor nodded. That was as accurate a way to describe what his spell did as he could envision. Something like that. That means your druid's actions touched me in some way, the elf said. Then, after a second, he said, ah. That would make sense. What? I sent a team of adventurers out into the wilderness to acquire a powerful natural treasure, the elf said. That was some time ago. I assumed they had been defeated by the treasure's guardian, but now, it is possible that they ran afoul of a druid. If that was the case, then it is no wonder that they never returned. That sounded like a good lead to Thor, especially considering that his spell would not have led him to the elf if he didn't have a clue. So he asked, where would I find this treasure? It would have been easier if he could have used his spell more often, but it was extremely limited in that respect. At present, it took more than a month to recharge. That will cost you, my barbarian friend, the elf said. What do you want? The same thing I wanted from the last team I sent, the treasure, the elf stated. Agree to acquire it for me, and I will point you in the proper direction. Thor grinned. I think I can work with that. Tell me where to go, he said. And I'll fetch your treasure. Fantastic. My name is Breeze, by the way. Thor, was his reply. Oh, I know precisely who you are, Mr. Gunderson. Irritation bordering on anger coursed through every facet of Elijah's mind as he threw himself at the huge turtle. Its jagged beaked head snapped out, its jaws clamping down on his hastily raised arm. He'd used iron scales, but even then, he felt his bones creak under the enormous biting force the monster could bring to bear. Still, he only grunted, shunting the pain into its own facet of his quartz mind as he wrapped his other arm around its neck in a headlock. Then he squeezed. Now he roared, his voice coming out with a multitude of bubbles, and the other members of his party rushed in to do their part. Keurig slammed the notched blade of his axe into the turtle's enormous head, while Nia used a spell to send spears of stone into its underbelly. Most were deflected by its hard shell, but some managed to breach the creature's defenses. Finally, Sethik leaped upon one of its legs, ramming both of his daggers through its pebbling skin. Meanwhile, Robala was busy keeping two other monsters occupied. One was an 8-foot-long barracuda, while the other was a sea snake that failed to fit into any category Elijah knew. Even as the two monsters drifted lazily in the current, the confounder who'd rendered them insensate struggled with the burden on his Ethera. It wouldn't be long before his core was completely spent, which meant that Elijah needed to end the fight. But he needed the others to get a few more good hits in because, as he'd learned since entering the tower, the system distributed experience based on the efforts of everyone involved. In some cases, that meant the primary damage dealer got the lion's share, but there were plenty of exceptions like healing, controlling enemies, and shielding allies that the only thing clear about how experience was allocated was that it was a complex thing that only a scholar could fully understand. So, rather than try fruitlessly to manipulate it, Elijah and his companions had adopted a simple strategy: everyone needed to contribute as much as possible, while Elijah kept them as safe as he could. In this instance, that meant holding the turtle in place so the others could pile on as much damage as possible. However, they were so far beneath him with the exception of Kuruk, whose skills were unsuited to direct confrontation, that even that wouldn't be enough to kill this particular enemy. Still, he waited until they'd gotten a few more attacks in before squeezing the turtle's neck so hard that bones cracked. A moment later, its struggling ceased, save for a few twitches from its jaw. A blow from Kuruk's axe finished it off, and Elijah let it fall to the seafloor, where it settled into the silt. Meanwhile, he threw himself at the sea serpent, which he judged was the most dangerous of the remaining two enemies. The second he touched it, Robulo's spell broke, and the monster tried to slither away. Elijah caught it by the tail, and because it was unable to escape, the sea snake whipped around, bearing a set of 6-inch fangs. Elijah punched it in the back of the throat, then used iron scales as it clamped down. The creature didn't have the biting power to even nick his scales, so long as he kept the ability going. By that point, the others knew the drill, and they shifted their attention to the serpent. That's when things went wrong, though. In his squeaky gnome voice, Robulo shouted, "It's breaking loose." At that moment, the spell holding the barracuda in place shattered, sending a small pulse of Ethera across the seafloor. Even as Elijah wrestled with the serpent, the overgrown fish sighted in on Robulo and tore through the water to attack what it saw as its tormentor. Fortunately, they were prepared for that, and when the fish darted toward the gnome, an earthen cage sprang up around the confounder. The fish hit it going full speed, sending a cascade of stones to drift toward the seafloor as a cloud of silt billowed, obscuring everything. But the cage held, stymieing the barracuda just long enough for Robulo to recast his spell. It went still again as the cage fell to pieces, and via one with nature, Elijah saw Nia sag in exhaustion. Normally, summoning that cage wasn't that taxing for the little goblin lithomancer. However, it was exacerbated by two factors. First, she was used to only using it on herself, and pushing it onto Robulo increased the Ethera cost by a significant margin. Second, her regeneration was absolutely horrible, which meant that since the very beginning, she'd never actually regained much Ethera. Aura of Renewal helped, but it wasn't enough to keep her going indefinitely. Yet, Elijah couldn't spare the attention for that kind of thing. Instead, he was too busy monitoring the totality of their circumstances. One slip in concentration, and one of the weaker members of his party could die. Elijah wouldn't allow that. Soon enough, the sea serpent died just like the turtle, and Elijah turned his attention to the lone remaining combatant. He fell on the barracuda, grabbing hold of its fins and ripping them free. After that, the fight went predictably. Even if the fish managed to break away from Elijah's grip, which it did a couple of times, it couldn't control itself without those pectoral fins. In the end, the monstrous fish went down when Sethek gutted it from underneath, sending its intestines spilling across the ocean floor as blood clouded the surrounding water. When it went down, Elijah shifted into his human form, then cast Healing Rain. With the crook of the serpent healer, the spell was almost 3 times as powerful as it had been when he was using the Staff of Natural Harmony. Sure, his old staff was a better all-around weapon, but for healing, his new weapon was far superior. "Is anyone badly hurt?" he asked. They all shook their heads. For once, he'd managed to shield them from any major damage. As a defender, he was growing more competent with each fight. Certainly, he lacked some of the abilities a more specialized fighter might have possessed. He'd learned a little about normal group composition from Kuruk, but he was a passable substitute. Some of that was due to the fact that he was a higher level than the others, and that gap was further widened by his more advanced degree of cultivation. Irritation bordering on anger coursed through every facet of Elijah's mind as he threw himself at the huge turtle. Its jagged beaked head snapped out, its jaws clamping down on his hastily raised arm. He'd used iron scales, but even then, he felt his bones creak under the enormous biting force the monster could bring to bear. Still, he only grunted, shunting the pain into its own facet of his quartz mind as he wrapped his other arm around its neck in a headlock. Then he squeezed. Now he roared, his voice coming out with a multitude of bubbles, and the other members of his party rushed in to do their part. Kuruk slammed the notched blade of his axe into the turtle's enormous head, while Nia used a spell to send spears of stone into its underbelly. Most were deflected by its hard shell, but some managed to breach the creature's defenses. Finally, Sethek leaped upon one of its legs, ramming both of his daggers through its pebbling skin. Meanwhile, Robula was busy keeping two other monsters occupied. One was an 8-foot-long barracuda, while the other was a sea snake that failed to fit into any category Elijah knew. Even as the two monsters drifted lazily in the current, the confounder who'd rendered them insensate struggled with the burden on his Ethera. It wouldn't be long before his core was completely spent, which meant that Elijah needed to end the fight. But he needed the others to get a few more good hits in because, as he'd learned since entering the tower, the system distributed experience based on the efforts of everyone involved. In some cases, that meant the primary damage dealer got the lion's share, but there were plenty of exceptions like healing, controlling enemies, and shielding allies. That the only thing clear about how experience was allocated was that it was a complex thing that only a scholar could fully understand. So, rather than try fruitlessly to manipulate it, Elijah and his companions had adopted a simple strategy: everyone needed to contribute as much as possible, while Elijah kept them as safe as he could. In this instance, that meant holding the turtle in place so the others could pile on as much damage as possible. However, they were so far beneath him, with the exception of Kurik, whose skills were unsuited to direct confrontation, that even that wouldn't be enough to kill this particular enemy. Still, he waited until they'd gotten a few more attacks in before squeezing the turtle's neck so hard that bones cracked. A moment later, its struggling ceased, save for a few twitches from its jaw. A blow from Kurik's axe finished it off, and Elijah let it fall to the seafloor, where it settled into the silt. Meanwhile, he threw himself at the sea serpent, which he judged was the most dangerous of the remaining two enemies. The second he touched it, Robulow's spell broke, and the monster tried to slither away. Elijah caught it by the tail, and because it was unable to escape, the sea snake whipped around, bearing a set of 6-inch fangs. Elijah punched it in the back of the throat, then used iron scales as it clamped down. The creature didn't have the biting power to even nick his scales, so long as he kept the ability going. By that point, the others knew the drill, and they shifted their attention to the serpent. That's when things went wrong, though. In his squeaky gnome voice, Robulo shouted, "It's breaking loose." At that moment, the spell holding the barracuda in place shattered, sending a small pulse of Ethera across the seafloor. Even as Elijah wrestled with the serpent, the overgrown fish sighted in on Robulo and tore through the water to attack what it saw as its tormentor. Fortunately, they were prepared for that, and when the fish darted toward the gnome, an earthen cage sprang up around the confounder. The fish hit it going full speed, sending a cascade of stones to drift toward the seafloor as a cloud of silt billowed, obscuring everything. But the cage held, stymieing the barracuda just long enough for Robulo to recast his spell. It went still again as the cage fell to pieces, and via one with nature, Elijah saw Nia sag in exhaustion. Normally, summoning that cage wasn't that taxing for the little goblin lithomancer. However, it was exacerbated by two factors. First, she was used to only using it on herself, and pushing it onto Robulo increased the Ethera cost by a significant margin. Second, her regeneration was absolutely horrible, which meant that since the very beginning, she'd never actually regained much Ethera. Aura of Renewal helped, but it wasn't enough to keep her going indefinitely. Yet, Elijah couldn't spare the attention for that kind of thing. Instead, he was too busy monitoring the totality of their circumstances. One slip in concentration, and one of the weaker members of his party could die. Elijah wouldn't allow that. Soon enough, the sea serpent died just like the turtle, and Elijah turned his attention to the lone remaining combatant. He fell on the barracuda, grabbing hold of its fins and ripping them free. After that, the fight went predictably. Even if the fish managed to break away from Elijah's grip, which it did a couple of times, it couldn't control itself without those pectoral fins. In the end, the monstrous fish went down when Sethek gutted it from underneath, sending its intestines spilling across the ocean floor as blood clouded the surrounding water. When it went down, Elijah shifted into his human form, then cast Healing Rain. With the crook of the serpent healer, the spell was almost 3 times as powerful as it had been when he was using the Staff of Natural Harmony. Sure, his old staff was a better all-around weapon, but for healing, his new weapon was far superior. "Is anyone badly hurt?" he asked. They all shook their heads. For once, he'd managed to shield them from any major damage. As a defender, he was growing more competent with each fight. Certainly, he lacked some of the abilities a more specialized fighter might have possessed. He'd learned a little about normal group composition from Kuruk, but he was a passable substitute. Some of that was due to the fact that he was a higher level than the others, and that gap was further widened by his more advanced degree of cultivation. Still, it was a good learning experience. However, one thing was certain: the others would have died a dozen times over without his presence. Yet, that wasn't as terrible as it sounded. Because he was the highest level of the group, the tower's level was determined by Elijah's. As such, most of the monsters they'd fought were meant to be a challenge for someone of his advancement, and the others could barely even hurt them. The benefits were impressive, though. "Got another level," Kuruk said in the aftermath. "That's 7 since we came to this cursed sea. I ain't leveled like this since, well, ever. Not even when I was a little one." "It is nice," agreed Nia. "It's okay," Sethik stated, trying to sound unimpressed. Robolo remained silent, which suggested to Elijah that the gnome was busy reading a notification. After that, the group spent a few minutes recovering, but the potion situation put them on a timer. If they didn't finish the Sea of Sorrows in a total of 5 days, people would start to suffocate. So, considering that over half that allotted time had already passed, they didn't have leave to linger. With that in mind, the moment everyone had recovered both in terms of Ethera, as well as their injuries, Elijah led them deeper into the Sea of Sorrows. Along the way, he pointed out any dangers he'd discovered during his first run through the tower. The group proved to be attentive students, though that probably had a lot to do with the fact that nearly everything Elijah showed them was potentially deadly. Like the rock turtle they'd just killed. Or the sea spiders who spun their gossamer webs across potential paths. Or any number of other predators. Slowly, they made their way across the seafloor. Their progress was much quicker than Elijah's initial run through the level, largely because he was much better suited to meet the challenges that presented themselves. Back then, he'd been forced into only using his human shape, and as such, the bulk of his power remained hidden for the majority of the level. With only a day to spare, they found the level's guardian. The monstrous orca was much as Elijah remembered it, which meant that it looked like a mutated version of a killer whale. The black and white pattern was the same, but it was both much larger, and its features looked far more aggressive. When he looked upon it, he still felt a sense of frustration and anger, but he supposed that was natural. Getting eaten and digested was bound to elicit some degree of enmity. This time, he wanted to ensure a better outcome, so he consulted with his group before retreating about a quarter of a mile from where they saw the orca. There they proceeded to set a trap. Nia used her earth manipulation powers to hollow out a cave, while Kuruk and Elijah set traps. The plan was almost identical to the one Elijah had used to kill the giant isopod during his first run through the tower. He intended to bait the orca into the trap, then escape the other side. This time, however, he had plenty of help meant to ensure it was a much safer proposition. So, with that in mind, the group worked against the clock as much as the environment until, at last, Elijah set out to pull the orca into position. And for once, it went off without a hitch. The creature was fast, but in his lamellar ape form, Elijah could propel himself to incredible speeds, at least so long as he didn't have to turn. Soon enough, he reached the prepared spot, then dove into the cave, where he shifted into his human form and turned to face the orca. Just as the giant whale entered, Elijah used snaring roots. Wiggling tendrils that looked like sea anemone appendages snaked up from the interior of the cave, wrapping themselves around the orca. Then, as Elijah dove through the exit, both Robolo and Sethik brought their attack skills to bear. The gnomish confounder sent small bolts of purple light at the orca. The primary purpose of that spell was to stun enemies, but they sizzled upon impact, doing a slight amount of damage. Meanwhile, Sethik tossed a series of spectral throwing daggers at the monster. They didn't do much damage, but they were better than nothing. And besides, the rogue wasn't about to get close to such a foe. Not without a defender to keep its attention. Even as they completed their first volley from their position at the tunnel's entrance, Elijah shouted, "Bring it down." Nia did just that, leveraging what little Ethera she had to collapse the roof as well as the entrance. Stone fell upon the thrashing orca, but due to the nature of the cave, it counted as a trap. And that meant that Keurig could enhance it with his ability. Ethera swirled as the creature was infected with neurotoxin, and high-pitched cries of pain filled the water. Yet it did not die. Not immediately, at least. Elijah added Swarm to the mix, knowing that he couldn't afford to hold back. The rocks were heavy, and the orca was wounded, but it was strong enough to tear free, unless they continued to pile on the damage. So that's what they did. It didn't feel as much like a fight as it did an extermination, but after almost an hour of pouring every ounce of Ethera they could into doing as much damage as possible to the orca, it finally succumbed. And though they wanted to celebrate, the group was far too exhausted for that. So they simply gathered together to rest, then when everyone had recovered enough to move on, they did just that. Eventually, they reached the end of the second level, which presented as a massive hole in the ground. By that point, the others were down to their last potion, so they couldn't afford to take any longer before diving in. Still, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. The first time through, it had taken him weeks to traverse the Sea of Sorrows. This time, though, he'd managed it in less than 5 days. Sure, he'd had help. But as much as he enjoyed having other people with him, their presence had slowed him down more than anything. Even so, it was a nice accomplishment, and he'd already met his goals of providing Ironshore with an opportunity to increase its people's power. Hopefully, they'd gain a couple of good rewards along the way. With that in mind, he followed the others into the massive sinkhole, and toward the tower's final level. How did we only get a C grade out of that? Elijah complained, looking at the item he'd found in the silver reward box. It was a pair of boots, called footpads of silence. It was flawless. I'm just glad to be out of the water, Keurig remarked, looking at his own set of footwear. He held them up. They were gray, with dark soles. Manta ray boots. All the others had received similar items, though with different themes. None of them would share the names, though. Apparently, Outworlders were prone to secrecy. Elijah tried his new shoes slippers, really on, and the moment he did, one with nature winked out. Ugh. Useless, he muttered. Apparently, the system wanted to keep him barefoot. Or maybe it was his Druid archetype. Whatever the case, he wasn't going to render one with nature useless just for a pair of shoes. Besides, wearing them felt odd, after going so long without any shoes. So he took them off and stored them in his pack. The others were quick to bind their new equipment, and rightly so. Any additional attributes or abilities would inevitably prove to be a boon. Hopefully, Elijah could find someone to buy his new and useless shoes, because he had no intention of wearing them. Keurig pointedly looked at Elijah's bare feet, then at the pack, and shook head. Elijah just grinned and shrugged, saying, "Not my style." "What's the deal with this place, then?" asked Sethic, his hands on his hips as he gazed into the jungle. "Well, there are a bunch of dinosaurs out there, for one." "What's a dinosaur?" asked the rogue. "Giant lizard." "Like a dragon?" "No." "Sort of." "I don't know." "They're not intelligent, though." "Just animals." "Deadly ones, though." "And then there are the Sasquatches," Elijah explained. "They're tool users, but I don't know if they're sapient or not. Probably best not to worry about it, though. They're aggressive, which means if we see them, we should probably treat them as enemies." He stretched after spending so long in the sea. His body needed a little time to adjust. To aid that, Elijah summoned healing rain, which added rejuvenating precipitation to the storm assailing the beach where they'd come ashore. "After that comes a maze. That's what's going to take the longest," he said. "There are Sasquatches in there, too. And these big, bipedal lizards made of roots and branches. I called them root raptors in my head, but I'm now beginning to realize that that's kind of stupid," Elias said, raking his fingers through his wet hair. "But that's about it. We just need to get to the maze's entrance, then find our way to the center. Once we do, we're done with the tower." Easy peasy, right? It was not. Hours later, as Elijah and the others fled yet another group of Sasquatches, he cursed his statement. The problem was that he'd never even considered the reality that he'd spent almost the entire time in the primordial jungle and the maze, afterwards in his draconid form. And as was the case more often than not, most of that span had been beneath the cloak of guise of the unseen. So he'd snuck past the vast majority of the dangerous monsters that lived in the primordial jungle. That was impossible now, what with him having to bring a few people with absolutely zero skill in stealth along for the ride. As a result, their little group had spent the past few hours either fighting or fleeing. Elijah ducked under a branch, narrowly avoiding an arrow that thudded into the trunk of a nearby tree. Then, he grabbed the branch, redirecting his momentum, and sending him back in the other direction. As he did, he used Shape of the Guardian, assuming the form of a lamellar ape as he crashed into the Sasquatch that had been hunting them. The monster barely staggered, but that was enough to give Elijah the opportunity to bring his claws to bear. One swipe, then two, and he opened up a couple of gaping wounds that sent blood spraying across the jungle. But he wasn't done. Indeed, he was only getting started. The Sasquatch was enormous, durable, and faster than it had any right to be, but the moment Elijah had taken it by surprise, he'd gained an advantage he refused to surrender. So he kept the pressure up with continuous attacks that eventually sent the monster to the ground. It reacted with predictable fury, but its weapons had tumbled free when Elijah had crashed into it, and its hands and feet were poor replacements. In that way, it was disturbingly human. Elijah didn't let that dissuade him from doing what was necessary, though, and he pummeled the thing with all the considerable strength he could bring to bear. On top of that, his efforts were accentuated by his equipment. The sash of the whirlwind lent him haste, while the claws of gluttony made any wound he inflicted bleed more freely than normal. That, in turn, weakened the monster to a noticeable degree with every passing second. And in the end, it was enough to give Elijah the edge he needed to finally bring the fight to a close when he wrapped his arms around its neck and squeezed. Its bones didn't break, but with the blood flow to its brain suddenly ceasing, it died after only a few minutes. Apparently, its anatomy was disturbingly human as well. Once the monster was dead, Elijah fell to his back, his breath coming in deep and ragged hisses. Like that, he lay for a few moments before finally pushing the enormous creature off his body and rising to his feet. A nearby commotion was all the indication he needed to recognize that the battle wasn't finished, and he shifted into his draconid form before letting guise of the unseen envelop him. Then, he padded toward the noise, reaching the site of an ongoing battle. Keurig faced off against another Sasquatch whose feet had sunk into forest's loamy ground. Nearby, Nia held her staff aloft as she chanted furiously. At the same time, Robelo crouched atop a limb, his hand outstretched toward a dinosaur that looked like a carnivorous version of a triceratops. It swayed on its feet, clearly bespelled. Sethek was nowhere to be seen. Keurig tossed his axe at the Sasquatch, hitting it in the thigh before running forward. The creature swiped at him, but he dropped to his knees, grasping the axe's handle as he skidded between its legs. Then, he bounded up the trunk of a tree, climbing it with the dexterity of a monkey before launching himself at the monster's back. Ethera swirled as he activated an ability, and he descended upon the Sasquatch's back with undeniable force. The monster's back split beneath the axe's bite, and it howled in rage, turning far more quickly than its bulk would indicate was possible, and it took Keurig with a backhand that sent him flying across the jungle and into the brush. That was when Elijah struck, using Venom Strike as well as Predator Strike as he leaped upon the monster's back and clamped his powerful jaws on its skull. It burst in only a second and the monster fell limp. Elijah knew there was no time to waste, so he darted to the Triceratops, embracing guise of the unseen before again using Predator Strike. His subsequent attack ripped through the creature's thick, pebbled hide, dragging a gaping laceration in its belly. Intestines spilled out, spelling the beast's doom, but as Elijah had discovered on multiple occasions, that wounds were not quick killers. The Triceratops went wild, bucking and biting anything close. Trees fell before the massive monster, but Elijah bounded free, shifting to his human form as he rolled to a stop. Then, he summoned snaring roots, binding the beast in place. Healing rain came next, and he hoped it would be wide enough to reach the fallen Keurig. That was when Sethek struck. Not the beast, though. Instead, the goblin rogue had finally chosen to attack Elijah. For his part, Elijah had known it was coming. The goblin didn't cut a trustworthy figure, and what's more, he'd been warned more than once that Sethek had been friendly with the fallen Eason Cabot. As such, the attack didn't really come as a surprise. But it did come at an incredibly inopportune moment. With his attention on the Triceratops, he only noticed Sethek at the very last moment. That was probably what saved him, as the dagger meant to pierce his heart missed its target by only a couple of inches. However, even that was enough to send an eruption of blood and flesh to splatter against the ground. What's more, Elijah fell to the ground, where he sprawled on his hands and knees for a split second before he swung his staff in a backhanded blow meant for the goblin. It hit nothing but air as Sethek used his stealth ability to disappear. That was fine, though. Because Elijah followed that up with calamity. The ground erupted as hundreds of bolts of lightning filled the suddenly deadly air. The Triceratops took the brunt of the damage, but via one with nature, Elijah found Sethek when he caught a stray bolt of lightning. That was when Elijah used Brand of the Stalker. Once that was done, Elijah took his time finding his feet. Sethek had fled the area, but that didn't matter. Wherever he went, Elijah would find him. Brand of the Stalker. Sear a brand on an enemy, preventing all forms of stealth and increasing your damage against them by 14%. So he aimed Storm's Fury at the Triceratops. It fell twitching to the ground, which allowed Elijah to shift into his lamellar ape form and finish it off. As he did, he noticed that Sethek's attack had come with a powerful poison, but it had been counteracted by Healing Rain, which, with the Serpent Healer's crook, had been accentuated far beyond normal. Still, the poison was still strong enough to send a wave of dizziness through Elijah's body. So he took a moment to use Touch of Nature. That served to close the wound in his back as well. He turned to Nia, who hadn't moved from where she'd hidden behind a bush, likely having spent the entirety of her core's contents. "I'm going to hunt down Sethek. If you knew what he intended, you'd better not be here when I get back," he said. "Because if I find out that you did, and that you failed to warn me, I'll make sure you end up just like him." Then, he strode off through the jungle. However, he didn't immediately chase Sethek down. Instead, he found Keurig, who was just rising from presumed unconsciousness. Elijah quickly told him what had happened, which elicited a string of curses, then began healing the dwarf. It was remarkably easy, and it only took 2 casts of Touch of Nature. Another benefit of his new staff. Or perhaps it was due to Keurig being a lower level. Either way, Elijah was grateful for how quickly he ushered his friend to recovery. After that, he used Shape of the Predator, then Guise of the Unseen before stalking toward Sethek. The goblin rogue had taken refuge a few hundred yards away, where he waited presumably, hoping that Elijah would prove incapable of hunting him down. So when Elijah pounced, the goblin displayed an expression of surprise. Elijah pinned him to the ground, his claw digging into the goblin's chest as he demanded, "Why? Why? You killed my friends." Sethek hissed, dragging his dagger from his belt. He never got the chance to bring it to bear, as Elijah snapped out, crushing the goblin's skull with a single flex of his powerful jaws. The dagger fell to the ground, and Elijah pulled away. He'd known for a long time that it was coming. The angry glares of the people of Ironshore had mostly faded, but there were still plenty who regarded him as the enemy. Sethek was clearly one of them. But he still didn't know what to do about it. He'd hoped that saving the city would help. And it had. It wasn't enough, though. His only solace was that it didn't seem to be a pervasive attitude anymore, so Elijah figured that his only response was to grow strong enough that any attempts at revenge would be rendered useless. Whatever the case, he gathered the goblin's equipment, throwing it into his pack before returning to the others. When he reached them, they were all quick to assure him that they'd had nothing to do with Sethek's assassination attempt. Elijah chose to believe them. if for no other reason than because they hadn't actively tried to help the rogue. "Let's go," he said. Then, without another word, he shifted into his draconid form before stalking off into the jungle. From there on out, he didn't bother trying to include the others in his hunt. Instead, he simply cleared the way, escorting them to the maze's entrance. After that came the long and arduous process of finding their way through the labyrinth. It was easier than Elijah's first visit to the maze, largely because one with nature had expanded, and as a result, he could feel dead ends much more quickly. Still, finding their way through the maze was not the work of a day. Instead, it took nearly a week before they encountered the root raptors. Elijah killed the first few without the group even knowing they were there, and a few days after that, when the alpha finally attacked, Elijah countered it with his lamellar ape form. What followed was a long and drawn-out fight that required Elijah to use Guardian's renewal. But in the end, he emerged victorious. Keurig tried to speak to him about what had happened, but Elijah was in no mood. Instead, he silently led them to the exit, where they received an F grade, presumably because they'd lost one of their group. Elijah didn't care. Nor was he concerned with the worthless sword he was awarded. Indeed, all he really wanted was to leave the tower behind, take care of the remainder of his errands, and leave Ironshore behind for a while. Perhaps when he returned sometime in the future, it would be on better terms. The smell of blooming flowers hung in the air, reminding Carmen that spring had well and truly arrived. In any other situation, she might have welcomed it. Indeed, even as a refugee who'd been banished to wilderness, she appreciated the warmer weather. However, it also highlighted a series of issues, not least among them that with the passage of time came the increased risk of hunger. Her group had long since run out of rations, and though they'd had some degree of good fortune hunting, they were only a couple of dry spells away from having to ration what they had left. But mostly, she was worried about the increased animal activity that would inevitably accompany the warmer weather. Many predators either hibernated or at least slowed down during winter, but now that spring had arrived, they would be up and about. And they would see the ragged group of refugees as prey. Because for the most part, that was what they were. Certainly, they could hold their own if they caught a monster by surprise. And against desperate groups of bandits, they could survive well enough. Yet, Carmen knew exactly how close to the edge they were walking, and it was painfully obvious that it would only take a single push to send them all careening over a cliff and into oblivion. If it weren't for her responsibilities as a mother, she might have simply given in and let it happen. Increasingly, the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other had become draining in a way she could scarcely articulate. It wasn't difficult to understand why, either. She'd lost everything. Her wife. Her forge. Even her home. Miguel was the only thing left, and he was the lone thread keeping her from simply giving up. If she'd been back in Easton, she might have lost herself at the bottom of a bottle. Or maybe she would have picked a few fights. Lost herself in her work, perhaps. However, none of those outlets were available. Instead, they'd been replaced by the tedium of survival, and it had proven a poor substitute. Because as difficult as it was, survival was not exciting. Nor was it terribly distracting. Long periods passed where nothing happened, and in those moments, Carmen could only dwell on everything she'd lost. On how thoroughly she had failed. People had died because of her. Others had been banished from the only viable life available to them. As a result, they were out in the wilderness with no real civilization for 100 miles in any direction. They needed rest. They needed somewhere they could settle in and collect themselves. Perhaps a place where they could set a permanent life. Maybe they would choose to keep going and look for something more developed. Or not. But for the moment, everyone needed a break from the constant rigors of travel and survival. One was doable, but both at the same time came at the expense of one's sanity. Carmen felt it as keenly as anyone else. So she couldn't help but feel a tinge of optimism when Colt returned to the column of refugees and said, "There's a good spot up ahead. Water. Some wild edibles nearby. And a reasonably intact shelter." What was it? Carmen asked, still trudging along the highway. It made travel easier when they could find a stretch of road, but it was also a grim reminder of the world they'd all lost. It was especially poignant when they stumbled upon an old roadside hotel or a gas station. They'd seen fast food restaurants as well as a few abandoned rest centers, establishing that they were traveling in what had once been America. Every now and then, they'd find something that clearly belonged to other countries as well, which served as another testament to how thoroughly Earth had changed. It was one thing to know that everything had been mixed up and randomized, but it was something else altogether to see a plainly Russian business a mile away from a building from South Africa. A high school, Colt said. There are a few cars in the parking lot, too. Nothing electric, but you could use the materials. You think it's a viable place to settle? The man shrugged, then reached up to his head, but as had been the case since they'd been exiled from Easton, he was missing his customary hat. For some reason, that struck Carmen as sad. Or wrong. The lack of his right hand didn't help that sense. Dunno, he admitted. Maybe, though. It's right next to a lake, too. There's water and shelter, and we can potentially fish for food. Seems like a good start. Indeed, it was. And over the past month or so, they'd covered enough ground that they weren't looking over their shoulders expecting Roman's people to overtake them. So they were far enough away from Easton that they could reasonably expect to be left alone. For now. Carmen suspected that Roman had plans for expansion, so who knew what the future might hold? All right. Lead us there, she said. Then she turned to the others and let them know what was going on. That was met with no small amount of relief, and soon enough, they left the highway, following a small road until, about 5 miles later, they came upon their destination. The school called Lincoln High School was nothing special. Just a low-slung series of unimaginative buildings. However, upon initial inspection, it seemed mostly intact. And it was large enough to accommodate their group. Still, Carmen approached with all the caution of someone who knew just how dangerous their world had become. So she summoned a pair of blacksmithing hammers, one in each hand, and activated her latest ability. Augment weapons. In a 20-yard radius, increase the durability of all weapons you have created. Also, add fire damage to each weapon. Temporary. Duration based on strength. Current, 7 minutes. It was Carmen's first true combat ability, which she'd acquired at level 35. And though it wasn't as flashy as something a warrior or sorcerer might use, it had proven incredibly useful over the past couple of weeks. It was also helpful that her summoned hammers, which had been manifested with summon tool, counted as her creations. As she used augment weapons, her hammers took on a red sheen. So did the blades of the spears each of the refugees carried. Most importantly, Colt's new sword did as well. Called Second Chance, it had been created using the metal from that first bandit leader's sword, and it was easily the best weapon anyone in the group had. However, it was a long way from the best Carmen could do. But without a proper forge and the right materials, it would have to do. Even with only one hand, he was still far and away the best combatant among the refugees. Every now and then, Carmen would see him fumbling with something like the clasp of a belt she'd made to hold his sheathed sword, but otherwise, he bore the loss stoically. Carmen wondered if she would have reacted the same. Probably not. Colt led the way through the school's front doors, and Carmen was happy to see that it was no different than 1,000 schools across America. To her left, she saw a school office, and to the right, a trophy case meant to commemorate a bunch of academic or athletic achievements. But there were no flying monkeys or other unlikely monsters. So they continued on, checking each classroom along the way. To Carmen's surprise, they found nothing but desks, whiteboards, and a bunch of abandoned computers. Everything looked like it had been untouched since the world's transformation, which put Carmen's hackles up. Still, no matter how hard they looked and they searched every corner of the small school, no dangers presented themselves. In fact, they found nothing but good fortune, even stumbling upon what had been the school's woodshop classroom. "This is all good steel," Carmen said, inspecting a saw blade. "This can't be real." We were due a little good luck, said Teresa. The woman had huge bags beneath her eyes, and a sag to her shoulders. She'd earned both. She was the closest thing they had to a healer, after all. Without her prowess as a chemist, none of them, including Carmen, would have survived. Even with her efforts, they'd come close to losing multiple people. And Teresa wasn't the only one who needed a rest. They all did. Which was why the school was such an attractive option. Still, Carmen insisted on sweeping through the place one final time, before giving the order to settle in. That resulted in no new information, so the group took refuge in the school's cafeteria. Meanwhile, Carmen and Colt and Miguel, to Carmen's consternation, scouted the surroundings. They were just as devoid of monster activity as the school. Even the lake, which was nestled only a few hundred yards from the school, was incredibly peaceful. In fact, the whole area looked like paradise. That sent a chill up Carmen's spine, and as she stood on the shore, she said, "This is too good to be true." "We're allowed to find peace," Colt said from where he stood beside her. "The world ain't all terrible, you know. There's plenty of good out there. We just got dealt a raw hand." "That's one way to put it," she muttered. She ran her hand through her dirty hair. How long had it been since she'd felt clean? Back in Silverado. Suddenly, she needed a long, hot shower. But that wasn't forthcoming. The days of conveniences like that were long in the rear view. She settled down onto the ground, and as she clutched her knees to her chest, she looked out over the lake. Before she knew it, tears were tracing lines down her dirty cheeks. It wasn't the first time she'd wept since being exiled from Easton, but she never really allowed it to go past a few scattered tears. Yet, now that she was alone, or mostly, she couldn't stop them. Soon enough, the sobbing escalated into the ugliest, sloppiest sort of crying. For his part, Colt remained nearby, but he didn't remark on what Carmen considered a display of weakness. Miguel, on the other hand, sat next to her and leaned his head on her shoulder as he said, "It'll be okay, Mom. It'll all be okay." As he spoke, he rubbed her back. It reminded her of how Alyssa had always comforted Miguel. Which only served to bring all of her deep-seated sadness bubbling to the fore. She wept, and not just for the losses she had endured. Indeed, she cried for everything she knew was coming. All the hardships she and all the other refugees would have to experience before they could even think about returning to normalcy. She wept for a boy who'd have to grow up without one of his parents. But most of all, she wept because she missed Alyssa. She'd always been the strong one. She had been the backbone of their relationship, and always, Alyssa had been the shoulder Carmen had cried on. Now she only had Miguel, and that was a burden she didn't want to put on her son. However, she couldn't stop. So she wept. For how long Carmen sat there, she didn't know, but by the time she finally pulled herself together, her eyes had gone dry, and the sun had set. At some point, Colt had wandered off, but Miguel had remained by her side the entire time. Just like his mother would have done. Finally, she glanced over and said, "Thank you." "For what?" he asked, blinking his big, brown eyes. "For being here," Carmen answered. "I'll be stronger from now on, but for now, thank you. Now, let's go back inside and see if we can make something of this place." After that, the pair rose and headed into the school, where they found Colt and the others. They'd each laid out the blankets they'd scavenged along the way, and they were all resting comfortably. It was the first peace they'd experienced since leaving Easton, and though they were still tense, every indication was that they could finally relax. But just because things appeared safe didn't mean Carmen could drop her guard. So she drew Colt to the side and said, "I'll take first watch. You take second. This place seems peaceful, but..." "I get it. But flip that," Colt said. "I'll keep an eye on things. You need your rest." Carmen was going to argue, but then she just shook her head. Colt was right. If anyone in the group needed a peaceful night, it was her. So she just said, "Okay. Wake me when it's my turn." Then, she headed to a corner where she laid out her own ratty blanket, then laid down, and within only a few minutes, was asleep. That night, she dreamed of broken promises and shattered peace. They were not pleasant dreams. It was a subdued group that left the tower behind and swam to the shore of Elijah's island. For his part, he spoke little, only as much as absolutely necessary to ensure the others knew what he needed them to do, and what he did say was terse. Even with Keurig, who by all rights, had done nothing wrong. If Elijah was honest, he was angrier with himself than with the people of Ironshore. After all, he'd known that there would be repercussions for killing Cabot and his band of mercenaries. That they'd taken so long to present themselves was only due to a combination of necessity. They knew they needed him to combat the orcs and circumstance. "I hope you know Sethek didn't represent the city," said Keurig once they'd reached the shore. Elijah had wasted no time in escorting the group to one of the rowboats. "He wasn't." "I know," Elijah said. "I just need some time alone." Indeed, there was a part of him that wanted to hold the entire city accountable and wipe them from the map. It wouldn't be difficult, either. He knew Ironshore well enough. He was intimately acquainted with what defenses they possessed. He could do it over the course of a couple of nights, and there wasn't much any of them could do to stop him. But would that solve the problem? Sure. It would assuage his anger, and temporarily, it would probably make him feel a little better. After all, he wasn't some saint who could brush off an assassination attempt. He was furious, and nothing that had happened since Sethek's ill-fated attempt at murder had served to alleviate any of that rage. Yet, as attractive as going on a killing spree was, he knew that it would ultimately be counterproductive. He didn't need Ironshore, not in a physical sense, at least. But from a social perspective, the idea of having civilization so close, and all the benefits that came with it was an attractive prospect. On top of that, he would have been lying if he didn't admit that he'd made a few friends among the goblins, gnomes, and dwarves. Keurig was one of them. So was Ramek. Biggle, the alchemist. He was even on friendly terms with the terse tailor Mari. And that wasn't even considering all the children in the city. The moment Elijah thought of orphaning little Rosabella, or worse, her ending up on the wrong end of his claws, his anger dissipated, and it was replaced by disappointment. So, as he watched the scout climb into the rowboat next to Nia and Robelo, it was with a deep sense of melancholy. The problem was that he was an outsider. He had been from the very beginning, and as much as they'd tried to accommodate him, it only took a short walk through Ironshore to hammer home just how out of place he was. Sure, he'd made friends, but he was still a human. And among the short-statured goblins, gnomes, and dwarves, he was a clear outlier. He needed more of his kind. He needed his sister, Carmen, Miguel, and whoever else they wanted to bring with them. Elijah had no intention of ever leaving his grove behind. It was too safe and far too important to abandon. So he assumed that Alyssa and her family would simply come to live with him. It just made sense. Though what if they were already established somewhere? What if they didn't want to come with him? What if something had happened to them? 1,000 questions spiraled through his mind, sending him down roads he didn't want to contemplate. Sure, he could see Carmen's name on the power rankings, and he'd taken solace in that. However, he wasn't so naive as to truly believe that the Carmen Rodriguez on the ladder was definitely his sister-in-law. For all he knew, there were a million Carmen Rodriguezes out there. And if that wasn't Carmen, then he had no reason to suspect that his sister, out of all the billions of people who died in the aftermath of Earth's transformation, had survived. It was even less likely that a child like Miguel had made it. If he looked at things realistically, no one he knew from his old life was still alive. Simple numbers suggested that he'd never see any of them again. But for so long, Elijah had refused to look at things like that, so, even amidst the melancholy strangling his mind, he shoved those negative thoughts aside. If he dwelled on them for too long, he would succumb to depression. He'd done it before, and for days at a time, especially during his first few months on the island. He didn't like to think about that, though. Instead, he chose to look at the positive side of things. Like the fact that his soap was probably finished curing. So Elijah grabbed hold of that thought, and, once he saw that Kuruk and the other two had passed the halfway point, he retreated across his island and to his grove. He'd left the soap to cure inside his treehouse's kitchen, so he climbed the stairs and found the series of molds. And it had cured well. It even smelled nice. "You completed the tower more quickly than I expected," came Nerthus' voice. "And I noticed that you went in with 4 companions, but only 3 exited. Do you wish to speak of what happened?" Elijah turned to see the 4-foot-tall tree spirit standing near the door. If he wasn't moving, it would have been easy to imagine that he was an expertly carved statue. But despite Nerthus' general stillness, he still moved like any other living thing. It would have been unnerving if Nerthus hadn't been the one person in the whole world that had earned Elijah's explicit trust. It was an ambush. "The goblin rogue," Elijah explained with a sigh. "I saw it coming. Even if Kuruk hadn't warned me, I could see it in Sethic's eyes. He hated me. And what's more, he thought he could gain some sort of advantage by killing me. He never stood a chance." That wasn't entirely true. Elijah had shifted at the last possible moment, which had forced the rogue to miss a lethal strike. However, if Sethic had been allowed 1,000 chances, Elijah would have done the same thing 999 times. The reality was that Sethic had been completely outmatched, even if the goblin hadn't known it. "What will you do?" asked Nerthus. Elijah shrugged. "Right now, I'm going to bathe with my soap," he said. "I hope it'll have some positive effect. Other than cleaning me, I mean. After that, I'm going to take a long nap. The rest, I'll figure out in the morning." After that, Elijah asked Nerthus how things were going in the grove, and he received a long dissertation on how the tree spirit was trying to guide the gardens into a specific formation. It was one of the few things that truly excited Nerthus, so Elijah was glad to listen. "And here I thought the paths and everything just naturally appeared because of the way I used nature's bounty," he mused. "Oh, no. The way you use that spell is effective, but it wreaks havoc on my designs," Nerthus revealed. "What? Why didn't you tell me that?" "Because you seem to enjoy it," Nerthus answered. "And it is your grove." "It's as much yours as it is mine, Nerthus." "I mean, if I'm doing something you don't like, let me know," he said. Nerthus looked away and asked, "When will you be departing again? Are you asking that because you want me to find my sister? Or because you want me to stop messing with your garden designs?" "Yes." "Which one?" "Oh. I see," Elijah said. He sighed. "I won't use it unless you ask me to." "I could teach you to command it better," Nerthus offered. "I have devised a 12-year plan meant to give you the control necessary to effect the changes you going to have to pass," Elijah said. "I don't have 12 years right now. Maybe after I find Alyssa and Carmen. And Miguel. Which reminds me, do you think you could grow a new treehouse? Like a separate one? With a few rooms? I want it to be ready for them when they get here." "Certainly. It will be grander than this hovel," Nerthus stated. "Grander? I don't want it to be better than—" "Oh, you're already gone." "Great." Indeed, Nerthus had slipped into the floor, disappearing eagerly. Hopefully, that meant he was excited about the task. Sighing, Elijah muttered, "And my sister is going to have a better house than me." Then, Elijah gathered his soap, cut it into easily usable blocks, then took one into the shower. Once he'd let the water warm, he undressed and stepped under the stream. Then, he lathered himself up. The moment the soap touched his skin, he let out a gasp of surprise. It didn't just feel rejuvenating, as he'd hoped. It also imparted a degree of the Ethera that surprised him. He couldn't quite tell where it went, but he felt sure that it was a good thing. Perhaps he'd take some to Biggle and get an expert's opinion. In any case, he enjoyed his shower far more than any he'd ever experienced, and he stayed beneath the warm stream of water for far longer than he had expected. By the time Elijah left the bathroom, his fingers and toes had turned pruny. Pruny, he asked himself. Or is it with an IE? Prune-like. Shaking his head, he realized it didn't matter, and soon, he hopped into his extraordinarily comfortable bed, and for the first time since the night before he'd entered the tower, he slept soundly. The next morning, he rose from bed with a significantly better attitude. So it was with a spring in his step that Elijah headed down to the garden, where he picked a series of berries and other edible plants. Then, he gathered his things and headed to shore, where he boarded his rowboat and started toward Ironshore. Between strokes, he muttered, "I would give anything for a fish form or something. Just something that would keep me from having to row these stupid boats." But that didn't seem to be on offer, so he bent his back to the task. It wasn't that it was difficult. With his high attributes, propelling the little rowboat across the strait was easy enough. Yet, it was slower than he would have liked, and it was tedious enough to sour his attitude. Which was probably why, when he finally docked in Ironshore, he wore a grimace that sent a few people scurrying in the other direction. Word of Sethic's betrayal, it seemed, had gotten back to the city. Case in point, Ramek soon appeared, hurrying across the dock to confront Elijah. "It's fine, Ramek. Don't worry about it," Elijah said as he tied the boat off. "What?" asked the goblin as he slowed to a stop. "I said it's fine," Elijah reiterated. "Sethic was a bad apple, right? He acted alone. His attitude wasn't representative of Ironshore, who still wants to be my ally." He looked up at the mayor. "Is that what you were going to say?" "More or less." Elijah sighed, then pushed himself to his full height. Putting his hands at the small of his back, he stretched. "Look, I like you, Ramek. There are a few other people here I would consider friends, too. So I'll tell it to you straight," Elijah stated. "This is your one mulligan." "Mulligan?" "Free shot," Elijah said. "You get one free mistake. After that, if anything like that happens again, I'm going to get angry. And you wouldn't like me when I'm angry." "Ah, that last part, was that supposed to be poignant?" "I don't like it when anyone's angry," Ramek stated. "If I had my way, no one would ever." "I really need to show you guys some movies," Elijah said with a shake of his head. "My point is that I'm willing to give you all the benefit of the doubt. But if you keep pushing me, I'm going to have to reevaluate our friendship." Ramek swallowed. "Understood. Good. Glad we had this little talk," Elijah said. "Now, I have a man to see about some soap." With that, Elijah set off down the dock and into town. As he did, he was well aware of the furtive glances that came from the townspeople. It seemed that word had spread even further than expected, and the residents of Ironshore were on pins and needles wondering what he was going to do. Fortunately for them, he'd mostly moved on from the assassination attempt. As he'd told the mayor, he was willing to give Ironshore the benefit of the doubt, but if they kept pushing his buttons, he was going to give in to his inner rage. They wouldn't survive that. Putting that out of his mind, Elijah's first stop was at Mari's shop, and the taciturn dwarven tailor informed him that his cloak wouldn't be ready for another 2 or 3 weeks. That wasn't what Elijah wanted to hear. Indeed, he was even more eager than ever to resume his search for his family, but he reasoned that he didn't have much choice in the matter. Mari was a skilled crafter, and if she said she needed that much time, he would believe her. Besides, he had some ideas on how to spend the intervening days. His next and only other planned stop was Biggle's laboratory/home. As always, when he arrived, he interrupted some experiment that resulted in a crash and a muffled explosion, but the little alchemist was still happy enough to see Elijah, especially when the gnome was introduced to Elijah's soap. "Where did you get this?" demanded the alchemist with a fervor Elijah had never seen from him. "Made it. Used fat from the orcs and wood ash from the trees on my island," Elijah stated. "Plus some lavender oil I made." "Why? Is it good? Do you have any idea how much something like this is worth?" "'Bout 350. "What? Nothing. So tell me what I've got." Biggle raised an eyebrow, then said, "This is a body fortifying soap. It doesn't result in increased attributes, but it will give you a temporary boost in defenses. In addition, it has slight healing properties. Better than anything else, it will prepare you for higher levels of body cultivation. Oh? Yes. It takes years of using something like this to get any results, Biggle stated. But when combined with a few other methods, yes, we could sell this for quite a lot. Not terribly useful at your level of cultivation, but for the people of Ironshore. He tapped his lip as he studied the soap. Then, finally, he asked, "How much do you want for it? How much are you offering?" "Oh. It's like that, is it? Well, I can't give more than 6 silver per bar. Take it or leave it." Elijah shook his head and tried not to smile. That was far more than he'd expected, but he knew it was far less than Biggle could afford. So began a back and forth that ended with Elijah getting more than 10 silver per bar. He'd packed 5 away, which he handed over to the alchemist. After he paid, Biggle said that the cultivation potions would be ready in a day or 2. So Elijah left the alchemist with the intention of returning in 2 days. After that, he went back to his island, then dove down to the cave to check its progress. To his surprise, the Ethera density had increased by a significant degree. However, he still spent the next couple of days flaring nature's bounty within the cave's bounds. Because he wanted it to be at peak Ethera density when the next part of his plan dawned. Carmen wrenched the leaf spring of the vehicle free, then set it aside. The ends were still smoking from her use of smolder, which she'd utilized to weaken the steel, so she could pull it away from the car. She could have used fracture, but it required a lot more Ethera than smolder, making the choice easy even if it required a judicious application of her strength. Slapping her hands together, she pushed herself to her feet, and let out a sigh as she looked around. The parking lot of the school was much the same as it had been when they had first arrived, though with a couple of key differences. First, there were a couple of people standing guard against any intrusions. Nothing had attacked them yet, but Carmen and the others knew precisely how dangerous the wilderness was, so they didn't want to take any chances that something could sneak up on them. The second difference was that the few cars had all been taken apart so that Carmen could harvest the high-quality steel she found in the parts. Unfortunately, modern cars had much less steel in their makeup than they once might have, and as a result, her haul hadn't been quite as extensive as the number of cars might have suggested. Still, she'd managed to gather enough that she hoped to outfit the entire group of refugees. And now that they'd settled, she'd had a chance to build a reasonable forge in which to do it. So Carmen gathered the steel and headed around to the back of the school where she'd built her forge. It was located beneath an awning outside of the cafeteria, and the presence of a few old cigarette butts suggested that it had once been used by the workers as a break area. Obviously, schools were intended to be smoke-free zones, but Carmen was familiar enough with human nature to know just how little that would matter to people who just wanted to enjoy a smoke in peace. She didn't exactly approve, but with everything that had happened over the past few years, it was difficult to begrudge anyone for taking what enjoyment they could from their lives. If that included stealing a few moments to smoke a cigarette, then so be it. In any case, Carmen wasn't worried about the self-destructive habits of the past. Instead, her mind was firmly on the present, with an occasional glance toward the future. To that end, she needed to complete her first project, which was to arm her people so they had the best chance of survival in the event that something attacked them. Or someone. Carmen was well aware that it wasn't a matter of if that came to pass, but when. And she was determined to prepare the refugees for that inevitable eventuality. So once they'd settled in, she had wasted no time in building a forge. The bricks were rocks that had been mortared together with clay she and Miguel had harvested from a nearby deposit. It had been messy work but enjoyable enough, if only because it had allowed her the chance to spend time with her son. Of late, those sorts of opportunities had been in short supply, and since nearly losing him, Carmen was more determined than ever to take advantage of any chances she could find. The forge itself wasn't a complex structure. Just a big, brick oven with a chimney. However, because of her abilities like Bond, the structure aside from the chimney was airtight and well insulated. Attached to it was a bellows she'd made from the enormous badger hide. The only issue was that with a paucity of coal, she was forced to use wood. That wasn't ideal because coal tended to burn much more evenly. Yet, Carmen was well aware that beggars couldn't be choosers, so she would take whatever she could get. Hopefully, that would change as they settled in, though she knew they would have to get lucky to find a coal deposit anywhere close, especially considering they didn't have anyone who knew anything about such things. In any case, wood would have to do for the time being. So Carmen gathered her firewood, then spent the next few hours alternating between decontaminate, refine material, and ethereal infusion. It was tedious work, but if she wanted to make the best of her situation, she needed every advantage she could get. So she bent her will to removing the wood's impurities, then using bond to fuse the results back together before repeating the process. All the while, she kept ethereal infusion going, making certain to flood the fuel with as much as possible. Doing so before burning the wood would impart some of that Ethera into the fire. In turn, that would seep into the metal. As she worked, Carmen gazed out at the nearby lake. A few of the other refugees were lounging on the shore, their toes tickling the calm water. One of them laughed at a joke. It was such a peaceful scene, and one that was desperately needed after their trek through the wilderness. Even a few days without their lives being constantly threatened was enough to raise everyone's spirits. Even Carmen's. Certainly, she hadn't forgotten all the blood on her hands. It would take years before she even began to forgive herself for the hubris she'd displayed by trying to rebel against Roman. And she would never get over what that man had done to her wife. Yet, the school felt like it might be the second chance everyone so desperately needed. But danger was around every corner, and Carmen knew better than most how necessary good equipment could be. So once she'd finished with the wood, she set it aside and started in on the steel. Gradually, as the day went on, she processed the material, purifying and infusing it with Ethera until it had practically become an entirely new metal. Of course, it wasn't on par with the cold iron they'd mined in Silverado. There was a qualitative difference in the base material that no amount of refinement could rival. Yet, Carmen was still proud of the results, even if her constant and repeated use of decontaminate and refine material had whittled the amount down by 2/3. That was expected, which was why she'd spent so much time pulling bits and pieces from the cars, but it was still a little disappointing when she looked at the 20 billets of steel. "You can help if you want," she said, glancing over at Miguel, who'd been watching the whole time. "I don't have any abilities," he countered. "You don't need abilities to pump the bellows," she said. "Besides, it builds muscle better than all that sword training you've been doing with Colt. I don't know why you chose that weapon in the first place." "I train with spears too," he argued, his voice cracking. He'd started to hit puberty, and as a result, he was right in the middle of a growth spurt, which meant there was a few inches of ankle visible below the hem of his trousers. "And Colt has been showing me how to use a quarterstaff, too. He told me that between warriors of equal skill, a quarterstaff expert can beat a swordsman every time." "And yet you still spend 90% of your training time with the sword," Carmen stated. "Couldn't be because you think it's cool, right? It's completely practical, I'm sure." Miguel blushed. "I can use a bow too," he said in a soft voice. "Colt says it's smart to know as many weapons as possible so you're never without one." "He's a smart man," Carmen agreed. "Now come here and—" At that moment, a scream tore across the ground between the school and the lake. Carmen jerked her head in the direction of its origin, and whatever aura of peace that had infused the area completely shattered beneath the weight of what she saw. A thick and slimy tentacle had slithered out of the lake and taken hold of one half of the couple who'd been lounging on the lakeshore. And that tentacle was pulling the screaming man into the lake. He scratched and clawed at the soft earth, but it was useless. The monster, for that was the only thing it could have been, was too strong, and its grip was far too sure. At that moment, the tentacle burst into a mist of blood and slimy chunks of flesh, and it went wild, releasing the man and rising high into the air. Blood fell like rain as it thrashed back and forth, but by then, Colt had arrived. He hacked into it with a horizontal strike that had all the elegance of a lumberjack going about his business. But for all its crudeness, the attack was successful. Colt's sword, called Second Chance, bit deep, and when he pulled it free, it came with a wedge of blubbery meat. It slammed down into the ground like a falling tree, yet Colt dodged, diving to the side with a roll, and then hacking again. And again after that. By the time he aimed another strike at the creature, Carmen had recovered her wits, screaming, "Stay back," as she sprinted toward the lake. As she ran, she used Summon Tool, manifesting 2 blacksmithing hammers and enhancing them with Augment Weapon. The ability swept through Colt, lighting his sword with orange flames. And when he aimed yet another strike at the tentacle, it hit with a distinct sizzle. Carmen slid to a stop next to the wounded man. His leg had obviously been crushed by the tentacle, and though he tried to pull himself to safety, his infirmity clearly limited his efforts. Meanwhile, his partner, a thin woman who normally wore the haunted expression of someone who'd lost far too much, simply watched in horror, stunned by past traumas and fresh terror. And then, Miguel was beside the woman. He grabbed hold of her hand and yanked. At first, she did nothing. But she was too horrified to resist for long as he dragged her away. Carmen wanted to chastise her son for his disobedience, but there was no time. And besides, if she thought about it, she would have been proud. He was his mother's son, after all. Alyssa would have done the same thing, regardless of the danger to herself. Carmen dismissed her hammers, recognizing that it was not the time to fight. Rather, it was time to run. So she screamed, "Hold it off until we can get to safety." Colt didn't acknowledge her orders. Instead, he continued his furious quest to chop the thick tendril in two. At the same time, Carmen hooked the wounded man under the armpits and dragged him backward. She could have carried him, and easily, but she didn't know if that would injure him further. So she tried to be as gentle as possible while pulling him away from the lakeshore. After 20 or 30 feet, she heard a loud splash and looked up to see that the horrors of the lake had only escalated. Because where before there had only been a single tentacle, there were now 10. And they were all waving and writhing in obvious fury. That wasn't the truly disturbing part, though. That label belonged to the thing rising from the depths. It looked like a woman, if said woman was 20 feet tall, naked, and with the skin of a shark. Its hair was made of water snakes, and sharp fins jutted from its forearms. The lower half of the monster's body was dedicated to the tentacles, all of which were hundreds of feet long, and as thick as a telephone pole. The monster let out a shriek, and for a brief second, Carmen's mind went blank. She dropped the man to the ground as her muscles went slack. A second later, she returned to herself, but when she looked around, she saw that the others, Miguel, the haunted woman, and Colt, were not so lucky. Carmen had no idea why she'd endured better than the others, but she wasn't going to let that resistance go to waste. Miguel and his charge were out of range of the tentacles for now, but Colt was right there, practically in their grasp. So Carmen dashed forward, resummoning her hammers and launching herself at the tentacle that had suddenly gone on the offensive. Just before it fell upon Colt, she rammed into it, leading the way with both of her blacksmithing hammers. With her monumental strength, Carmen packed quite a punch, and as a result, she knocked the thick tentacle aside. It fell upon the shore, kicking up mud and rocks upon impact. Carmen didn't pay much attention to that. Instead, she dipped down, grabbed Colt around the waist, and threw him over her shoulder. Then, she ran, propelling herself away from the lake with all the speed she could muster. And given her strength, she could move incredibly quickly, if only in short bursts and in a straight line. When she reached the injured man, she repeated her motions, throwing him over the other shoulder as she dashed toward the school. When she reached the safety of her open-air forge, Carmen looked back to see that the monster was crawling its way free of the water. The message was clear. This was that monster's territory, and they only had 3 choices. Give in, run away, or fight it for dominance. That last one might have been the most attractive, but she knew from the brief fight that she and the others had no chance of winning that battle. So the only real choice was to run. The brief bout of safety they'd experienced had been an illusion. "Put me down," growled Colt. Carmen did just that, handing over the injured man. Then, she said, "Gather everyone. Get as many supplies as you can carry. We can't stay here." To his credit, Colt didn't argue. Instead, he just said, "Yes, ma'am." Then, Carmen snatched the metal she'd spent all day refining into her hands. So with regret and fear, they were forced to abandon the false sanctuary. As she prepared to leave, Carmen looked back to see that the monster hadn't slithered far from the lake, but she knew it wouldn't stop so long as they remained in the area. It was just one more piece of evidence that peace was in short supply in the transformed world. Perhaps it was even non-existent. The smell of lavender twisted in the air, fusing with the steam from the shower. Meanwhile, Elijah sang Tiffany's "I Think We're Alone Now" as he scrubbed the dirt, muck, and salt from his body. It wasn't his favorite song or anything, though he did have a soft spot for 80s pop music, but it was catchy, and for some reason or another, it had been in his head for the past week. So as one did, the moment he'd stepped into the shower, he had immediately burst into song. He blamed his sister. After all, she loved that sort of music, so growing up, it was always playing in the background. Back then, Elijah had made a show of hating it, but as he'd gotten older, his little brother irritation had turned to nostalgia. Now he remembered it all so fondly, especially because it reminded him of a time when family had been as close as the next room. He desperately wanted to get back to that. Looking back, leaving for Hawaii was one of the biggest regrets of his life. He'd done it as much to run away from everything that reminded him of his parents' death, as he had to pursue his career as a marine biologist. In retrospect, he should have stayed and leaned on the family he had left. But that revelation came as a benefit of perfect hindsight, and at the time, he'd been in no state to be reasonable. In any case, he channeled some of that nostalgia as he sang in the shower, and when he finally stepped out, his mood was definitely buoyed. And why should it not be? He'd spent the past 2 weeks working on his underwater cave, ushering it to unprecedented levels of vegetation. That, in turn, had served to thicken the ambient Ethera to the point where it had actually become visible. At present, it hung in the air pocket like a thick fog, just begging to be used. On top of that, the nature of that Ethera had changed as well, taking on a flavor, for lack of a better descriptor, similar to what he felt in his grove. And according to Nerthus, it was perfect for what he had planned. So he was in understandably good spirits as he left the bathroom and stepped out onto his balcony to dry. Winter had well and truly given way to spring, so the air only had a slight nip to it. To Elijah, whose elevated constitution protected him from anything but frigid temperatures, it was quite pleasant. "Do your kind routinely walk around without clothing?" came a voice from behind him. Elijah turned his head to see Nerthus standing at the balcony door. The tree spirit looked no different than he had a few weeks before, but Elijah still felt that Nerthus had grown stronger. Denser, perhaps. He could only regard that as a good thing. Not really, Elijah admitted, making no move to cover himself. It was his home and his grove. He could walk around nude if he damn well pleased. Besides, he didn't think Nerthus cared that much. Though, looking at the expression on the tree spirit's gnarled face, he began to wonder at that assumption. "I see. You don't wear clothes," Elijah accused. "I don't have any dangly bits either," Nerthus stated. "For those who do, it is customary to cover them up when in the presence of others." Elijah sighed. "Fair enough," he muttered. "But if you're going to get all pearl clutch, why, you should probably knock or something before you come into my house. Just saying." Nerthus didn't respond, which Elijah wasn't sure how to take. Regardless, he quickly dipped back inside and dressed. When he'd finished, he told Nerthus what he had planned, then asked, "Do you think it's dense enough?" "Yes. But I do not know if you are ready. It would be better if you used that soap of yours for another 2 or 3 years. Then you would be truly prepared to take the next step." Elijah shrugged. "What's the worst that can happen?" he asked, drying his hair with one of the towels he'd bought back in Ironshore. No matter what else happened with the city, it was still good for filling the gaps in his supplies. After all, it wasn't as if he could just run out to the nearest big box store and buy bed linens or towels. But there were plenty of supplies like that available in Ironshore. The only downside was that someone might try to assassinate him from time to time. And he had to row across the strait. He wasn't sure if that was a good exchange or not. You could die, Nerthus answered. I'll be fine, Elijah said. They had discussed it plenty of times, and they'd both agreed that, theoretically speaking, he should have the healing power necessary to keep himself alive until he crossed the threshold and solidified the chrysalis that would usher him into the next stage of body cultivation. But theory and practice didn't always agree. So there was some degree of uncertainty concerning the upcoming process. Still, Elijah was willing to take a chance because the alternative was to wait years to make the push. It wasn't just impatience that drove him, though there was some of that, but rather, a near certainty that he would need all the advantages he could get. After all, he'd almost died against the orcs, and he wasn't so naive as to believe that they were a unique threat. For all he knew, there was another horde somewhere out there. Or something even worse. And that wasn't even considering that as the world's Ethera density rose, so too would the power of the Vox. No, he needed to take chances, or he would never maintain his lead. And if he didn't have that on his side, he would lose his ability to traverse the wilderness unaided, and that would, in turn, make finding his family impossible. Besides, it felt like the right choice, and in a way Elijah didn't really understand. Was that intuition part of his cultivation? Was his body trying to tell him something? Or perhaps it was his class. Or maybe he was fooling himself and he'd die a horrible death in an underwater cave. Whatever the case, he'd made his choice. Good or bad, he was going to try. So, after a few more minutes of conversation with Nerthus, he went to bed, and the next morning, he rose with a mission on his mind. So he gathered the 3 vials he'd gotten from Biggle, then undressed and shifted into his draconid form. Before he knew it, he was racing across the island and to the beach closest to the underwater cave. Before he dove into the water, he shifted back to his human form, then checked his bag to ensure that he'd brought all of his supplies. Each item was packed away in waterproof containers, but everything was there. So he wasted no more time before wading into the surf, then diving toward the cave. By that point, the trip had become routine, but when he started seeing the glowing crystals, he was still awestruck. The same could be said for the cave itself, though for a different reason. Certainly, the domed ceiling was festooned with the same green crystals as always, but Elijah was more concerned with the plethora of sea life that had taken hold. The various ocean flora he'd transplanted into the cave had thrived, growing rapidly under the influence of nature's bounty as well as the thick Ethera. And that vegetation had attracted various creatures. Mostly, the population was limited to insects, but there were a few reptiles, amphibians, and fish present as well. They all ignored him as he swam to the deepest point in the cave. Then, Elijah focused inward. On his heartbeat. On the gentle sway of the water against his skin. On the subtle sounds of the surrounding ecosystem. But most of all, he let himself truly feel everything around him via one with nature. If he'd tried that before he'd achieved the quartz mind, he would have been overwhelmed. However, not only had it allowed him to break his mind into 9 separate pieces, each with its own vortex through which he could siphon ambient Ethera, but it also increased his ability to parse large quantities of information. It wasn't easy, and it required him to utilize every facet of his mind. But he managed it all the same. And the results were stunning. He could feel every single organism in the cave, and not just the flora and fauna. The microbes, too. The bacteria. The algae floating in the water. Even with his quartz mind, it bordered on overwhelming. Yet, he'd spent much of the past week preparing himself for it, so he managed to keep himself from collapsing under the weight of so much input. Instead, he let it suffuse him in a way that made him truly feel like a part of something much greater. However, Elijah knew the risks before him, so he kept himself from fully giving himself over to that feeling, lest he lose his grip on his identity. It was a real danger, according to Nerthus, so he was very cognizant of it. Still, he walked himself right up to the edge. Then, without opening his eyes, he reached into the bag he'd brought along and retrieved the first vial. As he held it in his hand, he preemptively cast Healing Rain before shoving the vial into his mouth and uncorking it with his teeth. The liquid slammed into his mouth like it had a mind of its own, burning blisters in the tender skin, as it washed down his throat. Elijah was ready for it, but still, he let out an impotent and garbled scream of pure agony. But with another facet of his mind, he focused on the next task, which was to retrieve the second and third vials, which he raised above his head and popped open. The potions drifted down, enveloping his entire body in a cloud of diluted poison. It was pure torture. Yet, Elijah didn't use touch of nature to heal himself. Nor did he move away from that cloud of poison. Instead, he simply endured, focusing on the Ethera all around him. The cloud of poison didn't dissipate. Nor did it fall to the cave's floor. It hung all around him, eating him alive even as the first potion assailed him from within. After 30 seconds, Elijah pulled a berry from his bag and tossed it into his mouth. He couldn't taste it. Nor could he chew. Swallowing was the extent of his ability, and even that was almost beyond him. Still, he persisted, and the berry went down, sending a spark of healing and Ethera coursing through him. So he ate another. Then another. Over and over he ate the berries, and the Ethera in his body continued to build. Even as he did that, he pulled with every vortex of his faceted mind, flooding his soul with even more Ethera. His core filled to bursting, but he kept going until the Ethera was seeping from the wounds inflicted by the poison. But even then, it wasn't enough. His body hadn't reached the point of failure. The stress was still too faint to prompt the metamorphosis. So he retrieved the final vial from his bag. This potion was the strongest yet, and Biggle had cautioned him not to use it. But Elijah had known, even then, that he wouldn't have a choice. For whatever reason, his body was too durable. He downed that potion as well. Indescribable pain tore through him, and without his quartz mind, he would have succumbed then and there. However, he managed to barely shunt the pain into one facet after another until there was only one left. That he kept free to guide the Ethera into his body. And then, finally, it happened. Elijah couldn't tell what it was that he felt, but he knew that his body was ready. So, with one last heave, he shoved every bit of Ethera out. And the results of that expulsion mingled with the incredibly dense Ethera, solidifying a second later. After that, Elijah's body was rebuilt, one cell at a time. The metamorphosis he'd experienced upon reaching the body of wood stage had been transformative, curing him of his cancer and expelling all sorts of impurities. However, the next stage was a qualitative leap forward. It wasn't just perfecting what was already there. Instead, it was pushing past the limits of humanity and into something else. He knew all of this from the guides he'd bought, but feeling it happening was something else altogether. Elijah had no idea how long he remained in that cocoon of solid Ethera, and if he was honest, he didn't really care. He was too busy reveling in the process, which was agonizing, transformative, and edifying, all at once. It was as if he'd reached physical enlightenment. Yet, as high of a peak as he'd reached, he could now see just how far he had to go. Then, suddenly, it was over. The end began with a simple crack, no bigger than a hair, but it slowly spread until great sheets of solidified Ethera sloughed off of the cocoon. They dissolved the moment they broke away, so when Elijah finally broke free, there was no evidence of the chrysalis. Except for the naked man floating in the center of the cave. Or the fact that all the vegetation and animal life that he'd so arduously nurtured to fruition had died, dissolved and used for fuel. Now, all that remained of what had once been was a thick layer of silt at the bottom of the cave. However, Elijah was not distressed at that fact. Death was a part of any circle of life, and he could feel the dense life energy blanketing the cave's floor. From that would spring a new cycle, stronger than ever before. But for now, Elijah was only concerned with the notification he'd received. Congratulations! You have cultivated a body of stone. After reading that notification, he could only wonder how long he'd been in the cave. It had felt like only a few minutes, but as he'd discovered in the past, his perception was always a bit skewed while he cultivated. In any case, he'd done it. He had achieved the next step. Now he only needed to take care of a few errands, and he could finally get down to completing his quest to evolve Ancestral Circle. Then, he would resume his search for his sister. As he floated in that underwater cave, though, Elijah let himself bask in his achievement. For a long time, Elijah just floated in the cave. As he gently swayed back and forth with the weak current, he reveled in the feeling of his body of stone. He'd only progressed an hour or so ago, and yet, he could already feel more of a difference than he'd felt when he'd taken the first step on the path of body cultivation. That initial stage had cured his cancer while also acting as a multiplier on his physical attributes. Progression to the body of stone stage came with a similar increase, though it was far more noticeable. Even when he was nearly weightless, he could feel the strength surging through him. If he had described the previous stage's multiplicative effect as making him half again as strong, then the second step doubled that. He was still dependent on his actual attributes, but those numbers now counted for even more. And according to Nerthus, as well as the single guide to cultivation he'd found, progression now increased his lifespan. Though the actual degree to which that was expressed was dependent on species as well as attributes and other categories of cultivation, it wasn't uncommon for body of stone to come with a lifespan that was twice as long as the base. Each subsequent step was supposed to be even more dramatic, meaning that if he could take a few more steps, he could live for thousands of years. Which was unfathomable. For all that he could understand those numbers, actually conceptualizing a life spanning for thousands of years was difficult. After all, the pace of human development meant that the entire world could be transformed in a few hundred years. So what would Earth look like in 1,000? 2,000? Elijah's imagination wasn't up to that sort of prediction. But as someone who'd, only a few years before, made peace with the fact that he would soon die, Elijah would take any extra years he could get. And if that meant seeing a rapidly transformed world, then so be it. After all, Elijah had already seen how quickly Ironshore had developed, so he suspected that there were places in other parts of the world that could match that pace. Maybe Seattle was one of them. Elijah could only hope. And now that he'd accomplished his goals for the moment, it was time to resume his long-delayed search for his sister. Of course, he'd kept an eye on Carmen's name on the power rankings, and though he'd watched it bounce on and off the list, Elijah took solace in the assumption that she was still alive. Because if she had survived, then so too had Alyssa. Elijah was well aware of the flaws in his reasoning. There were a host of issues, and they weren't limited to the fact that Carmen Rodriguez was an incredibly common name. There was no guarantee that the Carmen whose name he was tracking on the power rankings was even his sister-in-law. But he chose to believe it was, just like he chose to focus on how that might relate to his sister's survival. And his nephew's. It was one of the only things keeping him sane. Eventually, Elijah moved on from that, then swam toward the tunnel. He intended to embark on his quest immediately, but he knew that after what he'd done to the cave's environment, he needed to spend a little time setting things right. So, despite his desire to immediately set out for Seattle, he spent the next few hours transplanting sea life into the cave. Then, he remained behind for an additional day while he continuously used nature's bounty. As he did, he couldn't stop himself from repeatedly checking his status. Name: Elijah Hart. Level: 56. Archetype: Druid. Class: Animist. Specialization: not applicable. Alignment: not applicable. Strength: 67. Dexterity: 59. Constitution: 57. Ethera: 65. Regeneration: 59. Attunement: Nature. Cultivation stage, cultivator. Body: core. Mind: soul. Stone: hatchling. Quartz: neophyte. If he hadn't been so hard on the cave, he might have attempted to advance his soul cultivation as well. He hadn't studied that very much, but he knew that it required him to reform the pathways of his soul in a very specific way. The problem was that that pattern was based on his archetype, which meant that he had no guidance in how to accomplish that feat. He'd asked Nerthus about it, but the tree spirit was just as ignorant. So Elijah could only hope that he would muddle through it, find an appropriate guide in the knowledge base, or meet someone who could point him in the right direction. The first sounded like a disaster waiting to happen. The second seemed unlikely after Elijah's search had so far proved fruitless. And the last was just as implausible, given the paucity of druids, much less animists. So he was at a bit of a loss on how to proceed. Yet, Elijah had done well enough so far, so he had to expect that he'd eventually figure it out. Or not. In which case he would focus on other means of growing his power. Part of that was because he knew he'd need as much strength as possible in the new world. He had no interest in ruling over anyone, but he also wanted to retain his own freedom. Elijah needed to believe that humanity would pull together and work toward a common benefit, but he was enough of a realist to understand that there would be those who chose to oppress anyone weaker than them. The solution to that, at least in terms of Elijah's continued freedom, was to be so strong that no one could force him to do anything. However, that was only part of why Elijah wanted to continue getting stronger. The second part was both more ephemeral and far more understandable. He enjoyed it. There was something about the continued ability to overcome obstacles in his path that had proved to be addictive. Meeting goals was similarly habit-forming. And the strength itself was addictive in its own right. Of course, there was a love of adventure and exploration that drove him as well. And finally, he couldn't deny the rush he felt when he saved someone. Whether it was via healing people like he had in Norcastle, saving someone like he had with Artemis outside Argos, or coming to Arnshore's aid, whether they appreciated it or not, Elijah liked knowing that he'd done the right thing. It was similar to why some people gave to charity. Sure, there was a selflessness to it, and that was to be lauded. Yet, there was a selfishness there as well. People liked the feeling of helping others. And Elijah was no different. As far as he was concerned, that was the best expression of selfishness in which one could engage. In the end, it all coalesced into a reality where Elijah had no intention of stopping. In fact, everything he'd read in his guides made him want to keep going as far as possible. He knew he wouldn't reach the top. Few did. In fact, that wasn't even adequate in expressing how rare it was. It wasn't 1 in a million. Or a billion. Even trillions. Quadrillions or more people attempted it, and only the best even made it to Ascendant. There were 3 more steps and almost 900 levels just to reach Transcendent. And it didn't stop there, even if there was no information on it. So Elijah knew he wouldn't get to that point. Still, if he could make it to Ascendant or Demigod, even he would count that as a worthy accomplishment. Not that he could think of such things at the moment. He wasn't even halfway through the mortal realm, so any thoughts of going higher than that were the epitome of prematurity. Still, goals were important. Some needed to be immediate, like his resolution to repopulate the cave. Others, like his quest to reunite with Alyssa, were more long-term. But it was nice to have an overarching and far-reaching goal towards which he could work. In any event, Elijah occupied himself with those thoughts as he pushed the transplanted flora to take root in the cave. And to his surprise, it did so quickly and with unexpected verve. Using one with nature, Elijah discovered the reason the plants that had been destroyed during his push to Body of Stone hadn't just dissolved. Instead, they'd been absorbed into the silt, which would provide an incredible base from which the plants could sprout. The result was that his cultivation cave would only grow stronger in the coming months, a good thing, considering his needs. So it happened that, a few days after he'd completed his cultivation goal, he emerged from the cave and headed inland. When he reached the grove, he found that Nerthus had already begun work on the house intended for his sister and her family. It still had a long way to go, but that was fine. Even if he found them sooner rather than later, they could always stay in his house. He would even welcome it, after a fashion. Once he'd taken a few hours to compose himself, Elijah set about testing his body of stone, and after spending a few hours lifting increasingly heavy rocks, he could only conclude that his previous estimates were in the right ballpark. Without measured weights, he couldn't be certain, but he did know that rocks that he'd once struggled to lift were now a breeze to handle. If he had to guess, he would have put himself firmly in the superhuman territory. Sure, he wasn't Superman or the Hulk, but he felt certain that he could give someone like Spider-Man a run for his money. Or maybe not. It had been years since he'd read any comic books, and the movies were also inconsistent with character strength that using that as a measurement was largely pointless. Regardless, Elijah was stronger than any human had a right to be, and that was as satisfying a judgment as he could rightly give. After testing his endurance, speed, and coordination, he found similar results. Still, he continued like that well past dark as he accustomed himself to his newly inflated power. Eventually, though, Elijah made his way back to the grove, where he once again bathed with his rejuvenating soap and went to sleep. It was the last time he would do so in a bed for a while, so he wanted to get his money's worth out of it. He slept well past sunrise, and when he rose, he took a while to enjoy a cup of tea and a breakfast of freshly caught fish. The meal took him back to the days when he'd lived off crab and fish, which, through the lens of nostalgia, he looked upon far more favorably than he'd have ever expected. Soon enough, though, he ran out of reasons to delay. So, after spending a little time talking with Nerthus after all, the tree spirit had to get lonely out there all by himself. Elijah headed to the beach, hopped into one of his last 3 remaining boats, and began the journey across the strait. The trip was uneventful, save for a brief brush with a curious whale. Elijah stopped for a while and patted the enormous creature's back. It liked that, and Elijah had to admit that he did as well. When he'd first embarked on his career as a marine biologist, he'd harbored expectations of working with whales and dolphins. In the end, he'd studied marine bacteria, but he'd never lost his fascination with the huge mammals. Eventually, though, the whale lost interest and headed to deeper waters. Elijah watched it go, feeling a deep sense of connection that he often ignored. From what he understood, most people thought of forests and furry animals when they heard the term Druid. Yet, he felt just as poignant a connection with the sea as he did with any forest. Maybe even more so. And after spending so much time underwater of late, it had only grown stronger. One day, he would have to explore the deep places of the world and see what wonders they had to offer. But not yet. He still needed to find Alyssa. And before that, he had to stop in Ironshore. So, with some regret, Elijah continued his trip across the strait, docking not much later. When he did, he noticed that the fear had returned to the city. Despite everything he'd done for the people of Ironshore, they were terrified of him. That was better than ire, he supposed, but he couldn't help but wonder if they'd ever accept him. Not that he could do anything about that. In any case, Elijah set off across the city, intending to complete his errands as quickly as possible before continuing his quest to find his sister. Ironshore was a bustling town, though its population was low enough that it often seemed a lot sleepier than it really was. Still, there were enough wary glances aimed at Elijah that his trip through the city felt claustrophobic in a way that had nothing to do with tight quarters. So he was more than a little relieved when he arrived at his first destination, which was the central government building where Ramek kept his office. The lobby was much the same as always, with a floor of white ceramic tiles, in the center of which was the crest of the Green Mountain Mining Guild that had apparently financed the operation. It consisted of a single peak, surrounded by a circle of iron. Elijah had seen it often enough that he barely paid it any heed as he crossed the lobby and mounted the stairs on his way to Ramek's office. When he arrived, he found that someone had preceded him with news that he was coming, because Ramek greeted him at the door, offering a long-fingered, green hand. Elijah took it, shaking it firmly as Ramek said, "You seem different. You must have needed the rest your island could provide." Elijah shook his head. "Yeah. Something like that," he said. "Can we talk? In private, I mean." "Certainly," Ramek said. "I was just finishing up when a runner brought word of your arrival." "Come in." Elijah followed the dapper goblin inside, where he found Carissa, the dwarven leader of the mining expedition. Like all dwarves, she was around 4 feet tall and stout, with a blunt-featured face, and a mane of red hair that set her apart from even her own people. She smiled broadly upon seeing Elijah, and she too offered her hand. When Elijah shook it, he couldn't help but note that her grip was far stronger and rougher than Ramik's. She was a woman who worked with her hands, while Ramik clearly specialized in administration. As befit their positions within the town, Elijah thought. Sit, sit. Ramik said, gesturing to one of a pair of chairs on the near side of a big desk made of cherry wood. It was ornately carved, and even though it smacked of age, it smelled like the forest to Elijah. The chairs were made from the same material, though they sported colorful cushions. As Elijah took a seat, Ramik asked, "Can I get you a drink? We've made some headway in our distillery, and the results are quite good. Not the best, mind you. Even if we'd nailed down the recipe, truly good whiskey requires quite a lot of aging. But in a few decades, we might be able to make something better than passable." "No thanks," Elijah said. "You seem like you're in a good mood." "Why wouldn't I be? The Orcish horde has been defeated, and we're coming back stronger than ever. Plus, we found a deposit of blood tin in the mines," said Carissa with a smug smile. "Just like I predicted." "You didn't predict blood tin," said Ramik. "Well, no. Not blood tin specifically. But I knew there was something down there," Carissa countered. "If we can find some sun copper, we can make vampiric bronze. Think of it. And you know sun copper is a lot more common than blood tin." "Would be better if we found divine tin," Ramik countered. "On the frontier? There's no chance." "I'm only teasing," Ramik said with a subtle smile. "You've done a phenomenal job. Truly, this will be quite a boon to our economy. We may even want to branch out and send merchants to other cities." "I thought you had to send everything back to your guild or something," Elijah said. "Oh, no. Not at all. The fees for something like that would bankrupt this operation within a day. We're only taxed until we reach the end of our contract. After that, we will be completely independent," Ramik said. Then, he went on to explain that that was one of the benefits of a branch, and the reason they were given one to import. It gave them the ability to transfer Ethereum to their sponsor's headquarters. In return, the Green Mountain Mining Guild financed the founding of the town. So far, we've only barely kept our heads above water, but with this discovery, we should be able to start growing. Especially if we can establish trade relations with other settlements. "I could probably help with that," Elijah offered. "Not with the people part. I can guide someone to the 2 other settlements I found." "You've explored the region?" "Oh. Yeah. Only a few hundred miles," Elijah said. He might have gone a bit further than that implied, but it was difficult to keep track of that kind of thing. "I found 2 other cities. One's only a couple of weeks away, but the other is quite a lot further. Maybe 2 months. Distance is difficult to gauge." "Indeed," said the goblin, tapping his lip. "We will have to do it eventually. Ironshore is self-sufficient, but we will never pay our debts unless we branch out." After that, Elijah and Ramik established the groundwork for how they were going to tackle the issue. For Elijah, it wouldn't really put him out, so he had no objections to leading someone to Norcastle. After that, he intended to go much faster, so that was where his guidance would end. That was perfectly acceptable to Ramik. "So, do you expect me to do this for free?" Elijah asked. "Because I did that before, and it got me a knife in the back for my trouble." Sethic was not. "I know you had nothing to do with it. But it put things into perspective," Elijah said. "I don't think the people here are ever going to really accept me. Hopefully I'm wrong, but I just don't see it right now. So I've done everything I intend to do for free." "What do you want?" Ramik asked. Elijah shrugged. "Maybe some of that or you were bragging about," he said. "Not much. Just enough for personal use." Ramik hesitated for a moment, but Carissa cut him off. "That ain't unreasonable," she said. "Say a £50. When Ramek objected more to Carissa's interjection to the content of the deal, she pointed out that the mine and its output was within her purview. As such, she had the authority to make the deal. After that, it was just a matter of negotiation. Elijah had no context for what blood tin was worth, but he reasoned that more was better. So he managed to increase his payment to £65, to be delivered after he led someone to Norcastle. Thankfully, he wasn't required to make a return trip. And I don't think I need to point out that if someone lands on my island, they'd better be ready for a fight, he said once the negotiations had concluded. It is not undefended. They both insisted that they had no intention of going there uninvited, and what's more, they assured Elijah that they wouldn't spread the news of his absence. That was just about as much as he could expect, so he left it at that. In the meantime, he went by the branch to withdraw some Ethereum for the trip, then headed to his most anticipated destination. He'd given Mari plenty of time to complete his cloak, and he was more than eager to see the result. So, it was with some degree of expectation that he entered her shop. Fortunately, there were no judgmental customers or precocious children around, so he was able to get Mari's attention straight away. She greeted him with a subdued, "Hello. I was beginning to wonder if you'd forgotten about your order." "I've been busy," Elijah said apologetically. "Island upkeep, you know. Anyone who tells you that owning an island is hard work is probably trying to sell you something." She didn't even crack a smile, prompting Elijah to mutter, "Tough crowd. In any event, I completed work on your commission almost a week ago. Would you like to inspect the item?" Mari asked. "Of course," Elijah said a little too enthusiastically. She just looked at him with that same expression of tired disapproval. Pointedly, her eyes flicked to his bare feet, which only deepened that demeanor. Then, she just shook her head and disappeared through the door at the back of her shop. That left Elijah to peruse her other goods. As always, everything was sized to fit much smaller people, so he predictably found nothing that would work for him. Not that he needed a larger wardrobe, of course. Fortunately, his clothes transformed right along with him when he took on one of his other shapes, which had saved him a lot of trouble. Briefly, he imagined Bruce Banner ripping through shirts as he transformed into the Incredible Hulk, which made him thankful that he didn't have to invest in implausibly stretchy purple shorts. He was admiring the stitching on a goblin-sized suit, when Mari finally returned carrying what looked like a bundle of brown fur. She set it on the counter and announced, "It turned out much better than I expected." "Grade?" asked Elijah, straightening to his full height. Thankfully, the ceilings were of a height to accommodate his taller figure. If it had been dwarf or worse, goblin or gnome-sized, he would have had to stoop. "Low complex." "Really?" "I don't lie, boy," she said. "The leap from simple to complex isn't as dramatic as it is from complex to sophisticated, but it is still the best item I have ever crafted." "Really? Are you going to question my every statement?" "Oh. Sorry. I'm just surprised is all," Elijah said. "I thought you would have created much better items, for some reason." "That's because you don't understand crafting," she pointed out, which was a fair assessment. Elijah liked to dabble in item creation, but his archetype and class were ill-suited to the endeavor. That he'd had as much success as he'd enjoyed was due to a variety of factors, but mostly, it was because of the grove and its dense Ethera. Without that, he wouldn't have been nearly so successful. "Do you think high-quality materials are made available to someone like me?" "No. That's why I came here. On the frontier, there are far more opportunities." "I guess I could see that," Elijah said. "So, what's with the cloak? You said it's complex grade. What does that mean in practical terms?" "It is far more durable than a simple grade item," she said. "It would take a concerted effort to destroy that cloak. In addition, it has two abilities associated with it. The first is called temperate, and it will protect you from extreme temperatures. Wearing that cloak, you could be stranded in the most frigid tundra on this world, and you wouldn't feel more than slightly uncomfortable. The same goes for scorching deserts." "Nice," Elijah said, though he was a little disappointed. It was a useful trait, but it wasn't nearly as flashy as some of his equipment. What's the other one? It's called cold-blooded, she answered. In normal temperatures, the cloak will provide a modest boost to your physical attributes. However, the colder it gets, the more dramatic the increase. Where does it top out? In temperatures native to this world. It could reach as high as 15 points to each attribute. No more than 20. Elijah couldn't help but grin. Now that was more like what he had expected. What's it called? Cloak of the Iron Bear, Mari answered, handing him the bundle of fur. Elijah took it, then let it unfurl. For a moment, he was lost in nostalgia and grief as he looked at the soft, brown fur. That had once been a living creature. A noble animal that had only wanted to guard its natural treasure. And now it was a piece of clothing. Are you displeased? Asked Mari. Elijah shook his head. No. Just remembering a friend, he said. The moment the words left his mouth, he had to remind himself that they were false. The bear hadn't been a friend. It had barely tolerated his presence. Any other impression was the result of his psychological issues, as well as the rose-colored lens of nostalgia. Thanks, Mari. You outdid yourself. With that, he drew his knife and pricked his finger. After smearing a bit of blood onto the fur, he injected some of his Ethera into the cloak, binding it to him. Then, he slung it over his shoulders, fastening it into place with a pair of silver clasps that had been molded into the shape of a bear's head. After that, the two settled their accounts, and Mari told him not to hesitate before bringing him any other interesting bits of hide or cloth he found. He nodded along, then excused himself. With his new cloak draped over his shoulders, Elijah set about completing his other tasks. First, he went to the town's largest general store, where he bought traveling supplies like rations, a couple of pots, and a sack of tea leaves so he could enjoy a taste of caffeine each morning. He also purchased some salt, pepper, and a couple of other interesting spices. Now that he had money and availability on his side, Elijah had no intentions of ever eating bland meals again. Next, he headed to the barber to get his hair and beard wrangled into something approaching order before finally sharing a meal with Ramek and Carissa. This time, they chose a more intimate dining experience at what seemed a much more upscale restaurant. Elijah ate venison that had been doused in some sort of spicy gravy, and for the first time in quite a while, he had some bread smeared with honey butter. That made the entire meal worth it. Finally, now that Elijah was as prepared as possible, he set out for where he was supposed to meet the person he was intended to lead to Norcastle. As it turned out, Elijah was happy to find that that person was Curik. So he was in good spirits as they set off for the pass that would allow them to bypass the towering mountains. Can't believe you fought that monster by yourself, Curik said, shaking his head as they strode through the pass where Elijah had once fought what he'd since learned was a sovereign spider. Apparently, they were considered quite deadly, though Elijah was more concerned with the mixed feelings he'd encountered upon seeing the aftermath of the battle. Most of it had grown over, and the largest spider had been harvested some time ago. Yet, the signs of the fight were still there in the overturned earth, and the half-decayed webs that still coated much of the ground. Elijah's internal conflict originated with his own hypocrisy. He'd once killed a group of hunters for murdering the bear whose very hide he now wore as a cloak, but not long before that, he'd slaughtered the sovereign spider without a hint of remorse or hesitation. At the time, he'd fooled himself into believing it had been necessary, but he knew that wasn't true. After he'd injured the spider and killed its children, he could have continued on his way unmolested. Instead, he'd stalked it to a cave and finished it off. That, in turn, had allowed the orcs free passage through the mountains, which had not ended well for anyone involved. Elijah wasn't so deluded as to believe the invasion was his fault. It wasn't. The orcs would have killed the spider themselves if Elijah hadn't. But at the same time, that would have undoubtedly thinned the horde a little. So, at least some of Ironshore's blood was on his hands. What did you do with the body? Elijah asked. Butchered it. A good bit was already rotten, but we got a fair share, Curik answered. Biggles Putton to gather some body cultivation potions with it. I see, Elijah said, wondering if the potions he'd used had used the sovereign spider's corpse as one of their ingredients. After that, the pair lapsed into comfortable silence. Elijah wasn't antisocial by nature. Or he hadn't been before the world had changed. However, spending years alone on his island had fostered a certain aversion to too much civilization, and he'd yet to tear himself free of that attitude. Likely, he never would. So, as much as he enjoyed brief periods of socialization, it never took him long to reach the limits of his patience. When that happened, the wilderness seemed even more enticing than ever. So Elijah appreciated the opportunity to travel to Norcastle with someone whose attitude mirrored his own. In any case, he and Keurig traveled in companionable silence until they reached the termination of the pass. Once there, Elijah stopped and said, "Do you want to swing by where I saw the orcs? Just to make sure they're not back." Keurig shrugged. "Might as well," he drawled. "We checked it before, but ain't no harm in doubling up, if you know what I mean." After that, the two headed towards the abandoned Walmart where Elijah had first encountered the orcs. Back then, he'd chosen to leave them be, completely ignorant of how much of a problem they represented. Even then, they were too many for him to fight alone, but still, he couldn't help but wonder if he should have made an effort. After all, Elijah had proven that he was at least fairly skilled at guerrilla tactics, so it wasn't outside the realm of possibility that he could have at least decreased their numbers enough to make the following invasion a much less serious issue. But hindsight was useless, except to learn from his mistakes and apply those lessons to future problems. So he tucked that information away and focused on the present. Gradually, Elijah and Keurig made their way across the landscape. Each time they passed a relic of the old world, whether it was an old gas station, someone's home, or some other abandoned building, Elijah took the time to explain the history to Keurig. For his part, the dwarven scout seemed fairly interested, especially in cars. After seeing a large 18-wheeler that had been abandoned on the side of a strip of highway, Keurig said, "We got transports back home, too. They use Ethera, but I always found MINTE restin'. Mighta always said I missed my true Callan. Shoulda been a teamster," he'd say. "Noble profession, that. Requires quick reflexes." The drivers were important here, too. Without them, the whole world would have come to a grinding halt. People would have starved. INTE restin'. Then, they moved on, though Keurig showed incredible interest in all the varieties of automobiles they passed. He also found the abandoned buildings intriguing, but only for whatever resources they might offer. Each time they found any place that hadn't been picked clean, Keurig marked the location on the map he'd started drawing the moment they'd passed through to the other side of the mountains. They also encountered a few vox, though none so strong that the creatures would give either Elijah or Keurig any trouble. Still, it was a nice source of experience for the dwarven scout, who actually gained a level along the way. For his part, Elijah felt that it would take quite a bit more than a few scattered vox to send him to level 57. But that was fine, he was still in the top 10 on the power rankings, which meant that he was one of the strongest people on Earth. And given how difficult it had been to advance his cultivation, especially attaining the dragon core, as well as the body of stone, he expected that he had a leg up on everyone else that had nothing to do with raw levels. Though there was every chance that the top performers would have experienced similar advantageous encounters, so Elijah tried to keep those sorts of useless assumptions in the back of his mind where they wouldn't affect his actions. Eventually, they reached their first destination, which was the abandoned Walmart. In some ways, it looked much the same as it had when he'd last seen it. The structure was still intact, and the parking lot still hadn't been overtaken by the surrounding forest. However, a musty smell that Elijah had learned to associate with orcs hung over the entire area. "Are you sure you got them all?" Elijah asked. "Pretty sure," said the scout, unhooking his axe from the loop at his belt. "Only way to be certain, though." Elijah shrugged. Then, without any further hesitation, he embraced shape of the predator, adopting his draconid form. "Won't never get used to that," muttered Keurig with a shiver. "What?" asked Elijah, his voice coming out in a low growl that gave anything he said an aggressive tilt. "You don't know how unnervin' you look," Keurig stated. "Ain't nobody can see that and not think of dragons. And any thought that strays into that territory sends a shiver up even the bravest spine." Ha! Elijah knew dragons were, in a lot of ways, at the top of the universal food chain. According to everything he'd learned from Nerthus as well as the few guides he'd bought, dragons were an elder race. However, seeing that in a guide was one thing. Seeing it in his friend's reaction was something else altogether. "I'll go first. You want to stay out here? Or you coming with?" Elijah asked. "I'll go with you. Don't go sneaky on me." "Then I'm not doing it in this form," he said, embracing shape of the guardian and growing into the form of the lamellar ape. "There. Much safer." Keurig just shook his head. Rather than repeat their previous conversation, Elijah loped ahead, crossing the parking lot and ducking through the opening that had once been the building's entrance. Before the world had transformed, it had been glass, but now, it was guarded only by a sheet of leather that had been stitched together from a dozen hides. The orcs were no leather workers, though, and the hides had not been cured. So, after months of neglect, they were mostly rotted and smelled terrible. Elijah ignored that as he pushed through the entrance and looked around. There were still plenty of remnants of the old world present. The checkout counters remained in place, and Elijah recognized the produce section as well as what had once been a deli. However, the aisles had been dismantled and repurposed to create a series of primitive structures that must have been the orcs' domiciles. That suggested a level of development Elijah didn't want to consider. Instead, he preferred to think of them as animals who'd piled together for warmth and security. That they'd managed to build even the crude and primitive structures inside the Walmart was enough to make Elijah nauseous. He'd killed hundreds of them. If they were slavering beasts, that was fine. He could accept that. But if they were people, even ones who'd firmly established themselves as the enemy, it would necessitate a completely different sort of feeling. Was it guilt, precisely? No. But it wasn't not guilt, either. Whatever it was, Elijah didn't want to think about it. So he focused on the task at hand, and he led Keurig through the Walmart as they searched for any remaining orcs. They found none, though Elijah did get an impromptu lesson on orcish reproduction. They lay eggs. Sort of. It's more like they have an ability that lets them manifest these pods. The orcs claw their way out once they've reached maturity, Keurig explained, nodding to the still gooey pods. To Elijah, they looked like terrestrial fish eggs, though that wasn't altogether accurate either. In fact, there was nothing Elijah had seen outside of a movie that could adequately compare to the orcs' reproduction pods. "They look like the pods from the Matrix combined with the eggs from Alien," he muttered to himself. "What?" Keurig asked. Then, Elijah went down a tangent where he tried to explain movies to Keurig. Apparently, the concept of plays was not alien to him or the rest of the universe, so he understood it well enough. Still, Elijah vowed to hunt down a television and DVD player, as well as a means of producing electricity, so he could show his friend the glory of film. "I think we should burn it," Elijah said after that conversation petered out. "Not a bad idea," Keurig agreed. After that, they spent far more time than either intended carting armfuls of wood into the building. It ended up taking nearly 3 days of constant work to finish, but when they did, they set the whole thing ablaze. Fortunately, there was little chance of the fire spreading, what with it being surrounded by acres of concrete, so they watched the orcish settlement burn without worry. And Elijah had to admit that he felt some degree of satisfaction that had nothing to do with orcs. After all, Walmart, for all its convenience, was representative of everything that had been wrong with the old world. So watching it burn felt cathartic in a way Elijah didn't really want to examine. A day later, Elijah and Keurig were back on the proverbial road. Their journey continued unimpeded until, at last, they reached the edge of the forest. In the distance, Elijah could see the city of Norcastle, which looked much the same as it did the last time he'd visited. "Are you comin'?" asked Keurig. "I'll leave you to it," Elijah responded. Last time I was here, I didn't leave on the best terms. Probably best if I make myself scarce. When you get to the gate, ask for Captain Essex. He's a decent man, and he'll introduce you to whoever you need to see about a trade alliance. Aight then, Keurig said. He extended his hand, and Elijah grasped it. As they shook, Keurig said, easiest trip through the wilderness I ever had. Normally, beasts are more of a problem. Elijah shrugged. Guess I'm a lucky charm. Be careful. I don't think they'll attack you on sight, but you never know. Humans are touchy, Elijah said. You say that like you ain't one. What can I say? I know my people, he said. After that, the pair parted ways, and Elijah shifted into his draconid form before setting off for Argos. He hadn't forgotten the spell evolution quest for Ancestral Circle, but he wasn't going to waste it by building a dolmen in Norcastle. For one, it was too close to his grove for what he had planned. For another, his experiences in Norcastle had left a bad taste in his mouth, and for now, he intended to avoid the place. Perhaps that would change sometime in the future, but Elijah wasn't eager to reach that point. Argos, though, was far enough away that he wouldn't consider it a waste to create a dolmen there. Besides, he had a much better impression of the formerly Greek city. So it was with some eagerness that he sped across the terrain. Thor leaped backwards, fending off the Voxian monster with his spear. At the same time, he used Ancestor's torpor, and a translucent spirit climbed out of the ground and wrapped itself around creature. From experience, he knew it was only visible to him, but the effects would be keenly felt by any enemy. Ancestor's torpor. Summon an ancestral spirit that saps the strength and dexterity of your enemy. Duration based on Ethera attribute. Current, 19 seconds. The monster stumbled, giving Thor the distance he needed to bring his next ability to bear when he raised one hand and called down yet another ancestral spirit. This one was much larger than the one associated with Ancestor's torpor, and it was plainly meant for battle. Ancestral champion. Summon an ancestral spirit for a single mighty strike. The spirit descended upon the monster's back, jabbing an elaborate spear through its body. It let out an unholy screech, but Thor knew it wouldn't be enough. So he directed his mana into Fury of the Stalker, and the blade of his spear erupted into red energy. At the same time, he embraced Survival of the Fittest, enhancing his attributes far beyond his normal power. Then, while the monster was still reeling from ancestral torpor and the spiritual attack, Thor bounded forward, ramming his tasseled spear into the creature's neck. Scales parted beneath the sharp blade and blood spurted. Still, the durable creature didn't die. Indeed, it mustered its remaining strength and launched itself at Thor. But he was already gone, having used Mirror Trap. Mirror Trap. Channel the power of your ancestors to create an illusory copy. At the same time, you will appear at the enemy's rear, unseen and unnoticed. The monster never even realized that the spear in its neck had disappeared. Instead, it was too furious to realize that it had been duped. It slashed forward with its claws, swiping ineffectually through Thor's illusion. It stumbled, off balance and wounded. That's when Thor struck, once again using Survival of the Fittest and Fury of the Stalker to enhance his next attack. It bit deep into the unbalanced monster's spine, severing its connection to the lower half of its body. It flopped onto its belly, where it furiously clawed against the unnatural black rock in an attempt to flip itself around. Thor didn't immediately kill it, though with its lack of mobility, that would have been easy enough. Instead, he circled the monster, his spear held loosely in one bloody hand. The battle had stretched his capability, and he bore more than a few wounds. Yet, after fighting 6 waves of increasingly dangerous Voxian monsters, he was the only one still standing. As was proper. You thought yourself my equal, he said, looking down on the fallen creature. It truly was an ugly beast. All blue-green scales and ridges and too many limbs. Yet, there was a deadly grace to it too. An efficiency of design that brought to mind true predation. It had been a worthy foe. Thor glanced at the other monsters he'd defeated. Tens of creatures, all dead. just like every other enemy he'd ever faced. Because Thor did not lose. That had been true before the world's transformation, and it remained the case after everything had changed. He'd begun to wonder if there were any true challenges out there for him. But that was before he'd been tasked with hunting the so-called Druid. Without any real information as to the man's location, he'd been forced to rely on hunt of the ancestors, which was, even in the best-case scenario, vague. As a result, he felt like he was running in circles trying to track the Druid down. After leaving the elven town behind, he'd trekked through the wilderness for weeks, enduring all the hardships that travel through the wild places of the world entailed. Barely a day had gone by when he hadn't been attacked by one beast or another, and though he could endure such minor inconveniences, there had been a few times when he'd been forced to use every tool in his kit to avoid becoming some animal's supper. And though Thor reveled in winning each battle, he vastly preferred being the hunter as opposed to the hunted. So, it was with mixed feelings that he'd entered the minor dimensional rift. There was a part of him that wanted to bypass the thing. Certainly, it would continue to corrupt the surrounding area, but that wasn't his problem to solve. Yet, he knew precisely how beneficial such circumstances could be. Not only would conquering such a rift give him experience which, at his level, was hard to come by, but they routinely gave other benefits as well. In the end, that selfishness was what pushed him to enter the rift. And now, he only needed to finish the monster off, and he would be able to continue his quest to hunt the Druid. To that end, he stepped forward, raised his spear, and stabbed the struggling creature in the chest. For all that they were alien, the Vox still had all the right organs and in all the proper places. So piercing its heart was easy enough for the experienced hunter. After that, the monster only lasted a few more seconds before its life faded. Only a moment after that, Thor found the reward box. He'd conquered enough rifts that he wasn't surprised at the silver box's sudden appearance, and he wasted no time before opening it and collecting the reward and a tribute potion that he downed only a moment later, giving him 2 extra points with which he could accentuate his attributes. He chose to allocate them into dexterity. Then, he looked to his wounds. He'd bought some alchemically treated bandages back in what was left of Oslo, but they were only marginally better than his natural healing. Still, he wasn't about to traverse the wilderness with open wounds. So he took quite some time to sew his wounds and wrap them in those treated bandages. Most of his injuries weren't serious, but there was a gash across his thigh that, in the old world, probably would have taken months to completely heal. However, with the bandages as well as his regeneration, it would heal in a few days. Likely, it wouldn't even scar. Once Thor had finished treating his wounds, he left the rift behind. At one point, he'd tried to harvest their tough scales with the intention of using the material for armor. However, the lifeless pieces began to decay the moment they interacted with Earth's atmosphere, making them worthless. The hulking man took a few minutes to settle himself, taking a couple of swigs of water from his endless canteen, then resumed his hunt as he followed the tendril of Ethera associated with ancestral hunt. It was weak, but he could still follow it easily enough. So it went for the next 2 days, during which he was forced to fight a few more beasts. None of them gave more than a trickle of experience, but animal life in the new version of Earth was incredibly territorial. So, even if they had no chance of winning, they attacked without mercy. And if he wasn't careful, the collective weight of so many fights would eventually weigh him down. If that happened, he would eventually succumb. One fight wasn't dangerous. But 20, all in a row. That was when things became much more serious. Still, Thor fought on, making steady but slow progress as he crossed the wilderness. And eventually, the tendril of Ethera led him to a walled city. In the center was an ancient castle, but much of the surrounding architecture looked a little more modern. Regardless, all Thor was concerned with was the fact that ancestral hunt had led him directly to the city. So he strode down to the town, and to a gate he'd spied from afar. When he reached it, his progress was blocked by 2 guards, one a young male, that looked like he still hadn't reached adulthood, and a stout female wearing a helmet. The male said, "State your business." "My name is Thor Gunderson. Remove yourself from my path or suffer the consequences." "Buddy, you're not Thor struck, stabbing out with his spear so quickly that the young man never even had a chance to react. The woman, however, had quicker reflexes, and she responded by dragging her sword from the scabbard at her waist. But she was too slow to bring it to bear before Thor executed a thrust that took her in the chest. Her armor looked impressive enough, but it was entirely useless against Thor's tribal spear. The blade cut through the metallic breastplate with ease, piercing her chest and destroying her heart. Both guards fell. Thor took a quick look at their equipment, decided looting it was more trouble than it was worth, then strode into the city. As he did, a few of the townspeople looked at him with distinct fear, but no one else barred his path. Which was a good thing. Thor wasn't a monster. He didn't want to kill anyone unless it was necessary. However, his version of necessary was more than a little skewed. He refused to be delayed by some weakling. That was what Thor had discovered in the wake of Earth's transformation. Once the world was ruled by institutional power that was backed up by military might. Those institutions took great pains to protect the weak. But now, the weak were even more useless than ever, and Thor had all the power. And without consequence to hinder him, he saw no reason to burden himself with their problems or cater to the demands they could never hope to enforce. Personal power was all that mattered. As he followed Ancestral Hunt through the city, people hurried out of his way. Some might have done so because they knew who he was. The power rankings were visible to everyone, after all. Or maybe they'd heard what he had done to the guards. Whatever the case, no one seemed eager to get in his way. Even the other guards, who pretended they didn't even see him. They, better than anyone else, knew precisely how overmatched they would be in any fight. Eventually, Ancestral Hunt led Thor to a large, two-story building that was marked by a red cross. That meant it was likely a place of healing. However, just before he stepped up to the door, someone called from behind, "Perhaps I could help you find something." A wave of irritation slid through Thor's mind. Yet, he restrained himself. Due to the nature of Ancestral Hunt, he knew that his prey was not in the city. It was more like following the Druid's tracks, which meant he was chasing the man's past impact, rather than following him to his current location. As such, he'd found that supplementing the spell with interrogation was usually beneficial. So when he turned to see a slim, dignified, and older man standing before him, he took a moment to identify him with Hunter's eye. Name, Orville Essex. Archetype, Warrior. Level, 38. The man was not quite strong enough to be on the power ladder, yet Essex was no weakling. By contrast, Thor would have been surprised if the guards had even reached level 30. Still, Essex was no threat to someone like Thor. "A druid came through this town," he said. "A man named Elijah Hart. I am hunting him. You will tell me everything you know of him, or I will lay waste to your town." "Do you believe you can do that?" asked Essex. Suddenly, Thor became aware of a dozen other guards, each with levels nearing Essex's. He dismissed them as inconsequential, saying, "I do." He could practically see the man's thought process. Even if they managed to subdue Thor, practically an impossibility in and of itself, they would not do so without significant casualties. That was the tyranny of personal strength. They could bring 100 men, and Thor would almost assuredly still come out on top. And if he didn't, he would leave devastation in his wake. "Very well. He came here and healed some of our citizens. Then, he conquered a nearby tower. After that, the mayor made the mistake of sending some people after him," Essex explained. "He killed them all." "No. He left in the night. I don't know which way he went." "He did not punish them?" asked Thor, incredulous. If it had been him in that situation, he would have slain the attackers as well as the mayor. Probably a good many citizens as well, just for good measure. He just left. Perhaps this druid was not as worthy a foe as Thor had first thought. Certainly his actions, healing people and running from danger, didn't fit the image Thor had cultivated in his mind. Yet, he believed the guard. "I will remain here for the night. In the morning, I expect supplies for a long journey." And 10 gold Ethereum. The supplies we can do, but why would we give you our coins? If you do not, I will kill everyone in this town, said Thor. Then he strode away, looking for somewhere to sleep. In the back of his mind, though, he couldn't help but wonder if his hunt was going to end in disappointment like all the rest. There were 7 opponents, all of equal skill, though none had the benefit of Roman's attributes. Even without the enhancement provided by the Seal of Authority, his level far outstripped that of his opponents. But that didn't matter. He was better than them, and to a degree that made him almost a different species. Of course he would have the advantage of superior strength, dexterity, and constitution. Still, he didn't activate any of his spells or abilities, because that wasn't the point of the session. Instead, he was training his swordsmanship, and he couldn't do that if he ended the fight before it could ever start. That, and he didn't want to kill them. Doing so would only result in a slight trickle of experience, and they were far more useful as practice opponents. So they circled him, their own swords held before them. Some had known something of sword fighting before the world had been touched by the world tree, but others were more recent studies. Yet, Roman was enough of a realist to know that each and every one of them was his superior, at least in terms of pure technique. Fortunately, he did have the advantage of his attributes, which served to even the odds. A good thing, considering he couldn't countenance the notion of losing a fight in his own city. Not only would it affect his reputation and thus invite challenge, but it would also scrape against his ego in a way he never intended to analyze. Suddenly, the first sparring partner struck, her sword flashing against the torchlight of the dojo. Roman reacted instantly, slapping the sword away with enough force that it nearly went flying from the woman's grip, displaying her weakness for everyone to see. It was a pitiful showing. But it also highlighted Roman's driving force. Only he was strong enough to save everyone. Only he had the power to ensure their safety. And if he wanted to continue rising to the challenge, he couldn't allow himself to let up. So he trained. As soon as he'd parried the first attack, the other 6 foes struck. Roman's sword became a whirlwind as his footwork struggled to keep pace. Fighting one of them was well within the bounds of his capability, but all 6, and with the first woman having just recovered, was on the verge of pushing him too far. Still, as the clang of metal against metal continued, Roman fought on. And with every blocked attack, he grew stronger. It was reflected in his attributes, but that was the ability of his sword at work. The false dragon's fang had an insulting name, but its viability as a weapon was unquestionable. Not only was it incredibly sharp and durable, but it also came with enhancements to his attributes. But the ability, which was known simply as escalation, was what truly set it apart. And as his power climbed, Roman's tentative ability to defend against so many enemies grew sturdier until, at last, he began to overcome them with sheer strength. Swords flew from their weak grips, and in one case, a hand followed suit. It was that man's own fault for being too slow until, at last, they had been subdued. "Do not bleed in my dojo," Roman snarled at the wounded man who was clutching his stump to his chest, sullying his GI. He kicked the severed hand toward the man, growling, "Go see a healer." Of course, a healer was incapable of regrowing limbs. Perhaps it would be possible in the future, but for now, no one in Eastern God, he hated that name, it sounded so pedestrian when it should be majestic, had that kind of ability. Hopefully that would change going forward. Still, it was possible to reattach the limb, so long as he hurried. As ordered, the man fled the dojo in search of a healer. Once he was out of the room, Roman glared at the scattered drops of blood he'd left behind. That was unacceptable. But he didn't intend to cut the training session short just for a little blood. So he said again. This time, instead of the false dragon's fang, he used a training sword, but even then, only 6 of them couldn't hope to stand up to his might. Still, Roman continued his training for hours more until, at last, Fiona arrived. The tiny waif of a woman had made some attempts to accentuate her boyish figure, likely to get Roman's attention, but to him, those attempts made her look more like a child wearing an inappropriate costume. Not like Trish. But Roman's wife had never been cut out for life in the apocalypse. Unlike him, she'd had difficulty adjusting to the necessary mindset, and because he'd sheltered her so completely, she'd been entirely unprepared for the brutality of the new world. He knew that, and yet, there was a part of him that still blamed Alyssa. Even dead, her mistakes still haunted him. If she hadn't forced his hand, he wouldn't have had to banish the best crafter in the city. Likely, he should have killed Carmen. The woman's crimes called for as much. But at the same time, he felt that he owed it to Alyssa not to orphan her son. Losing one mother was difficult, but losing a second parent was enough to ruin the child. And Roman was not such a monster that he could put Miguel on that path. No, he was a hero. Perhaps not in the traditional sense. He didn't charge into battle wearing shining armor and physically protecting the weak. Yet, everything he did was meant to ensure that the largest number of people survived. That made him a hero, at least as far as he was concerned. If only the others would understand that, many of his problems would be solved. "My lord," Fiona said, bowing her head. She'd begun to use the affectation sometime after he'd banished Carmen, and Roman had to admit that he liked it. What was he, if not the Lord of Easton? "Hello, Fiona." "What news?" he asked, struggling to maintain a pattern of speech appropriate to his position. He was no actor, though, so he'd had to spend countless hours forcing himself to drop his casual demeanor. It had worked, though. People respected and feared him. "They are ready," Fiona stated. "Do you wish to proceed?" "What level?" 35, she answered. "That will have to do," he answered. Then, without even looking at his training partners, he set off from the dojo he'd had built within the palace. He'd taken great pains to make it as authentic as possible, which meant finding an architect who understood Japanese style. He had no illusions about becoming a samurai, not like the cowboy who followed Carmen around like a lost puppy, but the discipline of that style of swordfighting certainly appealed to his straightforward sensibilities. The rest of the palace was decidedly more Western in appearance, and the architects and interior designers had chosen to channel Gothic design principles. Roman was unconcerned with the specific decor, but what he did care about was the perception it dictated. And for that, the palace was perfect. Sharp, deadly, and beautiful, it gave all the right impressions. Roman strode the halls without acknowledging any of the other people present, and soon enough, they reached a set of stairs that led down below. He didn't hesitate before descending, passing multiple checkpoints along the way. None of the guards present, each in their blue and white uniforms, dared try to stop him, and before long, he found himself in the dungeon. It was even more extensive than the palace. Part of that was due to the sheer number of detainees, traitors, but it was also because of the special project that was housed within. Many of the prisoners were rebels who'd been captured during the recent bout of unrest, but others were petty criminals. Most were thieves who were too lazy to contribute to the greater good. Instead, they'd chosen to prey off their fellow citizens. Others had been arrested for vandalism. Some were violent offenders. But one and all, they were the dregs of society, and as such, they represented an opportunity for Roman. After all, if they'd already proven themselves useless in life, then perhaps their deaths could be of use to Easton. "I would like to see the program in action," he said. "As you wish, my lord," said Fiona. Then, she gestured to the warden, a man whose name Roman didn't bother remembering, who led them deeper into the facility until, at last, they reached a large warehouse. The first thing that hit Roman was the smell. It had the odor of a kennel, and for good reason. It was populated with hundreds of cages, each one containing a monster. Or a beast, Roman supposed. He watched as a prisoner, naked but for a pair of sturdy manacles, was handed a dagger. Then, the emaciated woman was led to one of the cages, where she was forced to slaughter the animal held within. It took a handful of thrusts, but it succumbed soon after. As soon as it was dead, someone wheeled the cage away and replaced it with another. Then, the woman was directed to repeat the process. "It ain't efficient," said the warden. He was a thick-set man with a huge gut, which disgusted Roman. It was almost enough to push him to action. Maybe a quarter of the experience per kill, as if they were found in the wild. And it don't work after level 35. No experience at all? Asked Roman, surprised. Some of them scholars say it's 'cause the system measures effort too. It'll give you some leeway early on, but there comes a time when it ain't gonna work no more. Does this affect the program's viability? Roman asked, glancing at Fiona. No. It will work. We're almost certain. Then let's get to it. Bring them forward, Roman ordered. And only a few minutes later, there were 20 prisoners before him. Each one was shackled and looked as if they hadn't eaten in weeks. Perhaps they hadn't. After all, they needed to be kept in a weakened state. Without hesitation, Roman drew the false dragon's fang, pulled it back, and lopped the head from the nearest prisoner's neck. As it flew free, he experienced an influx of experience. It wasn't nearly as much as he would have gotten for killing a level 35 monster in the wild, but it was still enough to move the needle. Did it work? Asked Fiona, her eyes shining with excitement. It did. We will proceed, he said. Then, he did just that, executing each of the criminals. It was a testament to how weakened they were that none of them even resisted. Likely, they counted death as a release. That served Roman's purposes, and by the time he'd killed all 20, he'd crossed the threshold to another level. He'd already been close, but even that much seemed like a confirmation that they were on the right track. After all, these people were drains on society, but he'd finally found a way to make them useful. It felt good, solving such a problem. Good. Very good. How many are in this dungeon? More than 1,000. And there are more coming each day. The issue is capturing the monsters, but we have dedicated teams scouring the countryside, Fiona explained. We can provide 20 kills a day, at least for a few weeks. After that, we may have to re-evaluate. You'll have your criminals, Roman said. Inform Remus that he is to enforce the strictest letter of the law. That should get us a few more criminals. And if you run out of monsters, have them kill one another. Yes, my lord. What word of Arbor? He asked, referring to the nearest city-state of any strength. In terms of population, it was even larger than Easton, though its military might left a lot to be desired. Primed for invasion. Hold off, for now. We need to handle this delicately. In the meantime, we will continue to develop our strengths. Daily runs of the tower for our elites. And as many prisoners as you can find. Yes, my lord. With that, Roman turned away, secure in the knowledge that he was doing everything within his power to ensure that Easton rose to prominence. After all, without his guiding hand, the world would soon fall into chaos. It was his duty to bring everything under one banner, because he knew that things would grow more dangerous with every passing day. A gentle rain fell upon Elijah's upturned face as he floated on the surface of a small pond. He could feel fish and freshwater eels, turtles, and frogs among dozens of other aquatic creatures. Most were larger than they had been before the earth was transformed by the touch of the world tree, yet the difference wasn't nearly as dramatic as it had been in the ocean. Elijah could only suppose that was due to space, but it was just as possible that the area's ambient Ethera wasn't strong enough to support that kind of life. Whatever the case, he couldn't deny that it made for a peaceful place to rest. He'd been traveling for almost a week, and he still hadn't reached Argos. Part of that was due to the number of Vox in the area, but it was also because he didn't rush himself. In the wake of everything that had happened in Ironshore, and what had preceded those events, he desperately needed to slow down, and let the peace of the natural world envelop him. He had gotten some of what he needed on his island, but increasingly, his home had begun to feel more curated than natural. Was it his influence? Nerthus's? He didn't know, but the island felt distinct from the true wilderness, in a way Elijah couldn't adequately explain. But he felt it, especially since leaving Norcastle and Curic's company. While traveling, he'd found a couple of natural treasures, as well, though he'd left them alone when he'd found that they were too weak to give him much benefit. Perhaps if he was willing to dig them up and take them with him, that might have been different, but he refused to go down that road. He might have accepted that other people would make such use of those natural treasures, and kill any powerful beasts they stumbled upon. Elijah wasn't going to do the same. If he'd learned nothing else, it was that he needed to be consistent, or he'd lose track of his own morality. That was where his code came in. He would kill, either in self-defense or the defense of others. He also wouldn't hesitate to do whatever was necessary within a tower. Yet, he'd decided not to seek out violence, even when his instinct screamed at him to punish those who approached the new world differently. Like with the hunters he'd killed what felt like a lifetime ago. They might have deserved it, but Elijah wasn't an unbiased judge, and he didn't trust himself to make that determination. So his code required him to stay out of such situations. Of course, he wasn't so deluded that he expected not to violate that code at some point. Was he strong enough to resist the urge to defend a guardian, if he saw one being attacked? Maybe. Probably not, though. However, he intended to make a go of it, and if he failed, it would just serve as motivation to do better in the future. The world was complicated, and his code was frighteningly simple. The two would eventually come at odds. And when that happened, Elijah felt that his reaction would come to define him. He could only hope that the result was a good definition. He sighed, feeling a tiny fish nipping at his feet. It tickled, but there wasn't anything in the pond that could really hurt him. And even if it did, he could always heal whatever damage that was done. He was so busy drifting lazily in the pond that he didn't even feel the frog before it hopped out of the water and onto his chest. "Hey bud," Elijah said to the enormous bullfrog. It was slimy and the size of a basketball, but Elijah didn't mind. He'd always had a certain affinity for the amphibians, so he had no issues letting it rest on his bare chest. Then, without warning, the giant frog let loose with its tongue. Elijah had left his sash of the whirlwind with all the rest of his clothes and equipment on the pond shore, so he could barely even perceive the thing's tongue as it sped towards his head. So he never had a chance to react. Fortunately, the fleshy projectile wasn't meant for him. Instead, it skated right past his ear and hit a massive mosquito that had been hovering nearby. Before Elijah could blink, the insect was in the frog's mouth, with a few of its spindly legs sticking out from the opening. Thanks," he muttered. It croaked in return, then hopped off his chest and swam away. The encounter had served to ruin the peaceful ambience of the pond, so he flipped over and swam to shore. Fortunately, by that point, the gentle shower had ceased, and the sun had made a return. So Elijah spent the next few minutes sunning on a rock, and when he was dry, he dressed, grabbed his crook and pack and set off. Only a few hundred yards into the woods, he caught a whiff of corruption. Thinking it was just another vox, he shifted into his draconid form, then adopted the guise of the unseen before tracking the corruption to its source. Yet, after a few steps, he realized that he wasn't stalking a single monster. Instead, he'd detected a minor dimensional rift. So, knowing the dangers of leaving one of those untended, especially in the middle of the wilderness, where no one was likely to find it, Elijah continued to follow the scent of corruption until he found what he was looking for. The rip in reality was much the same as any of the others Elijah had encountered, and thick tendrils of black corruption extended for 100 feet all around. If it wasn't conquered and closed, those tendrils would continue to spread, and what's more, they would corrupt the local wildlife. Elijah had no idea how far such corruption would go, perhaps indefinitely, but he had no intention of finding out. So, after shifting back to his human form and checking his equipment, he looked at his enhancements. At level 50, he'd gained another slot. So he cast Essence of the Boar, Essence of the Monkey, Aura of Renewal, and Essence of the Lion. The only one he left off was Shield of Brambles, and while it was useful, the others seemed more necessary. Topping it off were his enhancements that didn't take one of his slots, Essence of the Wolf and One with Nature, both of which he kept active at all times. Thus prepared, Elijah stepped into the rift, and after experiencing the same brief moment of displacement, his feet slapped down onto black sand. The moment he reappeared, he recognized that the rift was different from the others he'd conquered. For one, he was in a cave, rather than outdoors. For another, he could feel hundreds of creatures via One with Nature. None of them were large, but they were all snaking through the sand in his direction. Having no interest in seeing what they were, Elijah immediately cast Calamity, then Swarm. Neither was as strong as they had been when channeled through his staff of natural harmony, but they were still powerful spells that could do all sorts of damage. More importantly, among other effects, Calamity was characterized by shaking the earth. That, in turn, was deadly for the monsters under the ground. However, what Elijah hadn't banked on was the loose sand, which blew every which way with Calamity's blades of wind. As those deadly gusts scoured the cave's floor, Elijah caught sight of the monsters. They were worms, maybe 20 inches long, and as big around as his wrist. More disturbingly, they had lamprey mouths full of sharp teeth that Elijah suspected would be quite painful. Thankfully, his forethought bore fruit, keeping the little monsters from reaching him. At the same time, they were subjected to Calamity and 1,000 biting locusts manifested by Swarm. But they didn't die. So Elijah replaced Essence of the Lion with Shield of Brambles, then shifted into his lamellar ape form. His scales formed just in time, too, because the first of the monsters reached him a second later. In the past, he might have flinched away from those lamprey-like mouths or, more importantly, the razor-sharp teeth inside, but by that point, he'd experienced enough battle to trust his hastily activated iron scales. As the first worm tried to latch on, it was assailed by a thick and damaging thorn. It screeched, but it didn't stop trying to bite him, which earned the monster a half-dozen more thorns. That, combined with the afflictions from his swarm and the damage from Calamity, finished it off. Then the rest of the monsters arrived and they died just like the first. Elijah was forced to chain iron scales, which rapidly drained his stamina, but it was the only viable option of dealing with so many small and deadly monsters. At least for him. Others likely had different methods of dealing with such a threat. However, as passive as it felt, it was an effective strategy, and soon enough, Elijah was surrounded by a host of worm corpses. Yet, he knew that wouldn't be the end of it. So, the moment the monsters were dead, he shifted into his draconid form and took a look around the cave. It wasn't huge, maybe 40 feet wide and half again as long, ending in a single tunnel that functioned as the exit. The message was clear. He was intended to go down the tunnel, which differed from previous rifts he'd encountered. In fact, it reminded him of a tower, though a miniature version of one. That prospect was both exciting and daunting. The first because it would almost assuredly give him enough experience to progress. In addition, with any challenge he could overcome, he would be rewarded by the system. Yet, it was also anxiety-inducing, because there was a chance that he'd bitten off more than he could chew. Of course, he couldn't let that sort of thinking infect him. He was one of the strongest people in the world, a designation he'd earned throughout countless battles, and he would do well to remember that fact. So, it was with that in mind that he progressed down the tunnel, and it wasn't long before he found the first foe. It was a normal Voxian monster, maybe 6 feet tall, and with 2 sets of arms. It was covered in a thick, scaly, viridian hide that shimmered in the darkness. Elijah wasted no time before embracing Venom Strike as well as Predator Strike. Then he pounced, leaping upon the monster's back and clamping his powerful jaws around its head. He flexed and he felt the thing's skull collapse. It fell to the sandy floor, limp and lifeless, a second later. Elijah leaped free, immediately embracing guise of the unseen. For a long few moments, he waited in that tunnel for any response. However, no new threats presented themselves, so he eventually moved on. About 100 feet away, he encountered another Vox, and it died in almost identical fashion. Then a third. And a fourth after that. In all, he ended up killing 10 of the creatures before he reached another large chamber. Unlike the previous encounter, this one was occupied by something more dangerous than a few bitey worms. Indeed, there were 3 full-grown Voxian monsters in the chamber. One was a few feet taller than the others, but even the smallest towered 8 feet above the floor. But they were all different, both in height as well as build, which seemed incredibly important to Elijah. He crept forward, studying the monsters. The largest paced back and forth, growling and grunting aggressively, while the others stood mostly still. Elijah didn't know what any of it meant, but he was increasingly sure that it was all very important. So he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he watched and waited, devising a plan that he hoped would work. Then he padded forward, embraced his abilities, then pounced. The moment Elijah leaped upon the Voxian monster's back, he got a surprise as his claws failed to find purchase. Instead, they skated off of a shimmering purple shield, and when he snapped out a bite, his jaws were entirely rebuffed. Still, via one facet of his quartz mind, he noticed a series of large cracks spread across the purple surface of the shield before it faded from view. By that point, though, the monsters knew he was there, and they wasted no time before reacting. The big one stomped on the ground, and huge spikes of jagged black rock erupted from the cave's sandy floor. Elijah shoved himself away from the monster he'd attacked, then deftly maneuvered to avoid the explosion of spikes. A few nicked him, but those grazing attacks were incapable of doing any real damage. The same could not be said for the third creature, who descended upon Elijah with bestial fury. A purple light bloomed across its scales, and it exploded into a series of raking attacks that Elijah had no chance of avoiding. Not all of them, at least. Still, he managed to dodge more than half. It wasn't enough to save his body from being ravaged. The monster's vicious claws raked across his comparatively soft scales, ripping ragged gashes with every attack that landed. Still, Elijah was no novice to battle, and he gave as good as he got, building instances of contagion and even managing to empower a couple of venom strikes. But even so, Elijah knew he couldn't fight the monster toe-to-toe. Not only would he end up ripped to shreds, but the creature's allies would soon join the battle. To punctuate that eventuality, the largest of the trio barreled into him, hitting him with a bone-shaking tackle that sent him skidding across the room and thudding into the cave's wall. If he hadn't cultivated a body of stone, Elijah felt certain that he would have broken every bone in his body. With that advanced level of cultivation, it still hurt, but it didn't feel like anything broke. That was a good thing, too, because two of the three monsters were already bearing down on him, which meant that he didn't have time to deal with broken bones. So, seeing them coming for him, Elijah knew he couldn't continue in his draconid form. It was great for one-on-one battle, and it was even better when he could get the jump on an enemy. But against multiple opponents all focused on ripping him to pieces, it was less than optimal. So he shifted into his human form and cast snaring roots. As vines erupted from the ground to snake around the monster's ankles, Elijah gained enough time to cast healing rain. With the crook of the serpent healer, it was an exceedingly powerful heal over time, that he hoped would keep him alive long enough to even the odds. The smaller monster was the first to break free of the roots, and it did so before Elijah had time to shift his shape. So he had no option but to use his cloak to briefly shield him from the creature's flurry of claws. A second later, he shifted into his lamellar ape form, and as soon as the transformation completed, he reached out and grabbed the creature whose claws were suddenly finding no purchase. He wrapped his claws around the monster's waist, then he cocked his arm back and threw it with every ounce of strength he could muster. It hit the opposite wall with the sound of cracking stone, and it crumpled to the ground. Yet, Elijah found his worst nightmare coming true when the third monster, all but forgotten, bloomed with purple power, which it tossed at its fallen ally. That energy landed upon the other Voxian monster, and Elijah was horrified to see its injuries immediately begin to mend. That changed everything. He couldn't focus on the others. Not until the healer was dead. So he launched himself at the monster with all the fury and ferocity he could summon to his aid. It wasn't enough, and the creature managed to slip to the side just in time to avoid his charge. Elijah couldn't stop his momentum before thudding into the wall and sending a rain of pebbles onto his head. A second later, the big monster tore free of snaring roots and barreled toward him. Elijah had no choice but to pick himself up and meet the charge with one of his own. The two collided with a titanic impact that shook the cave, but Elijah got the better of the clash, knocking the monster back a few feet. Until the recovered damage-dealing monster rejoined the fight and ripped into him. Elijah managed to use iron scales, and his shield of brambles did some damage to the furious barrage of blows. Yet, he knew he couldn't keep it up. Iron scales didn't cost Ethera, but it definitely cut into the more ephemeral and harder to define stamina. So if he tried to chain it, he would eventually grow too fatigued to fight. Which put him on a timer. Elijah desperately needed to change the paradigm before he reached that point. So he lashed out with a sudden backhand that clipped the smaller Vox, then followed it up with a shoulder tackle that sent the larger one to the ground. He stomped down on it, then threw himself across the cave. Not at an enemy. Instead, he needed to put some distance between him and his foes. As he flew across the room, he shifted into his human form, then used Calamity. He'd just finished his casting when he hit the wall, but because of his body of stone, he managed to maintain focus long enough to chain that into swarm. The familiar storm of lightning, wind, and earth enveloped the entire cave, and 1,000 biting locusts manifested into being before descending upon the monsters. In the confusion, Elijah shifted into his draconid form and sprinted toward the tunnel. He was moving so fast that the Voxian monsters had no chance of catching him, and he dipped into the tunnel before racing along its length. Hundreds of yards later, he left combat and embraced guise of the unseen before returning to the cave where he'd arrived. It was just in time, because only a second later, the giant Voxian monster charged into the passage behind him. Elijah ignored the monster and sprinted back the way he'd come. Using guise of the unseen, he was all but undetectable in the dark, and he reached the second chamber, where he found the other two Vox. The damage dealer was roaming around the room, sweeping its arms as if it was looking for Elijah's hiding place. Meanwhile, the healer remained in the center of the room. Elijah couldn't afford to wait. So he embraced Predator Strike, then Venom Strike. And finally, used the Rage ability from his Silver Bracer of Rage. The moment it took effect, his strength skyrocketed. He raced forward and pounced. Not on the healer, who'd proven it could resist his initial strike. Rather, he was banking on the damage dealer lacking the shield that protected the spellcaster. He hit the monster with ridiculous momentum, and tore into its chest with the sheer impact of his charge. The healer tried to react, but Elijah followed it up with another snapping attack. He wrapped his jaws around one of the monster's arms and crushed its shoulder. Then, he bounded away, rocketing back toward the healer. The monster's eyes widened the moment before Elijah hit. The same purple barrier bloomed into being, but this time, Elijah had a little extra time on his side. More, he saw that the cracks from his first attack hadn't mended. So he hit that spot again. And again after that. 3 more times in rapid succession, and the shield shattered. Elijah got 2 more attacks in before he heard a series of thudding footsteps that heralded the big Vox's return. Elijah darted away, shifting into his human form, and casting Calamity once again. Then, he followed it up with another swarm. His Ethera drained precipitously, but he had enough to finish the fight. So Elijah shifted into his lamellar ape form before loping forward and leaping back into the fray. He hit the injured damage dealer a second later, and he grabbed the thing by its legs before turning to meet the charging warrior Vox. He swung the injured damage dealer like a club, hitting the newcomer in the face hard enough to send it staggering to the side. Elijah leaped, grabbing his living for a little while longer, at least weapon with both hands, and bringing it down in a thunderous attack that rattled the cave. Even as he did, another set of summoned insects and the recently cast Calamity reached a furor, adding to the damage and chaos. Elijah's spell cut visibility down to almost nothing, but via one with nature, he could feel everything in the cave. So he wasted no more time bringing his massive strength, and his now-dead weapon to bear against the suddenly vulnerable healer. The creature let out a screech that cut off as Elijah pummeled it into the ground. He turned, tossing the dead Voxian damage dealer at the rising warrior, then turned his attention back to the fallen healer. Elijah had long likened his lamellar ape form to a gorilla, and it wasn't difficult to see why. The general proportions were the same even if most of the details differed. However, at that moment, Elijah channeled an enraged silverback as he bombarded the fallen healer with a barrage of furious fists. Bones broke beneath each blow, and it wasn't long before the monster's life winked out. That left only one. Elijah shifted into his draconid form, then padded forward under the cover of calamity. When he struck, he didn't aim to kill the monster with a single blow. Instead, using venom strike and contagion, he only wanted to administer as many wounds as he could possibly inflict. Because the warrior had already proven that it was durable. Moreover, it could very nearly match Elijah's strength. But what it couldn't stand up to was a cascade of afflictions. So Elijah aimed to overwhelm its regeneration and constitution with as many as he could bring to bear. It was a long, slow slog, but Elijah's plan worked as well as could be expected. Fortunately, the monster had a similar problem to what he experienced in his lamellar ape form in that, because of its high strength, it was capable of incredible feats of rapid movement. However, it lacked dexterity, which meant that it couldn't control its body well enough to harness that strength in any meaningful way. For his part, though, Elijah had dexterity to spare, and he danced around the monster, avoiding its clumsy but deadly blows with ease. Still, it required significant concentration, and if he lost focus for even a moment, he would have been splattered against the wall. That was where his quartz mind came into play. He constantly shifted those thoughts from one facet to the next. Each time one grew mentally fatigued, he would move it to the next one, and he repeated that more times than he could count, spreading the mental strain over 9 facets as opposed to a single mind. And it worked. Eventually. By the time the monster finally fell, nearly an hour had passed, and the creature was riddled with open wounds, each one oozing black poison. Elijah slowed to a stop and let out a hissing sigh of relief as reality ripped apart in the center of the room, providing an exit. But he was more concerned with his reward. The first was intangible. He'd crossed the threshold, passing the threshold into level 57. It was a small step, but it still felt good. The second reward was more solid, and it presented itself via a silver box that Elijah opened after he shifted back to his human form. That resulted in a notification. Congratulations! By closing a minor dimensional rift, you have done a great service to your world. Thus, you have earned a reward. Miracle Seed awarded. Elijah picked up the miracle seed. It was about the size of a walnut, but otherwise, it looked like any other seed Elijah had ever seen. Still, if it was an item on par with the other rewards he'd gotten from minor dimensional rifts, it would be valuable. So he slipped it into his pack and exited the rift, happy with his performance as well as the reward. A fire flickered merrily in the shallow pit Elijah had dug. It wasn't strictly necessary, especially with his new cloak of the Iron Bear protecting him from extreme temperatures. Yet, there was something undeniably comforting about a campfire, especially when there was a spit with a venison tenderloin roasting above it. Elijah watched as the juices dripped into the fire, sizzling upon impact. If someone had asked him before Earth had experienced the touch of the world tree, he would have said that becoming a guardian of nature would prohibit the consumption of meat. Back then, it would have just made sense. But part of being a druid was understanding the circle of life, being a part of nature rather than apart from it. So in that context, killing and eating other animals was perfectly in line with what Elijah had increasingly come to consider the purpose of his archetype. Yet, just because he was a druid, it didn't mean he'd ceased being a human being either. And with that came an entirely different agenda. So, while he was cognizant of his purpose as a druid, its importance did not exceed his human desires. Chiefly, if it came down to a choice between protecting the natural world or finding his family, he knew precisely which choice he would make. And that wasn't going to change. Perhaps that made him selfish. Or maybe it just made him human. Regardless, as complicated as his system of priorities was, Elijah was comfortable with it. One day, he might even write it down. He leaned back against the stump where he'd made his camp and sighed. "People will consider me a great philosopher," he said with a wry smile at the absurdity of such a thing. The notion that anyone would give credence to his tangled knot of guiding principles was both horrifying and anxiety-inducing. Elijah wasn't smarter than most people. Nor was he some arbiter of justice. He was just a guy who'd taken a bit of power for himself, and was trying to make his way through the world. With that thought flitting through his mind, Elijah reached into his pack and retrieved the reward from the day before. The miracle seed was a curious thing. There was life in there, Elijah could feel, but it was amorphous in a way he couldn't quite explain. He'd seen plenty of normal seeds since the world had ended. Felt them with nature. And none of them had felt even close to what he experienced while examining the miracle seed. But more than anything else, when Elijah looked at it, he felt roiling potential. It was constrained by the seed, but only barely. What would happen if he planted it? If he used nature's bounty to accelerate its growth? It didn't feel like the ancestral tree seed he'd planted in Druid's Park, though it felt no less powerful for its differences. In fact, there was a part of him that wondered if it was an even stronger treasure. Not that he could figure it out anytime soon. He didn't intend to plant it anywhere but his island, and he wasn't going to head back to his grove before he at least found Seattle. Doing so would be a huge waste of time. So Elijah replaced the seed and tilted his head toward the sky. His campsite was in a clearing, so he had a great view of the night sky, and as he always did when in the wilderness, he marveled at how expansive it seemed. In a way, it reminded him of night on the open ocean, but even that didn't do it justice. When Earth had been transformed, even the sky had changed. There were more stars and they shined all the brighter. So did the moon, which seemed larger and clearer than ever before. Was that the effect of his enhanced senses? Or had even space been transformed? Elijah didn't know, and he'd never even thought to investigate it through the guides available in the branch's knowledge base. Still, as he sat there waiting for his supper to cook, Elijah wondered if the touch of the world tree had extended to other planets in the solar system. Had Mercury and Mars experienced an influx of Ethera? What about the gas giants? Even now, was their life finding a way to exist out there? Elijah knew there were other planets, thousands of them, in fact, that had been touched by the world tree. Indeed, there were 9 separate universes, not including the abyssal space between the world tree's branches. And each of those universes played host to innumerable worlds. It was all dizzyingly complex, and even considering just how vast the multiverse connected to the world tree really was threatened to cause a headache. Whatever the case, it was a safe bet to assume that he would never see the majority of the worlds that comprised the universe. He let out another sigh. The idea that he would visit any other worlds would have felt insane only a few years before. But now, it was an actual possibility. In fact, it was a goal. In his old life before Earth's transformation, he'd enjoyed traveling. But he'd always made excuses to stay put. But if searching for his sister had confirmed anything for Elijah, it was that he was afflicted or blessed, depending on perspective, with a serious case of wanderlust. He liked his grove. In a lot of ways, he needed it. Yet, he liked traveling across the world as well. Experiencing new cultures like he had in Argos was exciting, and if he was honest with himself, fighting new enemies and confronting different challenges was just as exhilarating, though in a different way. In short, it wasn't a matter of if he'd find a way off of Earth, but rather when. So long as he managed to survive, at least. And find Alyssa. Once his family was safe and sound, he would be free to pursue those other goals without the specter of familial security hanging over his head. With that in mind, Elijah watched the stars until he felt a presence nearby. Turning his head, he saw a wolf. Not a mutated version of the notorious predators, but just a regular wolf. And then he felt a dozen more surrounding him. It was a testament to how efficient of hunters wolves were that the touch of the world tree hadn't blessed them with increased size or extra appendages. Instead, the gray-furred wolf before him looked absolutely normal. Though Elijah knew it wasn't. No matter how proficient it was as a hunter, nothing could have survived in the wilderness without enhanced strength, dexterity, and constitution. That meant that the pack surrounding him was dangerous. Still, Elijah didn't flinch. Instead, he reached into his pack and removed the remainder of the meat he'd harvested from the deer he'd killed earlier. It was wrapped in wax paper that was meant to preserve meat and other perishables. He'd bought it back in Ironshore, though this was the first time he'd had occasion to use it. The wolf crept closer, but the other members of its pack remained in the shadows. Presumably, they were ready to pounce at the first sign of weakness. Or perhaps they were frightened. After all, from Elijah's experience, beasts tended to have a subtle sense of how strong an opponent was. Otherwise, the predators would inevitably pick a fight with prey that was far stronger than it appeared. That rarely happened, at least as far as Elijah had seen, so he'd come to the conclusion that they could perceive relative power. He envied them that. For his part, Elijah's sense of power was purely observational. He could tell when something had high strength or dexterity, but levels were a different thing altogether. Other people, like Kuruk, had abilities that could gauge a creature's level, but Elijah had never been offered such a skill. In any case, he unwrapped the huge hunk of meat, then tossed it at the wolf. The canine sniffed it for a second, then took a bite. In only a second, it had devoured the whole thing. So, seeing that there was an entire pack to feed, Elijah emptied his stores. The deer he'd killed was quite large, so he hoped there would be enough to go around. Before long, the entire pack had come out into the open, where they were feasting on the fruits of Elijah's labor. He didn't mind, though. He could always hunt something else, and the wolves were clearly hungry. As the wolves ate, so did Elijah, tearing into the cooked slab of venison as soon as it was finished. A couple of the wolves approached, low growls rumbling from their throats. But Elijah only had to look at them to send them backing away. That confirmed that the beasts knew he was stronger than them. Perhaps they still might have attacked if the whole pack was willing, but after having been fed, most of the wolves were content to leave him be. As they shared their meals, Elijah felt an urge to reach out and pet one of the beasts that came too close, but he had to remind himself that these were wild animals. They weren't domesticated dogs. And if he made the wrong move, which probably included petting them, there was every chance he'd lose a hand. Or at least a finger. So he restrained his urges and simply enjoyed their close proximity. Once they'd finished, one of the wolves, it might have been the first one to approach, let out a low whine. Elijah held out his hands, saying, "That's it. You'll have to hunt your own food if you want any more." The wolf cocked its head to the side as if it was considering what Elijah had just said. Then, without any other reaction, it turned and padded away, disappearing into the shadows. The other wolves followed, and a few seconds later, they left the circle of awareness Elijah gained from one with nature. "Just eat my food and leave," he muttered. Shaking his head, he complained, "No thank you or anything." After that, Elijah spent a couple more hours just enjoying nature and letting his mind wander across a multitude of subjects. Some of those were memories from his past. Others were conjecture about the future. And still others were various bits of media that kept playing through his mind. It was only when he started humming Shaggy's "It Wasn't Me" that he decided to try to get some rest. So, using his pack as a pillow and the cloak of the Iron Bear as a blanket, he shut his eyes and passed into contented sleep. The next morning dawned cool and crisp, and after a night of pleasant dreams, Elijah rose with eagerness in his heart. Before he got moving, he enjoyed a breakfast of berries, then headed toward a nearby stream, where he made use of his homemade rejuvenating soap. So by the time he was finished, he was fully awake and ready for the coming day. After drinking a cup of tea beside the remnants of his fire from the night before, Elijah set off toward Argos. By his reckoning, he was only a week or so away from the Greek city, and he was eager to reunite with his friends. Mostly Delilah, though. Sure, she had said it was a one-time thing, but who was to say that they couldn't have another one-time rendezvous? Or maybe two. Elijah might even be persuaded to stay for a week, so long as her company was on offer. And who knew? Maybe they'd actually spare a few moments for a real conversation or two. Elijah's mind was firmly in that space when he felt something he very much didn't expect. He threw himself sideways as a spear crashed down in the spot he'd just vacated. In the space of a second, he'd searched one with nature for his assailant, and he very much did not like what he saw. Elijah cursed himself for not traveling in his draconid form. Not only would it have allowed him to cross the wilderness much more quickly even without the dexterity and strength boost it provided, the form was still much better suited for the task, but it would have allowed him to avoid the current situation entirely. Because the men and women surrounding him were clearly not intent on hunting beasts. There were 12 of them, all armed with spears, axes, and swords and wearing leather armor that, even to Elijah's untrained eye, looked like it was poor quality. Still, there were enough of them that Elijah knew he needed to take them seriously, especially considering that he was caught out in the open. "You don't want to do this," he said, pushing himself to his feet. "We really do, mate," said the one who'd thrown his spear. He was a tall, whipcord-thin man with cheekbones that could cut glass. He also wore his facial hair in a pointed goatee that really sold the evil bandit look. "Now give us your pack and whatever coins you got, and we'll let you be on your way." "I want the stick too," said the woman beside him. She was almost as tall as him, but even slimmer to the point of looking malnourished. A few dirty smudges on her cheeks, and mussed blonde hair gave her an almost feral appearance. Otherwise, she was quite striking, to the point that Elijah wondered if she might have been a fashion model in her old life. Perhaps that was why she'd plainly disregarded her hygiene and appearance. After all, that could be a defense mechanism while surrounded by unscrupulous men who faced no real societal consequences for giving in to the worst of the worst inhibitions. Elijah preferred not to assume the worst of anyone, but he knew there had to be some overlap between people who would resort to banditry and those who might choose to ignore the concept of consent. In that context, her appearance made a lot of sense. Or maybe Elijah was reading too much into it, and she was just a habitually dirty person. Regardless, he had no time to muse on the subject. Instead, he needed to focus on the people who were trying to rob him. So he said, "If you keep going like this, I'm going to kill every one of you. It won't be quick, either. When you realize your mistake, you'll try to run, and I'll hunt you down." He pointed his crook at the man who'd thrown his spear. "And you're going down first. I'll crush your skull with my bare hands. Think we're scared of you? You're only a healer," the two-bit villain spat. Then, he chuckled. "And level 19, too. What are you even doing out here?" "Damn it," Elijah muttered with a shake of his head. His ring of anonymity had caused more problems than it had potentially solved, and it was getting very close to the point where he was just going to discard it. "Think about it, man. You find me out here all alone, and your first thought is that I'm vulnerable. You know how hard it is to survive in the wilderness, right? You have to. And yet, here I am. All by myself and not worried at all. Why do you think that is?" "He's crazy, Rolf." "That's all it is," the thin woman said. She was armed with a sword that she looked comfortable using. But then again, anyone who managed to survive in the New World was probably, at the bare minimum, competent. "Fair warning, Rolf," Elijah said, shifting his stance a little. "I don't mind killing you all, if that's what it comes to, but I'd rather avoid it. Guilty conscience and all." For a second, silence reigned. Then, Rolf extended his hand, and the spear he'd thrown jerked free of the loamy forest turf and returned to his hand. That was clearly the signal for the other bandits to attack, and before another second had passed, Elijah was buried beneath the weight of a dozen spells and skills. Some were simple projections of Ethera that took the form of slashing blades, but there were bolts of energy, a couple of fireballs which seemed incredibly irresponsible to Elijah, and even a flying icicle. For a few moments, the bandits threw everything they had at Elijah, and the ground kicked up into a cloud of dust. When it settled both literally and metaphorically, the bandits were confronted with a monster. The moment Elijah had felt the bandits' attacks activate, he'd shifted into his lamellar ape form and activated iron scales. For most attacks, that was sufficient to rob them of any effect, but for the fire and ice skills, it was almost useless. Thankfully, his constitution was high enough to pick up the slack, so when the barrage ceased, Elijah was almost entirely unharmed, save for a few chunks of ice that had lodged between his scales and a little smoke curling toward the sky. "What the?" Rolf never got the chance to finish his exclamation, because Elijah dashed forward almost too quickly for any of them to perceive. He crashed into the bandit leader with undeniable momentum that should have sent the men flying backwards into the trees. However, Elijah prevented that by wrapping his huge fingers around the man's head. He squeezed, and it shattered beneath the pressure he brought to bear. Rolf fell to the ground in a heap, and for a few moments, the bandits just looked upon him with mingled awe and horror. Then, one of the women let out a scream, which functioned as yet another signal. But apparently that signal meant different things to different people, because a few of the bandits immediately turned tail and sprinted into the woods. Others decided to try their luck with a few more attacks. It went about as well as the first barrage, which was to say that it was entirely ineffective. Meanwhile, Elijah burst into motion, charging the next bandit on his list. In the past, he might have hesitated before attacking a woman. In the old world, that made sense. In fact, he would have avoided physical violence against anyone, with the caveat that they weren't in a boxing gym. Yet, that attitude was useless in the transformed world, especially in a kill or be killed sort of situation. Not that Elijah was in much danger. He'd already established that he wasn't. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to follow through with his promise. He would leave people to their own devices right up until they attacked him. Then, all bets were off. That was exacerbated by the bestial rage that came with the guardian form. So, when he reached the woman, he didn't hesitate to snap out and clamp his jaws around her head. It burst just as quickly as Rolf's, and as her now headless corpse fell, Elijah turned his attention to the remaining assailants. They didn't last long. In fact, at that moment, most of them decided that their fleeing allies had the right idea. They scattered, leaving only a couple to the fight. The remaining bandits put up a slightly better fight than their leaders, but in the end, they fell without even scratching Elijah's scales. Then, he began the hunt. Because Elijah hadn't been lying when he'd said he would kill each and every one of them. Partly, it was because he saw them as a menace. It took a special kind of evil to prey on people during crisis, and the world's transformation certainly qualified for that. In a perfect world, everyone would pull together and support one another. That was a pipe dream, though. Elijah knew it went against human nature. There would be exploitation, like what had happened in Norcastle. But at least the mayor of that town had given something in return. The bandits, by contrast, were a blight. A virus. They were no different from the Vox who spilled out from the rifts. And just like those monsters, they needed to be exterminated. So Elijah shifted into his Draconid form and started his hunt. The first few were easy enough. They hadn't gotten far, and without the advantage of numbers or circumstance, they stood even less of a chance of surviving his attacks. Couple that with the nature of the Draconid form, it was called the shape of the predator for a reason, after all, and the results were predictable. However, with every passing moment, the others drew further away. If he could have, he'd have marked each and every one of them with the brand of the stalker, but the nature of the spell meant that it could only be used on a single enemy at any given time. So he sometimes forgot to use it at all. It was an issue he needed to rectify, because the spell gave him a powerful boost to his damage. So as he hunted each of the bandits down, he made an effort to use brand of the stalker before he pounced. And the results were encouraging, if only barely noticeable against such weak opponents. Over the next few hours, Elijah stalked every last one of the bandits. When cornered, some begged for mercy, but most never even knew he was there before he fell upon them, ripping them to pieces with claws and fangs. Doing so gave him a heady sense of power that was, in a way, addictive. Sure, he enjoyed a challenge like he'd experienced in the most recent rift. However, there was something to be said for dispensing justice against a weaker enemy that could never hope to stand up to him. By the end, though, it just felt tedious. Another item to tick off his to-do list. So he ended it as quickly as he could, and when it was all over, he left them to rot. Their equipment was mostly worthless, and his bag space was limited. So he only bothered to take the couple of Ethereum coins they had on them before leaving the area behind. But upon resuming his human form, any satisfaction Elijah felt retreated before a feeling of guilt. It wasn't regret, not precisely, and his rationale remained just as valid as ever. Yet, in his natural shape, Elijah couldn't escape the reality of what he'd done. He'd ended a dozen lives, and without hesitation or, truthfully, any risk to himself. He could have escaped. He was stronger and faster, and he could have disappeared into the forest without any real difficulty. Sure, they were a menace, but was he truly meant to be the arbiter of justice? For all he knew, those people had chosen their path out of necessity. Life was difficult, and sometimes, people had to make tough choices. They had attacked him, though, and largely because they thought he was a soft target. That he wasn't what he seemed was the only reason he wasn't dead with the vultures picking through his belongings. Still, Elijah knew the situation wasn't nearly as straightforward as it appeared to be. It stood in stark contrast to what had happened his first time in Norcastle. The mayor had sent people after him for some inexplicable reason, but Elijah had allowed himself to be convinced by Jess to flee rather than fight. The resulting frustration had been a contributing factor to what had come next when he'd slaughtered the hunters who'd killed the bear and harvested the mushroom natural treasure. Would he have done the same if he'd allowed himself to respond to the mayor's aggression? Maybe. But perhaps not. It was a strange dichotomy, and it highlighted the fact that Elijah, for all the lip service he played to pacificism, was a creature of violence. He could constrain it. And often, he left it behind for long stretches. However, it only took a slight threat to send him down that familiar path. And his bestial forms didn't help, either. If he'd ever needed confirmation that they affected how he saw things, he only needed to turn his attention to the conflicting feelings he'd felt during his most recent hunt. In his draconid form, he'd felt fully justified. And to a degree, he still did. Yet, the moment he'd returned to his human form, that certainty had chipped away beneath the weight of his human empathy. Such thoughts flitted through Elijah's mind as he left the area behind. Hopefully, he'd feel better about it when he reached his destination. "They won't last much longer without rest," said Teresa, the chemist who'd so far kept everyone in Carmen's group on their feet. "I don't know how they're still on their feet." "Constitution and regeneration," Carmen said, looking back at the ragged group of refugees who'd been banished from Easton alongside her. To say they looked dejected was an understatement, and she knew that they were on the verge of simply giving up. It was a glimpse into the sad reality forced upon all the people Roman had turned away from Easton. At the time, Carmen had seen those rejections as necessary, but though she hated what they represented, she'd never really put herself in their shoes. To think salvation was at hand for it to be suddenly snatched away, it was cruel in a way Carmen had never considered. Not until she had experienced it. The school was supposed to be their shelter. A small pocket of peace amidst a dangerous and deadly world. But that peace had been shattered by the monstrous creature that lived in the lake. The only saving grace was that it seemed incapable of traveling on land for more than a few hundred yards. So they'd quickly left it behind. Even then, they hadn't allowed themselves to rest until a day later when people started to collapse. Since then, they'd been forced to take shelter wherever it could be found. Usually, that meant hiding in whatever abandoned building they passed, but more often than not, they weren't safe. Monsters, it seemed, like to have a roof over their heads as well, and so, it was a rare opportunity that saw them staying in one place for more than a day. Even then, they seldom did so unmolested. That was where Carmen, Colt, and to her horror, Miguel stepped up to protect everyone. He had no extra attributes, and he didn't have skills or spells to help him, but what Miguel did have was his mother's fighting spirit and penchant for heroism. Still, he didn't throw himself into the middle of things. Instead, he limited his contributions to keeping watch and using the bow Carmen had made for him to fill any monsters full of arrows. Typically, he didn't have much of an effect in battle, but he was a quick thinker, and he'd learned to do what he could with his limited capability. When Carmen tried to get him to hold back, he agreed to do so. But the moment danger struck, he was right there trying to assist where he could. And he was effective. A few of the refugees owed their lives to his quick thinking. Much to Carmen's chagrin, he was as valuable a member of the group as anyone else besides Colt, Teresa the chemist, or herself. Still, for all of their efforts, the end looked like it was on the horizon. Not because they would find safety, but rather because normal people could only maintain that constant state of readiness for so long before they started making mistakes. Or forgot why they were trying so hard to survive. Carmen had Miguel's survival to spur her on. A few of the refugees were couples, so they leaned on one another. And Colt had his duty. But everyone else? There was only so much misery a person could endure before they stopped caring whether they continued living. We still have a long way to go, Carmen said. Do you have any more of that root? Can we brew some more tea? Teresa shook her head. I think we were fortunate to find that much, she admitted. Unless we get lucky again, we don't have anything else. Maybe if I were an alchemist. Carmen wanted to comfort the woman, but realistically, she was right. Being a chemist gave her a few of the same skills as an alchemist, but the class was clearly geared more towards research. She had the knowledge, and she could see things no alchemist could, but Teresa lacked the abilities necessary to bring it all together. As a result, she could barely eke more than the base effect of her ingredients out of any given concoction. In a perfect world, teams of chemists and alchemists would work together. But as had been proven time and time again, theirs was no perfect world. Still, without Teresa's efforts, they would have already lost a few people. So Carmen didn't have it in her to denigrate the chemist, even in her mind. She said, "You've saved us more times than I can count. I don't know any alchemists that could have done the same." It was a lie, and they both knew it. But it was one no one in the group would even consider refuting. "We'll just have to suck it up, then," Carmen stated, glancing at the sky. There was a storm brewing on the horizon, which meant that finding shelter was of paramount importance. They could keep going in the rain, but doing so would likely sap whatever will the most vulnerable members of the group possessed. For the next couple of hours, they continued on until Colt returned from his latest scouting expedition, and told her that a potential shelter lay ahead. He'd checked it for monsters and found nothing. However, that was no guarantee that it was safe. More than once, they'd thought the same thing only to find themselves facing off against one nightmare or another. Still, they couldn't afford to be picky, so after she let everyone know where they were going, she led them down the stretch of highway, passing a crumbling overpass before finally reaching the destination Colt had described. It was an old Best Buy, complete with the large, yellow sign. It was also enormous. At one point, Carmen had just accepted big box stores as a matter of course. However, since the apocalypse, she'd begun to understand just how wasteful they were. She always knew, of course, but like most Americans, she'd swept those concerns under the proverbial rug. But now, when she looked at the giant monument to excess, all she could think about was how pointless it had all been. Sure, she'd liked her electronics as much as the next gal. Throughout college, she'd been an avid gamer, and it was only after she'd had Miguel that she'd taken a step back from the hobby. However, like everyone else in the world, she'd remained addicted to her screens. Still, having hundreds of thousands of square feet dedicated to electronics was absurd. More than anything, though, Carmen looked at that enormous building, and wondered how they were going to defend such a space. Especially since one side had completely collapsed. Hopefully, the rest of the building would be usable. Carmen and the others entered through the entrance, passing the long shattered glass doors. The first thing Carmen noticed was the fact that they weren't the first people to have taken shelter inside the building. Someone had shifted some things around, and there was even an old fire pit. However, there were no people about, and even after they went through the ruined store, they found no inhabitants. After that, they engaged in the long-practiced process of making a camp deep in the back of the enormous store. Once everyone was settled in, Carmen scoured the area for usable materials, but there was a paucity of metal, suggesting that someone had already been through. What that meant, she wasn't sure, but considering that she was still toting the metal she'd acquired back at the school, Carmen wasn't even sure that she needed more. Certainly, everyone could use some armor, but she had neither the time nor the equipment to make anything better than crude grade. To do that, she needed a real forge, an anvil, and a variety of tools she couldn't manifest via summon tool. Armor, whether it was plate or mail, was far more complex than making a few spearheads or a sword, and she saw no reason to invest her time in creating a new forge when they would be moving on within the next day or so. Because the reality was that setting up camp on their own wasn't really a viable option. Not if everyone was going to survive. They needed civilization to ensure that, and Carmen had vowed to keep going until they found somewhere to settle. After Carmen completed her survey of the surrounding area, she returned to the campsite to find almost everyone huddled together, their eyes either fearful or lifeless, with little in between. The few who didn't fall into those extremes were just exhausted. Carmen counted herself among that number. Without Crafter's stamina, she would have long since given in to fatigue. So she sat atop an old washing machine with a sigh. In a cleared area only a dozen or so feet away, Colt led Miguel through some sword drills. How either of them had found the energy, Carmen had no idea, and she was of mixed feelings concerning her son's fascination with combat. But she only had to remember how dangerous the world was to understand what drove Miguel. Because she felt it, too. More than once, she had cursed herself for taking tradesman as her archetype. If she'd taken warrior or sorceress, she would have been in a much better position to protect her son. But she hadn't. And now she was paying for that. The only solution was to keep going, to grow strong enough even as a crafter to accomplish her goals. After a couple of hours, Colt and Miguel finished their drills. While the samurai headed in her direction, Miguel kept practicing. When Colt reached Carmen, he leaned against the washing machine. "How is he?" she asked. Her son spent more time with Colt than with anyone else. Terrified, Colt answered. "Don't blame him, neither. He's weak. Almost defenseless. That's a scary thing. I hate it." "So does he," Colt stated. "That's why he trains like he does. He's driven. Reminds me of his mother." "Alyssa." "No. His other mother," Colt interrupted. "He's more like you than you can see. Stubborn. Strong. Or he will be. He don't let nobody tell him no when there's something he wants. Same as you." "Hopefully, he'll be more successful," Carmen said. "You're doing your best." "Couldn't nobody do better," Colt responded. "My best might not be good enough," she said. "They're on the verge, Colt. You see it, right?" "I do. If we don't find somewhere safe soon." "We will." "You've noticed it, right?" Colt said. "People have been hunting this area. And somebody stripped this store of anything useful. If I was a bettin' man, I'd say there was a settlement round these parts. Maybe not a big one. We're still too close to Easton for a city to be here that we didn't know about." "How far do you think we've gone?" she asked. "A few 100 miles at least. No more than 600. No less than 5, though. So far. We been following highways, mostly. Easy travel. Plus, everyone here's at least level 10. Doesn't seem like it, but we can cover some ground." "I hope you're right," Carmen said. "I want to be as far away from that lake monster as we can get before we settle in." After that, the two went silent. Eventually, even Miguel's seemingly inexhaustible fervor gave way to fatigue, and he settled in to sleep. For her part, Carmen stayed on watch until late into the night, when she was relieved by Colt. Then, she lay next to her son so she could get a few hours of rest. The next morning, everyone set about their various tasks. Colt went hunting, while everyone else converted the area to something a little more defensible. They piled appliances into a makeshift wall, and they cleared a living space. It wasn't perfect, and if they were attacked, the defenses would do little good. However, it was the best they could do for now. So it went for the next 3 days until, at last, Colt returned with the news he'd anticipated that very first night. "It's a village," he said. "Maybe 200 people. The town's surrounded by a palisade, and it looks sturdy enough." "You think they'll take us in?" "Don't know," Colt said. "They look peaceful, but who knows? The real question is whether we can afford not to try. Yeah, Carmen said. We'll try in the morning. For now, everyone could use a little more rest just in case we need to run again. Yes, ma'am. The wind whipped the trees with an unmatched frenzy that reminded Elijah of the strongest hurricanes. Yet, he was hundreds of miles from the shore, which meant that the storm shouldn't have been nearly so fearsome. Still, if the sustained winds were less than 100 miles an hour, he would have been incredibly surprised. So whether it made sense or not was irrelevant, and Elijah was forced to take solace in a cave that, judging by the smell, had only recently been occupied by some sort of predator. Fortunately, that beast had long since abandoned it, probably when winter had released its grip on the area, so all that remained were a few scattered bones and the aforementioned smell. Even so, Elijah had quite a lot of trouble relaxing, not least because of the howling wind, but also because the smell of a carnivore hung so thick in the air. His instincts told him to be on guard, either for something trying to kill him, or for a competitor that needed to be put in its place. It was one instance where he didn't try to overcome his bestial instincts. What followed was 2 long days of sheltering in place. Fortunately, Elijah had plenty of food and water for a prolonged stay, but he quickly found that he was bored. So he found the skeleton of some long-dead prey animal, a moose, he thought, and started carving the bones. In a lot of ways, it was no different from whittling wood, though it differed in enough ways that he ruined more than a few bones before he got the hang of it. Even then, Elijah was no expert carver, so the results were less than ideal. Looking at his crook of the serpent healer, he wondered how he'd managed to create something so lifelike. Perhaps his abilities or his connection to nature had bridged the gap that skill couldn't cross. Whatever the case, Elijah quickly tired of the exercise and abandoned it. Instead, he just closed his eyes and focused on his internal Ethera. When he'd established his neophyte soul, he'd completely broken his natural pathways, and that had allowed him to saturate his entire body with the Ethera. However, while it was better than what he'd started with, it was still limited. He suspected that if he received any new spells, they would take ages to cast until he figured out how to reform the pathways of his soul. The problem was the amount. His current spells only took sips, which meant that the current form of his soul had actually sped things up. Yet, if he wanted to take gulps as he suspected any new spells would be incredibly slow. That was the problem the next stage was meant to address by reforming the pathways stronger, faster, and more extensively than ever before. But as much as Elijah tried, he couldn't figure out the method to reach that goal. He would either need a teacher or a guide if he was going to reach that point. The same was true of his dragon core. In a lot of ways, it was even worse, because, while there was some information on taking the next step in the cultivation of his soul, there was absolutely nothing about dragon cores. Regardless, Elijah persisted until the storm broke. So, it was with some relief that Elijah set off through the wilderness, where he saw the aftermath of the storm. There were whole swaths of forest that looked like a bomb had gone off, and the atmosphere was eerily silent. The animals, birds, and insects had fled before the storm, and the absence of life other than the local flora was almost as disconcerting as the more overt devastation. Elijah continued on for a couple more days, and over the course of his trek, the evidence of the storm continued to be evident, suggesting that it had been at least as wide as a hurricane. But eventually, Elijah found his way to Argos. From a distance it looked much the same as it always did, but when Elijah saw the olive groves, it became apparent that the city hadn't escaped the storm unscathed. The olive trees hadn't been completely destroyed, but many of them had been stripped bare by the harsh winds. No doubt, their fruit had been taken as well. Which didn't bode well for Argos. Elijah approached the gate warily, and he was unsurprised to see a couple of familiar faces standing guard. The same 2 sentries greeted him with characteristic acceptance, then ushered him inside, with the bearded man saying, "If you want to help, there's a triage center that's been set up at the center of town." Triage? For what? The storm. There were a few buildings that collapsed, they said. We tried to save as many as we could, but... I understand, Elijah said. Then, without any further hesitation, he hurried through town. Inside the city was a bustle of activity, with everyone pitching in as they repaired the extensive wind damage the city had experienced. Elijah saw a few familiar faces, Atticus and Isaac among them, but he didn't stop to help. Instead, he hurried toward the town's central square where he felt he could do the most good. When he reached the plaza, he saw hundreds of injured people, but only a couple of exhausted-looking healers. So Elijah found a man who looked like he was in charge and said, "I have an area healing spell. It causes rain, but it's got a radius of about 40 feet. How do you want me to use it?" After that, it wasn't long before they'd packed as many people around Elijah as they could. Some were worse off than others, but they all sported serious wounds. Elijah used healing rain, which elicited a couple of cries of fear, as some of the people clearly thought the vicious storm had returned. However, the moment those raindrops descended, their cries ceased. Until that moment, Elijah hadn't truly appreciated his new staff. The crook of the serpent healer couldn't augment his damage spells, but what it lacked in that department, it more than made up for with how much it boosted his healing spells. Using it, each passing second of healing rain was almost as powerful as his unmodified touch of nature. Sure, it had been augmented by the dragon core as well as his new staff, but it was an extremely powerful spell that could heal hundreds of people at once. That made it extraordinarily valuable. Still, Elijah knew he could do more. So as people were healed, he sought out the most injured among them and used touch of nature. Just like healing rain, it was enhanced by his crook of the serpent healer, so it was almost as powerful as a healing spell from a real healer. The only difference was that his spells were extraordinarily efficient, and each boost he gave them only made them more so. Because they all still cost exactly the same amount of Ethera as they had when he'd first gotten them. As such, he felt like he could cast for days. He even took the time to cast Aura of Renewal on everyone he saw. It was especially helpful for the other healers, but that extra regeneration was useful for everyone. In the end, it took almost 5 hours before Elijah ran out of Ethera. By that point, he'd healed all but the most persistent injuries, and though he wanted to stay and finish the job, the other healers insisted they could handle it. It wasn't until he stepped out from under his latest healing rain that he realized just how exhausted he was. Ethera clearly wasn't the only cost of constantly casting spells. Stamina was a component as well, and though it was far less impactful, especially with his many advantages, healing for 6 straight hours left him feeling like he'd gone 12 rounds with a professional heavyweight. Which was to say he was beat. So, with only a little regret, he made his way to his favorite inn, and when he stepped inside, he couldn't help but smile at the matronly innkeeper. He planted himself at the bar and said, "You know, I never learned your name." "Agatha." "Food." "You read my mind." "Whatever you've got." "I trust your judgment," Elijah said. "Smart." Then, the woman disappeared into the kitchen, allowing Elijah to look around at the other occupants of the common room. There were only a few, and they looked just as tired as he felt. So Elijah occupied himself by staring blankly at the polished wood of the bar. He hadn't intended to space out like that, but that sort of thing tended to happen when someone was as exhausted as he was. He didn't break out of his reverie until Agatha set a shallow bowl in front of him. "Juvetsi." "Good." Elijah had no idea what that meant, but he recognized the smell of beef and tomatoes. Of course, there was pasta that almost looked like rice in the bowl as well. After his previous meals in the inn, he truly did trust Agatha's judgment, so he wasted no time before digging in. And of course it was amazing. "Oh God. Is good, yes." Elijah nodded enthusiastically. It tasted like nothing he'd ever had before. There were elements of other things he'd eaten, but the combination was something wholly new that defied his expectations. He tore through the entire casserole/stew in record time, but Agatha was quick to offer a second helping, which he devoured almost as quickly. After stuffing himself to Agatha's delight, he rented a room and passed out without even bothering to shower. The next morning, he rectified that mistake and apologized to Agatha for the mess. Then, he handed over a couple extra copper Ethereum for her trouble. He half expected her to refuse, but she shoved the coins into her pocket so quickly that he couldn't help but wonder if a skill was involved. Either way, he left the inn on good terms and found his way to Atticus' arsenal. The shop's owner was inside, and he greeted Elijah. "I hear you have been busy, my friend. The whole town is talking about the mysterious and powerful healer." "Just doing what I can," Elijah said. "So, what's new?" "Other than the hell storm?" asked Atticus. "It swept in without warning and nearly tore the whole town apart. Fortunately, we have a few buildings that were built by people with appropriate classes. Otherwise, no one would have survived." "Interesting," Elijah said. He'd known that there were classes for just about everything, but he hadn't considered what that really meant. Apparently, a building designed by an architect and built by a contractor would be much stronger than something from the old world. He wondered what the other innumerable classes could do. "I'll be honest. I didn't expect you back so soon," Atticus admitted. "No offense, and I'm glad you came when you did, but you have the look of a wanderer, my friend." "I get that." After that, Atticus remarked on the 2 new pieces of equipment Elijah had obtained since they'd seen one another last. Though Elijah didn't reveal much except the 2 items' grades. Next, Elijah had Atticus appraise the 3 items he'd acquired in his most recent tower run. First came the footpads of silence, which turned out to be simple grade. Second was the goblin dagger, a low simple grade item that Elijah chose to keep, if only because it had a self-sharpening function and increased durability. Finally, he sold the useless sword called a gleaming blade to the arms dealer. In the end, he sold the slippers and the sword for 7 silver. He would have gone even lower, largely because he just wanted them out of his pack, but Atticus didn't know that, so he'd offered what Elijah thought was a fair deal. Then, they lapsed into polite conversation until Elijah finally excused himself, saying that he might be around a little more often in the near future. Atticus greeted that news with some enthusiasm, and considering how helpful Elijah had been so far, it wasn't difficult to understand why. Once he'd caught up with Atticus, he headed to Isaac's house. Or rather, Delilah's. Unfortunately, when the young man answered the door, he said, "Oh, you're back." "She's not here." "What?" "My sister. She's gone." Couldn't I just be here to see you?" "No." "What about Artemis?" "Drop the act. I know you came to see her. And I'll tell you like I've told all the others. She's not here, and even if she was, she probably wouldn't want to see you again. She's not interested in relationships." "I'm not either," Elijah insisted. "Sure. I'm certain that has nothing to do with why you're here. I thought we were friends. Acquaintances. I saved your life. Then you slept with my sister." Very loudly. "That wasn't my fault." Isaac all but rolled his eyes. "Okay, fine. It was at least 50% my fault. But she did abduct me." "I don't want to hear this," Isaac said. Elijah sighed. "Fine. How are you, then? What about Artemis?" "No more incidents?" he asked, each question coming in quick succession. "Depends on what you mean by incidents. Has your cat attacked and killed anyone since the last time I was here?" "Killed? No. Attacked. Sort of. But she had good intentions. She was protecting some kids and..." Elijah raised his hands. "Slow down, kid. As long as she didn't kill anybody, I don't care. And even if she had, I'd probably assume they deserved it." "Maybe," he said. "With her track record, though, no. I'll trust you. If you say she's been good, I believe you." After that, Isaac invited him inside, and they talked over a cup of tea. Apparently, Isaac's development had stalled a little, and he was a little nervous about having to challenge the tower sometime in the near future. Elijah offered to help, but Isaac said, "No. I appreciate it, but the town has already put together a team. According to the guides we read, it should be easier now that it hasn't had time to build." So long as we keep clearing it, it should be manageable. And besides, we'll never gain levels just killing local beasts. That's one of the reasons the towers exist, right? So we can grow. I guess, Elijah said with a shrug. He knew they were there as a means to drain Ethera from large rifts, but he supposed they could have multiple purposes. After all, the entire system seemed to have been built to help people grow stronger. Why wouldn't the towers be the same? Over the next hour, Elijah overstayed his welcome, hoping that Delilah would magically return. But Isaac quickly wised up to that strategy and ushered him out of the house. Well, I guess I'm eating alone, he said to himself. Then, he headed back to his inn to see what Agatha would serve this time. 100 guards, 50 to a side, lined the throne room. Each one was immaculately dressed in their formal, blue and white uniforms. Their boots had been glossed to perfection, and there wasn't a thread out of place. Their hair was all identical, male and female alike, and each was armed with a gleaming saber. Being assigned to the throne room was an honor, but one that came with a steep price: conformity and perfection. Anything else would invite the ire of the Lord of Easton. No one would welcome that. For his part, Roman barely noticed the men and women who were tasked with keeping order. To him, they were little more than decorations, no different from the elaborate tapestries on the walls. Those bore the sigil of the city alone, blue tower on a field of white, and they represented the excellence Roman expected from everyone who served him. And they did serve him, one and all. He was not the sort of misguided monarch that pretended to serve the people. Instead, he had his position because by virtue of how much better than them he was, and he refused to act otherwise. Instead, he saw his power as an example for which everyone else could strive. He was the ideal. A subject of aspiration and admiration. A hero who deserved their worship. Roman took that responsibility very seriously, to the point that he despised even the appearance of imperfection. So he held himself to the same standard as those who toiled at his feet. Never did he feel that weight more keenly than as he sat on his uncomfortable throne. It was made of cold iron, which in any other situation would have been an absolute waste of such a valuable material. However, to Roman, it gave the perfect impression. His city was rich. They were powerful. And they could afford to use one of the most expensive materials anyone had discovered for something so useless as making a fancy chair. Of course, all that Ethera made sitting in it even more uncomfortable than the flat, metal seat would have otherwise suggested. But the dizziness that came from it was a price Roman was willing to endure. After all, image was everything. He could have all the power in the world, but if he didn't show it to the world, then his tenuous grip on authority would shatter. He'd learned that early in his career as a police officer. Back then, he'd often found himself outnumbered and in certain places, outgunned. And yet, he had an entire organization behind him. He had the illusion of power propping him up. And as such, he was allowed to do whatever was necessary to rein in the savages he routinely encountered. But that had been a long time ago. Even before the world had transformed, police authority had begun to degrade, and all because of a few bad apples. Certainly, most police had covered for those disgraceful members of the force, but that was more about self-preservation than any approval they might have held for the idiots who routinely made mistakes. If they turned on their own, it was only a matter of time before it became acceptable to nitpick every little interaction a cop had with the public. And that would be disastrous. A man couldn't do his job if he was constantly wondering if he was going to be vilified, or worse, prosecuted for doing what was necessary. So as soon as he hit 20 years in, he'd move to Easton and run for sheriff. With his pristine track record and experience, he won the election in a landslide. After that, he'd thought he was on easy street. He had authority, but in a town like Easton, any real issues were rare. As such, he'd spent most of his time hunting or fishing. It was like a pseudo-retirement, but without the issue of losing his paycheck. In any case, his career had taught him the necessity of a strong reputation, and the importance of public perception. So he'd used those lessons well when he'd realized that he needed to step up and be the heroic leader the people of Easton deserved. He had internalized those lessons to the point where he couldn't imagine living any other way. And now, it was all about to pay off. "You may approach your king," said Fiona, who was standing to the right of the throne. She wore an elegant dress that befit her station as his chief advisor, but beyond noting that detail, Roman thought nothing of her. Instead, his focus was on the men striding pridefully down the center aisle of the throne room. All the nobles, the rich and powerful of Easton, were gathered in pews on either side, and each one was dressed in their most elaborate finery. To Roman, they looked like nothing so much as peacocks clamoring for attention. But he was sad to admit that he needed them. Not to rule. He had that handled. Rather, he required their cooperation if Easton was going to thrive. If it was going to grow, or rather, their Ethereum and influence would be key factors. The man before him was the linchpin, though. With black skin, thick dreadlocks that hung below his shoulders, and a physique that made him look like a former athlete, Laramie was the leader of the most powerful warband in the region. He'd conquered dozens of smaller towns over the past couple of years, but when he'd set his sights on Easton, he'd quickly discovered that his people, while vicious and well-trained, were not up to the task. After that, relations had devolved into a cold war where neither side was willing to take the fight to the other, lest they lose their advantages. However, just before the rebellion, Fiona had brokered a deal with the group of warmongers and bandits. The terms were simple: they would join forces under Easton's banner. In return, Laramie and his thugs would receive citizenship and all the benefits that entailed. For his part, Laramie himself would be appointed the general of Easton's armies. As a powerful warrior and a charismatic leader, he was well suited to the position. However, Roman couldn't help but wonder if he had the brains for the operation. Leading a band of howling barbarians was one thing. Heading up a real army was something else entirely. The latter required discipline and intelligence that Roman was skeptical Laramie possessed. Still, the man brought thousands of battle-hardened fighters with him, and they would follow no one else. So the point was moot. At least he'd cleaned himself up and donned proper armor instead of the Mad Max getup he usually favored. In fact, aside from the hair, he looked like a proper soldier, wearing gleaming armor and a tabard in Easton's colors. "Your Majesty," he said, dropping to one knee and bowing his head. At least he could follow directions when it mattered, Roman thought. Getting the men to do that much had been a pain. "Do you swear fealty to King Roman the Just?" intoned Fiona. "With all my heart, I do," Laramie responded in a clear voice. "May Easton endure." After that, the man rose and took 2 strides to the throne, then planted himself to Roman's left. There he stood, his chin held high and his shoulders back as his lieutenants all came forth and swore fealty to Roman. When the last man did, Roman was about to give his speech when something interrupted him. No one in the throne room would be stupid enough for that, but the system itself didn't care about his budding kingdom. A notification flashed before his eyes. "Congratulations! You have met the requirements to embark on a quest to become an official ruler under the system. Complete the following quests to solidify your rule. 1. Conquer an enemy and hear their oath of fealty. 2. Become an arbiter of justice. 3. Expand your territory until you rule over 1 million people. 4. Reach the top 10 on the planetary power rankings, Earth." The moment Roman saw the first part of the message, his mind went wild with the possibilities. The very system had deemed him worthy of rule. That was confirmation that he was the one person who could usher Easton, perhaps even Earth itself, into a new age of prosperity and safety. Given the size of the universes attached to the world tree, perhaps he could even conquer other planets. The sky was no longer the limit. But then he read the requirements. The first seemed easy enough. After all, he'd already converted one enemy to a subject. But the second tripped him up. He'd dispensed justice plenty of times. What, then, did it take to become an arbiter of justice? He had no idea, which frustrated and annoyed him. How was he supposed to complete a quest if he didn't know what the requirements meant? Even as his anger began to mount, he read the third requirement, and he nearly choked on the number. 1,000,000 people was an intimidating figure. For context, Easton was one of the largest cities on Earth, at least as far as Roman knew, and it only housed a little more than 100,000 citizens. To reach 1,000,000 people was a daunting task. But at least it was straightforward. And it wasn't as if he didn't already harbor plans of conquest. That was the entire reason he'd accepted Laramie's fealty. The fourth item on the list was even more unrealistic. At present, he wasn't even on the power ladder. He was close. He knew that much. But there were 100 people and dozens of levels between him and the completion of that goal. For a moment, it felt like the system was mocking him. It was as if it was dangling everything he wanted just out of reach, and when he grabbed for it, it yanked that reward away. He heard imaginary laughter in his mind, which sent him into a cold rage. However, Roman didn't let it touch his face. Instead, he merely stared out at the gathered nobles, both old and new members of the aristocracy. Then, he pushed himself to his feet. With his hand resting on the hilt of the false dragon Fong, he announced, "Easton is still in its infancy, but we are strong. We have persevered through countless hardships. We have defeated the rebels. We have made friends of our enemies. And now we will go to war. Because if we do not, the world will surely perish. We fight because we must. Otherwise, humanity will not survive." With that, he descended from the throne's dais and marched down the aisle. No one uttered a single word as he made his way to the enormous and intimidating doors. When he reached them, a pair of guards pulled them open, which meant he didn't even have to break stride as he left the throne room. Two of his personal guards, elite warriors, both followed him silently as he left the throne room behind and headed toward his office. As he did, he barely noticed the majestic palace, the artwork, or the expensive decor. Instead, his mind was squarely on his plans for the completion of his quest. Clearly, the system wanted to push him, almost certainly because even it knew he was humanity's only hope. It saw potential, and it had set a challenge with the intention of forcing him to meet that promise. That meant that it knew he could accomplish those seemingly impossible goals. By the time Roman arrived at his office, he was even more certain than ever before that he was Earth's chosen one. He merely needed to keep going, and he would save humanity. The system had practically sanctioned him already. If that wasn't a vote of confidence, Roman didn't know what would qualify for that label. Still, the system wasn't going to do the work for him. So, as he settled into his desk chair, which was much more comfortable than the throne, he set his mind to how he was going to achieve his goals. In the wake of the hellish storm, the whole of Argos came together. In a way, it reminded Elijah of what he'd seen in Ironshore, which further confirmed his judgment of the city. It was such a sharp contrast to Norcastle. The people who lived in that city hadn't been unhappy. Nor were they bad people. But they didn't share a sense of community. Not like Argos. Over the next week, Elijah pitched in wherever he could. Much of his time was spent healing, but he also volunteered to help usher the olive groves and other farms back to health. It required him to reveal his archetype after all. What sort of healer also had plant magic? But once he demonstrated his abilities, he was given as much access as he could have wanted. And for days, he spent every waking moment trying to help the groves heal. In a way, it reminded him of his earliest days on the island, when he'd spent so much of his time trying to get berries and other wild edibles to grow more quickly. However, since then, his version of nature's bounty had grown exponentially more powerful. Part of that was due to his core, but he felt that there was more to it than that. Which was strange. None of his other spells save for one with nature had changed. Perhaps it had to do with his connection with nature. Or maybe there was some other factor of which he wasn't aware. There was even a possibility that it was all in his head, though he hoped that wasn't the case. Regardless of the details, Elijah found that his efforts actually resulted in a trickle of experience. He'd gotten a bit from healing, and even if it wasn't much, it was nice to see his work rewarded. By comparison, the experience he got from helping the plants grow was minuscule. However, he spent so much time doing it that it started to add up. He didn't gain enough to push him to an additional level, but the fact that he could notice the amount at all was surprising. After all, he'd spent countless hours helping the plants in his grove grow. Why, then, hadn't he gotten experience from that? It was a mystery to which he didn't know the solution. Yet, it was barely enough to occupy one facet of his quartz mind. The fact was that he wasn't doing it for experience or rewards of any kind, really. Instead, he was doing it because he could. The people of Argos had been kind to him. They'd welcomed him. And sure, he'd repaid that with his own efforts both in his first visit and his most recent stop, but that was how community was supposed to work. Elijah reveled in that. Eventually, though, his job was finished. Sure, he could have kept going, and there would have been minimal benefits. But he'd hit something of a wall, and any further efforts would show diminishing returns for the city. Besides, with the city's recovery well on its way, Elijah's original purpose was weighing on him. In the short term, he still needed to establish a dolmen so he could upgrade his ancestral circle spell. That was vital, and perhaps more importantly, Elijah was impatient to see what that spell evolution would entail. He had some idea, but the description had been vague enough to leave more than a little mystery. So once he'd ensured that Argos was on the right track, he headed out into the wilderness to search for the perfect spot. He didn't really know what he was looking for, but he reasoned that he'd know it when he saw it. For a long time, he just circled the city, steadily getting further away. But then, as his mind wandered, he began to veer off track. By the time he noticed it, he was already a few miles from Argos. And then, he found it. The glade wasn't special. He knew that. But he was equally sure that it was perfect for what he had in mind. The only question was where he would find his building materials. So, after Elijah had established the location and mapped out the basic foundation, he began his search for a series of huge rocks. When he thought of a dolmen, it immediately conjured images of Stonehenge. And as luck would have it, he'd done a report on the collection of ancient standing stones as an undergraduate, and he remembered the basic layout of the famous landmark. More importantly, he wanted to get as close as possible to the original, which meant that he needed some truly huge boulders. Fortunately, there was a mountain range nearby, or foothills, really, so he knew where to look. The only issue was that he would almost certainly have to travel for miles both ways. Still, it was bound to be worth it. After all, the last thing he wanted was for his dolmen to be so small and flimsy that a strong gust would blow it over. And given the storm he'd seen on his way into Argos, that seemed like a realistic worry. So he set out, using his draconid form to speed across the landscape at absolutely ridiculous speeds. Soon enough, he reached his destination, but it still took him 2 more days before he found an appropriate collection of boulders. Then, he was forced to spend another 3 days scouring the side of the mountain for the exact right specimens. So, it was almost a week after he'd left Argos before he started back to his chosen site, a huge boulder on his back. He didn't intend to build the entire circle, as it had existed in ancient times. Instead, he only wanted to build the inner circle that remained mostly intact. Or at least, it had before the world had transformed. Who knew if it was still there? Regardless, his plans were such that he knew he wouldn't be entirely accurate. He simply didn't have the materials. So he'd settled on building 5 arches, each with 2 large heel stones, and 1 smaller capstone that was intended to sit on top. Of course, even that was an enormous project. Stonehenge's heel stones could weigh as much as 30 tons, which was far too heavy for Elijah to carry on his back. Still, he was surprised to find that in his lamellar ape form, he could carry what he estimated as 1/3 of that. So the boulders he'd chosen reflected that. About halfway through the trip, he realized that just because he could lift something, that didn't mean it would be comfortable. In fact, it made for an arduous journey that took him far longer than he'd expected. Yet he persisted and eventually deposited the stone in place. "Only 9 more," he growled, looking up at the sun. It was midday, meaning he could still make another trip before sunset. Not that he was looking forward to it, of course. He was definitely not. But Elijah wasn't one to shortchange his tasks, so he hesitantly returned to the foot of the mountains and collected another heal stone. Over the next week, he continued the task. After 5 days, he'd had all of his heal stones, and the next 2 days were dedicated to finding and transporting the capstones. Despite their smaller size, it was no easier because those smaller boulders were located much higher up the mountain. Fortunately, it only required 5 more trips until he deposited the last stone in the glade. Once that was finished, Elijah collapsed onto the ground and promptly fell asleep, only to awake the next morning and get back to work. Most people weren't aware of it, but to make Stonehenge, the ancients hadn't simply piled rocks on top of one another. Building the monument had actually taken quite a lot of planning. Elijah endeavored to repeat their methods. The first step was to dig an appropriate set of holes to hold the heal stones in place. That was the easy part. The more difficult task was to arduously carve the stones, chipping bits and pieces away with great care, creating mortise holes and tenons so that everything would fit together without moving. It was basically like Legos, though with stone instead of plastic, and it was one of the most tedious processes Elijah had ever endeavored to complete. As he worked, he continuously flared nature's bounty. At first, it was a reflex that came from the fact that he'd done so every other time he'd tried to craft anything, though when he realized what he was doing, he decided to keep going. After all, it couldn't hurt. Gradually, the stones began to take shape, and in the end, it required another week's worth of work before he was ready to fit everything together. That's when he shifted back into his lamellar ape form, then shoved the heal stones into place. Next, he fitted the cap stones on top. And of course, nothing fit together properly. Not surprising, really. He was no builder. Still, he got things close enough that it only took a few more days' worth of tedious adjustments to get it right. And when he'd finished, he stepped back and admired the fruits of his labors. Yet, when he looked upon the circle, he realized that he wasn't satisfied. For one, it was missing an altar. That was an easy enough fix. Just a couple more trips to the mountain, and he'd have his materials. But at the same time, he didn't like that idea. He was a druid. And he felt that the circle needed to reflect that. So he disappeared into the forest and quickly found an acorn. Using one with nature, he searched out the one with the perfect ethereal signature, and when he found it, he quickly returned to the build site and planted it in the center of the stone circle. Then, Elijah recast nature's bounty, adding healing rain to the mix. He knew it would still take a while for the tree to grow, so he started in on the second facet of his plan. Using the goblin dagger and a large rock, Elijah started carving his standing stones. He was no sculptor, but his experience with woodcarving certainly stood him in good stead. And besides, he didn't intend for anything to be lifelike, as his crook of the serpent healer was. Instead, he chiseled a series of relief sculptures meant to represent dragons. They weren't as simple as cave drawings, but they certainly weren't photoreal. Still, it was the thought that counted. Or that was how he approached it. However, as he carved, his makeshift chisel took on a mind of its own. It was similar to what he'd felt while carving his staves, only this time, Elijah could feel it happening in real time, rather than in retrospect. And he was certainly on board. He let the inspiration take him to places he never would have expected, and the results were absolutely beyond his meager skill. When he finally finished 10 days later, he stepped back and truly admired what he had created. For one, the tree had sprouted, reaching a height of 15 feet. It also had an aura about it that suggested that it was more than what it appeared to be. The ethereal aura of a natural treasure was missing, but anyone with eyes or perhaps a soul could tell that it was special. Even so, it was easy to ignore the young tree next to the circle of standing stones. From top to bottom, the heal stones had been carved with fanciful depictions of dragons. The relief sculptures were shallow, but in the sunlight, they almost looked like they were moving. The effect was so distracting that Elijah almost didn't notice that he'd completed his quest. Congratulations! You have created a unique structure, Dragon Circle. Overall grade, growth, current, simple. Enchantment grade, D. Growth, he wondered. What does that mean? And how did I enchant it? Then, he saw the quest completion notification. Congratulations! You have satisfied the requirements to evolve Ancestral Circle into roots of the World Tree. Accomplish 2 feats of strength, complete. Conquer 1 tower, complete. Build a dolmen, complete. Then, another notification followed. Due to the nature of your dolmen Dragon Circle, as well as the nature of your other accomplishments, the spell has evolved at peak efficiency. As your dolmens grow in number as well as grade, the spell will grow more powerful. Finally, Elijah saw the listing in his spellbook change. Roots of the World Tree. Empower a dolmen, connecting it to your grove. Teleport to any circle in your network. Cooldown, 3 days. Additional effect, when inside any circle, create a persistent gateway to any other circle. Duration, 1 minute. Maximum capacity, 3, cooldown, 6 days. Possible number of circles dependent on core cultivation. Current, 5, 1 used, Elijah's jaw dropped. It was far beyond anything he'd ever hoped to achieve. The first part, the teleportation, he'd mostly expected, though the much shorter cooldown was a nice surprise. However, the real shock was the additional effect, which would allow him to transport other people without nearly killing himself. And finally, he could create 4 more dragon circles. He'd really only expected 1, so that was also a fantastic surprise that made all of his effort worth it. But now that he'd finished his first dragon circle, Elijah didn't have any other excuses not to continue his search for his sister. So he set off back to Argos to rest and check on the city. And in the morning, he would set off in search of Seattle. Are you sure Delilah's not going to be back anytime soon? Elijah pleaded. I'm positive, said Isaac. And you've got sauce in your beard. Elijah extended his tongue as he awkwardly tried to find whatever sauce Isaac was talking about, but he failed miserably. The result was that Elijah ended up looking quite silly, but in his defense, he'd drunk far too much liquor at Atticus' insistence. The other man was like a bottomless pit of alcohol tolerance, and even Elijah's vaunted constitution was incapable of keeping up with Atticus's capacity for strong alcohol. Sure, he could have used touch of nature to fix the issue, but getting drunk was kind of the point of drinking. And with every shot he'd taken, that had seemed truer. Perhaps there was a connection there. Regardless, Elijah tried unsuccessfully to get the sauce from his gyro out of his beard for a few more seconds before he lost interest. For the next couple of hours, he enjoyed his time with Isaac and Atticus and a half-dozen other people whose names he didn't even come close to remembering until he staggered back to the inn and collapsed into the bed he'd rented for the night. He was out in only a few minutes, and he awoke the next morning with a distinct groan. His head was pounding, his mouth felt like it was full of sand, and for some reason, his ears were ringing. Compounding the issues was the fact that he felt absolutely grotesque, and one sniff of his armpits confirmed that he smelled like it too. It was a mixture of body odor, alcohol, and something else indefinable but no less gross. So, after pulsing touch of nature to get rid of his headache, he staggered into the shower and put his soap to good use. That helped. A lot. In fact, when he left the shower, he felt like a new man. Idly, Elijah found himself wishing that he'd had healing powers during college. But then again, it was probably better that he hadn't. After all, the threat of a powerful hangover was often the only thing that had curtailed his drinking. Without that, he might have descended into full-blown alcoholism. Whatever the case, in the present, he was more than glad for touch of nature, which trivialized the worst parts of his hangover. For the rest, there was coffee, which Agatha actually had in stock, a good breakfast, and lots of water. So, after draining 2 of his jugs, refilling them at the sink, then draining them again, Elijah left his room and descended the stairs in search of whatever magical morning meal Agatha had on offer. As it turned out, he was a tad disappointed when she served him oat porridge. It wasn't bad, but it was a long way from her usual fare. Still, he thanked her profusely and ate everything she put in front of him. That got a motherly smile from the woman, which only grew wider when he handed over a couple of copper Ethereum coins. After that, he spent almost an hour enjoying his coffee while engaging Agatha in idle conversation. As it turned out, she'd lost her husband shortly after Earth had been touched by the World Tree. However, both of her sons had survived, though she complained that they didn't visit often enough. They considered themselves adventurers, and according to Agatha, they were part of the patrol headed by Delilah. So she is out of town, Elijah said. Until that moment, he'd thought Isaac was lying. Not that he'd have blamed the young man if he had been. Having a sister like Delilah had to be difficult, considering the number of suitors she must have had. Yes. Corrupting my boys. What do you? She interrupted, going on a barely understandable rant about how Delilah had convinced her sons to join her in her quest to be an adventurer. Agatha went on to complain about Delilah filling their heads with notions of immortality and untold riches. Clearly, Agatha wanted her sons to find more local professions, but it seemed that they'd already chosen combat classes, so that ship had sailed. Eventually, Elijah extracted himself from the rapidly devolving conversation, and went to say goodbye to both Isaac and Atticus. As expected, the arms dealer was paying for the previous night's efforts to drink every bit of alcohol in town. So he was in no mood to talk. Or be awake at all, it seemed. So he waved Elijah on, telling him to stop by the next time he was in the area. Isaac was a little more acerbic in his greeting, and he clearly disapproved of Elijah's previous antics. And he just as obviously resented him for not being hung over. Regardless, Elijah needled him by saying, "Tell your sister I stopped by, huh?" "I'll." Isaac slammed the door in his face, cutting him off. Elijah glanced to the side, where Artemis had just stepped out of the alley. She fixed him with an expression of disapproval that shouldn't have been possible from a cat, then turned her nose up and pranced away. "Well, hello to you, too," Elijah muttered with a shake of his head. And just like that, it was time to leave Argos behind for the time being. Certainly, he fully intended to return. Part of that was so he could see Delilah, but he had to admit that he felt more like he belonged in the Greek city than he ever had in Ironshore. It wasn't home, but it managed a fair impression. In any case, Elijah set off without regret. It was tempting to swing by the Dragon Circle, but it was to the northeast. Meanwhile, he needed to go west. Perhaps he could even check out the skyscraper he'd seen the first time he'd set out from Argos looking for Seattle. He'd been called back to Ironshore before he'd had the chance, but he felt certain he'd cross that area before it was all said and done. So, after leaving Argos and telling the guards he'd be back sometime soon, he set off to the west. Once he'd gotten out of sight of the city gates, he shifted into his draconid form and let loose. He sped across the landscape, running at a pace of at least 50 miles an hour. Perhaps even faster. Exact speed was a little hard to judge without a speedometer, after all. Whatever the case, it was less than a day before he arrived in the vale where he'd seen the skyscraper, but to his surprise, the structure had already collapsed. Still, he took a few hours to examine it, but he found nothing out of the ordinary, at least insomuch as a skyscraper in the middle of the wilderness could be normal. So, it wasn't long before he moved on. After another day, he ran into quite an obstacle when he arrived at a massive canyon. Elijah had never visited the Grand Canyon, but in his head, he imagined it like the ravine in front of him. It was at least a mile from one side to the other, and it was more than 500 feet deep. More distressingly, it cut across the landscape as far as he could see in both directions. At the bottom of the canyon ran a rapidly moving river. But unlike the Grand Canyon, this ravine was absolutely lousy with vegetation and animal life. It looked like a jungle, with huge vines and other plant life covering both sides, with a forest covering the lowest points. Elijah was on the verge of climbing down, after all. His lamellar ape form seemed perfectly suited for that kind of thing, when he saw a huge bird land on a tree that grew out of the side of the cliff. The bird looked like a hawk, though with a wingspan of at least 20 feet. However, that wasn't so abnormal. Elijah's first experience with mutated animal life had come only seconds after Earth had experienced the touch of the World Tree. Back then, a huge bird had literally ripped his airplane apart. In the chaos, Elijah had been thrown free of the plane. He still had no idea how he'd survived the fall, only to regain consciousness on his island shore. Whatever the case, the bird wasn't anything noteworthy. What was of note was the even larger spider that suddenly sprang out of the vegetation, wrapped its legs around the stunned bird, then dragged the raptor back into the thick curtain of vines. A few rustles followed, but then everything went still. Elijah swallowed. He had no interest in dealing with that. Maybe he could beat such a creature. Or creatures. After all, there could have been hundreds of those giant spiders within the vines. But even if he could win such a fight, it wasn't worth the risk. Besides, he'd decided not to just kill beasts for being in his way. It had nothing to do with fear. He definitely wasn't creeped out by how quickly that creature had attacked, snatched its prey, and disappeared. Not at all. He was just being sensible. He was only following his code. With his courage intact, Elijah turned from the canyon and followed it to the south. Eventually, he came across another river that emptied via a majestic waterfall that reminded Elijah of Niagara Falls. Where it fell, there was a huge lake at the bottom of the canyon, but the river kept going from the other side. In any case, Elijah shifted into his lamellar ape form, then fought the current as he crossed the river, and on the other side, he was greeted by the cry of a group of ducks. They quacked at him aggressively, and considering that they were the size of Labradors, he quickly moved on. From there, the ravine began to grow shallower, and the air became more humid. And soon enough, Elijah encountered another river. He crossed it, then found another one after only a few more miles. The whole time, he kept an eye on the canyon, looking for a place to cross. But by the time it came to an end a few days after his first encounter with the canyon, he'd reached a muggy swamp. Ugh, he groaned. I hate swamps. And he did. They smelled bad, were difficult to traverse, and were home to some of the deadliest predators in the world. He'd spent some time in mangrove swamps while working on his doctorate, and he'd hated every last moment. Yet, unless he wanted to backtrack and try the north, he had little choice in the matter. From there, Elijah tried to skirt the edges of the swamp. He was not successful, and after only a couple of hours, he was forced to once again shift into his lamellar ape form, or he'd have been wading in waist-deep water and mud. The guardian form also provided some protection against the biting insects that seemed so ubiquitous in swamps. And given how everything on Earth had grown more dangerous, he had no interest in experiencing whatever afflictions they might expose him to. He was already having waking nightmares about horse-sized mosquitoes. He hadn't seen anything like that, but he just knew it was only a matter of time, so he didn't want to add to his psychological burden. So it was a tired, annoyed, frustrated, and altogether miserable Elijah that came upon a compound on the edge of the swamp. To him, it looked like it had come straight from the American Gulf Coast, with the main structure on slim pylons that looked like stilts. Otherwise, it was made of rough wood, with an unpainted tin roof, and it was surrounded by a dozen other buildings of similar design. More importantly, they had boats, which seemed to be just what Elijah needed to ease the burden of his trip across the swamp. So he found a bit of dryish land, then shifted into his human form. As he approached, he felt like he was forgetting something important, but no matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't remember what it was. If it was important, I would have remembered it, he reasoned as he approached the compound. I don't like it, said Carmen. Seems to, I don't know. Gonna need a bit more than that, boss, Colt said, kneeling beside her. His stump of a hand rested on his knee while he shielded his eyes with his one good hand. Looks like a normal town to me. I know. I think that's what's bothering me. It just seems too peaceful. It ain't like the school, he said. Indeed, they'd spent most of the past few days scouring the area for any major threats, and they'd found nothing. In fact, it felt like they'd found a pocket of peace that hadn't been touched by the apocalypse at all. And Carmen knew better than to accept that. It had been more than 4 years since the end of the world as they knew it, and though Carmen hadn't seen everything Earth had to offer, she'd certainly seen enough to know that nobody had escaped unscathed. So the peaceful village at the edge of the forest sent up all sorts of red flags. However, no matter how she looked at it, and she'd studied the place as closely as she'd ever studied anything, it was just a normal village with a population approaching 200 or so. The most unbelievable part of it was that they all looked so happy. Or at least content. Certainly, they didn't walk around laughing like clowns or anything. Their emotions seemed normal enough. But there was none of the dejected misery that seemed so common in the wake of the world tree's touch. Then again, Easton looked the same at first glance. It was only when one dug a little deeper that they would find the corruption below the surface. The inequality. The classism. The fascist policies. The spineless dictator running it all. "You're doing it again, boss," Colt said. "What?" "The face," he answered. Annoyed, Carmen forced the grimace to fall away. She'd recently been warned by her number 2, no less, that the other refugees had begun to fear her. Part of that was because of her ferocity in battle that saw her charging any enemy with a berserker's fury. But the other part was that her resting expression suggested anger. It had gotten to the point where everyone thought she was perpetually on the verge of flying off into a rage. They didn't deserve to live in fear of the person leading them, so Carmen had vowed to fix the issue. The results were so far mixed. She glanced at Colt, her eyes flicking to his missing hand. He rarely acknowledged the disabling injury, but every now and then, Carmen noticed him reaching for something with the stump. Or struggling with his sword belt. He'd even asked her to make a slightly shorter sword called a wakizashi, that was better suited for one-handed use. The result was second chance, which he'd so far put to good use despite his infirmity. More than once, Carmen had overheard him telling Miguel that the sword wasn't important. Only the swordsman. He'd even gone on to say that a proper fighter would be proficient with every weapon he might be forced to wield. Even his bare hands, if necessary. Carmen could get behind that attitude. She hoped to give Miguel a peaceful life, but that just didn't seem possible in their new world. So, if that was the case, then she intended to prepare him for a violent life as best she could. If the world was going to try to kill them, then she intended to give him the tools to survive. That was the biggest change from the old world, she thought. Not the monsters. Not the magic. Not even the non-human settlers she'd heard about. Rather, the most impactful difference was the proliferation of violence. Before the world tree had touched Earth, war and violence were far-off concepts that she'd never expected to experience. Sure, she had opinions, and lots of them. She routinely criticized the wars that were fought abroad. But she'd never really conceptualized the idea that she might one day have to fight for her own life. Pacifism was an easy policy when no one threatened you. Now, she realized how naive she'd been in her bubble of peace. The moment her life was, or worse, Miguel's, on the line, any notions of morality or rules of war disappeared. In those moments it was kill or be killed, and brutality was the only proper response. Whether she liked it or not. "I don't think we have a choice," she admitted, glancing back to where they'd left the other refugees. They were more than a mile away, holed up in an old Dollar General whose building was more or less intact, but Carmen could well remember how exhausted they were. They don't have much left in them. They need rest. Safety. They need to stop running, if only for a little while. Indeed, ever since they'd been chased from the school, or really, since they'd been exiled from Easton, it had been one crisis after another. Carmen had lost count of how many battles they'd fought. Most were against mutated animals who saw them as an easy meal, but there had been a couple of encounters with opportunistic bandits as well. But the school had nearly broken them. To think they'd found somewhere safe only to have it snatched away. It was a wonder they hadn't already given up. "And you, boss?" Carmen shrugged. "I'll keep going as long as I have to," she said, though she felt just as exhausted as everyone else in the party. "We need to do this, and if it turns bad, we'll just have to deal with it." After that, she sent Colt back to fetch the others. In the meantime, Carmen continued to watch the small town. Nothing stood out to her as abnormal aside from the fact that they weren't miserable, so when the others joined her, she led them down the slope of the hill and toward the main gate. The watchman on guard saw them well in advance, so when the group of refugees arrived, they were greeted by a trio of people. One was a woman with gray hair and a curiously unlined face. The second was a short, balding man with a bit of a paunch and a thin mustache. And the final member, who stood in the center, was a blonde woman who looked like she knew how to work for a living. She had a raw and unfiltered look about her that suggested that she was no stranger to hard living. "What do you want?" the blonde woman asked, her tone neutral. "Shelter. Even if it's only for a night or two," Carmen answered. "I'm a high-level blacksmith, and there are a few scholars here with various skills. We'll work in exchange for shelter." "No. No? That's it." The woman responded, "You don't want." "We could use a blacksmith," said the gray-haired woman. "You can make weapons and armor, yes." "I can." "I don't think this is a good idea," said the first woman. "Noted," the paunchy man stated. Then, he grinned at Carmen. "I think we've come to a consensus. Welcome to Eber." "Yes, I know, an odd name, but it's the one we chose. I'm Wendell. Come on in. We'll get you settled and then you can show us your skills in the forge." All right," Carmen said. Her sense for danger was ringing loud and clear, but it was a testament to how much she and her group of refugees needed a few nights of safety that she pushed right past it, convincing herself it was paranoia. Still, she resolved to be on her guard. She didn't have an inspection ability like the guards back in Easton, but she was sensitive enough to Ethera to have a sense if someone was far and away stronger than her. And from what she could tell, none of these people, the watchmen included, were. So if they wanted to cause trouble, she would be in a good position to respond. And that wasn't even considering Colt, who was significantly stronger than her in combat, even if he was a few levels lower. No, despite the alarm bells ringing in her mind, Carmen didn't see how they had much choice in the matter. So without further ado, she let herself be led inside, and the other refugees followed. As they traversed the town, a few of the residents took notice. Most cast smiles in their direction and overall, seemed happy to see the newcomers. In fact, quite a few offered them food or water, and they seemed eager to welcome the refugees into their town. But there were a handful who stared at them, blank-faced. However, Carmen's curiosity at that only extended until they were escorted into a longhouse where they found that a feast had been laid out. The long, wooden table was laden with all sorts of food. There were vegetables of every type, venison, some sort of fowl, and even what looked like fresh-baked bread. Which was curious, because Carmen hadn't seen any wheat fields or vegetable gardens at all. Still, she didn't really make the connection, largely because she was suddenly so ravenous that she could scarcely think. So she and the others, including Colt, who was uncharacteristically nonchalant about security, dug in. Before long, they were all laughing and enjoying what Carmen considered the best meal she'd ever had. Soon enough, though, the meal was finished, and she leaned back and groaned contentedly. "I think I ate too much," she said. Then, looking around, she asked, "Have you seen our hosts?" As Colt grabbed another piece of crusty bread that had been slathered in butter, he said, "No, boss. I think this is all for us." Even though she was full, Carmen continued to eat. As she did, there was a part of her that screamed that something was wrong. However, with all the food so readily available, she couldn't stop herself. And eventually, that voice grew thinner and thinner until she could scarcely hear it. Eventually, the gray-haired woman, who introduced herself as Wendy, came to collect them. Then, she showed them to another longhouse where they could sleep. The refugees all accepted that with no small degree of gratitude, which they expressed vociferously. At last, it felt like they'd found somewhere safe. Somewhere they could finally rest. That night, everyone including Carmen slept like logs. It didn't hurt that the beds, which were arranged in 2 separate rows along either of the longest walls, were more comfortable than any place they'd ever slept. So when morning finally dawned, Carmen arose more refreshed than she'd felt since Silverado. However, it seemed that everyone wasn't as content as they'd appeared to be. "Where is Diana?" she asked, referring to one of the other refugees. Colt looked around. "I didn't even hear her leave," he admitted. He shook his head and added, "But I guess she wanted to keep going. She said she had family out there somewhere. Probably went to find them." Carmen narrowed her eyes. That didn't make much sense. None of them were in any condition to travel, especially alone. But she dismissed her concerns, saying, "People aren't always rational, are they? You never know when someone's going to make a really bad decision." Colt agreed with her, remarking that it was a sad state of affairs when someone was so accustomed to misery that they couldn't accept solace when they found it. After that, Carmen was shown to her new forge. It wasn't in great condition, but it was much better than anything she'd had available to her since being banished from Easton. So it wasn't long before she got to work. As she did, the other refugees all tried to make themselves useful as well. In the back of her mind, though, Carmen's doubts were screaming that she needed to escape. However, it only took the memory of the meal she'd eaten the night before to banish those doubts. After all, she was full, and she was safe. What else did she need? All the worst sorts of insects buzzed around Elijah's head as he crouched beside a bald cypress tree whose roots and the lower reaches of its wide trunk were submerged in the murky water. Beneath his feet was mud, decomposed organic matter, and quite a few creepy and crawly freshwater creatures. He could feel each and every one of them with nature, so it wasn't nearly as nerve-wracking as it otherwise might have been. He'd walked through a swamp before the world had changed, and back then, he'd had no idea what was in the water, leaving him anxious and certain that any given moment would see him being bitten by something nasty and venomous. He didn't have to worry about that anymore, though. Even the few times those sorts of animals passed him by, they just ignored him. Still, it wasn't exactly pleasant, feeling the muck between his toes or the insects buzzing around his head. So after watching the compound for a few more minutes, Elijah decided to stop procrastinating and waded forward. For most of his time on the edge of the swamp, he'd remained in his lamellar ape form, but he didn't think the sight of a 10-foot-tall lizard gorilla would make the best impression with the people who lived in the compound. So when he approached the collection of raised buildings, he did so in his human form. And that meant that he was walking in water up to his waist, which he was sure would ruin his good pants. And his shirt. Hopefully, it wouldn't hurt his cloak of the Iron Bear or his sash of the Whirlwind, though as simple-grade items, they were probably safe enough. Plus, he had a small bag of cleansing powder in his bag, so he was prepared to wage war against the swamp muck. As he approached, Elijah raised his hand, waving toward the structure as he shouted, "Hello. Anyone there?" Only then did he notice a pair of eyes peeking out from beneath the largest building. Elijah knew enough to recognize them for what they were, and he stopped in his tracks. The alligator swam forward, swishing its great, meaty tail back and forth as it slowly closed on him. Then, it passed within the boundary of one with nature, and Elijah got a sense for the thing's size. "It's a damn dinosaur." And it was. The huge reptile was at least 35 feet long, which meant that the beast assuredly weighed more than 2,000 pounds. Probably closer to 3. But even as it swam closer, Elijah didn't react with alarm. Because he could feel that it didn't mean him harm. Instead, it was just curious. It was also plainly a guardian, just like the panther back on his island, or the bear whose hide he now wore as a cloak. Elijah wasn't certain precisely how he knew the difference, and in fact, he wasn't sure what separated a normal mutated beast from a true guardian. But he knew one when he saw it. And the alligator was definitely a guardian. Which made no sense to Elijah. The guardians he'd encountered so far were tied to powerful natural treasures, and Elijah felt nothing of the sort in the general area. More, while guardians were typically stronger and smarter than normal beasts, they were still wild creatures. So he had no idea why one would have been camped out beneath the compound. Still, Elijah didn't have much time to think about that, because the alligator was bearing down on him. So he held a hand out and, using his most soothing voice, said, "Whoa there, big guy. I'm a friend. Here." Elijah reached into his pack and found a parcel of meat. He'd hunted a little while traversing the wilderness, and while building his dragon circle, so he had extra. He unwrapped the package and threw the chunk of still bloody meat Elijah thought it was boar at the alligator. The monstrous guardian erupted from the swampy water, snapping its enormous jaws around the hunk of wild pork, splashing down after it caught it. "Well, that'll ruin her appetite, for sure," came a voice. "Bessie, leave that dirty man alone." Elijah looked up to the deck that ran along the front of the building to see an older, dark-skinned woman in a pair of overalls. Covering her black, braided hair was a John Deere cap, and Elijah noticed that she was just as barefoot as him. More importantly, the giant alligator splashed around one more time, before turning around and returning to its place beneath the building. For some reason, Elijah interpreted the creature's body language as petulant, which made no sense for a 35-foot reptile. "Ah hey," Elijah said, giving the woman a small wave. "I'm Elijah." "You lost?" she asked with a slight smirk as she leaned on the balcony. "You look lost. But Bessie likes you, so maybe you're all right." Bessie's the alligator, right?" "I don't see anyone else round here," she said, her smirk turning into a wide grin. Though she was close enough that Elijah could see some tension around her eyes. "You're not slow, are you? My cousin's daughter was a bit like that. Sweetest kid you'd ever meet, but, well, never mind that. Come on up, I suppose. Kenny ain't gonna be back for a few more hours. You can meet the family in the meantime." At that, a gaggle of children came storming onto the deck. Elijah counted 10, each one under the age of 8. And none of them looked remotely like the woman on the balcony. Or one another. One look and Elijah knew that none of them were related. They all looked excited to see him, though. That's when Elijah remembered what he never should have forgotten. Back in Argos, someone he couldn't remember who had mentioned an alchemist who lived on the edge of a swamp to the south. And clearly, Elijah had stumbled upon that alchemist's compound. That put him on his guard. He was friendly with Biggle, but Nerthus had been quite clear that alchemists were typically devourers, meaning that they made no efforts to live in harmony with their environments. They consumed everything they found without thought for long-term benefits or consequences. At the time, Elijah had considered it a black and white sort of thing, kind of an us versus them situation, but since, he'd come to realize that there was a whole world of nuance between the extremes. Still, the tree spirit's words of caution when dealing with alchemists had persisted. So Elijah approached the dock where he saw 4 aluminum, flat-bottom boats moored, with no small degree of caution. When he reached the floating dock, he slapped his crook onto the wooden surface, then pulled himself up. Upon seeing all the muck and a handful of insect bites on his legs, Elijah made a choice to reveal one of his tricks. He used healing rain. Then with the clean, fresh precipitation showering him, he scraped the worst of the mud and muck from his skin. It wasn't perfect, but it kept him from tracking filth all across the dock. As he did his best to clean himself, the woman and the children descended from the deck via a set of stairs connecting the house to the dock. When she arrived, she looked at him, then up at the localized storm cloud, and said, "Interesting. It heals." "It does," Elijah said. "It's pretty useful for showers, too." "Useful, he says," she muttered, shaking her head. Then, she raised her voice and said, "Come on, kids. Get yourselves into the rain." The children descended and soon, Elijah was surrounded by a bunch of dancing and playing kids. It was a little disconcerting. The woman extended her hand, and Elijah took it. She said, "I'm Marcy. Sorry about the kids. Can't afford to pass up free healin'. Usually Kenny takes care of that sort of thing, but if we can save a few pots, it'll make everything easier. I can do more focused healing if you need it," he offered. "I'm Elijah, by the way. Nice to meet ya, but the rain should be fine. Mostly just to take care of the different diseases the bugs carry round here," she said with a shake of her head. "It's crazy. Used to be all we had to worry about was malaria from mosquitoes. Now, without healin' or pots, anybody who ain't opened an archetype yet would die in a place like this. I keep tellin' him we should move, but he just won't hear it. Says the swamp's the best place to do his work. And now Bryce is missin', Anne. That's when Elijah saw her puffy eyes. She'd clearly been crying. What's going on? He asked. Who's missing? You don't need to worry about that. I kind of do. Come on. Tell me what's going on. It took a little more prodding, but after Marcy sent the kids to the other side of the dock where they couldn't hear the explanation, she eventually told Elijah the story. Apparently, one of their daughters, the eldest, had recently gotten her archetype. And because of that, she thought she was strong enough to take some of the burden from her father by going out into the swamp to gather herbs herself. The whole explanation was couched in hints and sideways statements, probably to hide the severity of the situation from the children if they overheard. It worked, too. They had no idea that their father or sister was missing. And she never came back, Elijah guessed. He glanced at the kids, adding, yet. That's where Kenny went. He knows the swamp, but he's been gone almost a whole day, she said. I'd gone after him myself, but then the kids would have been alone. Elijah sighed, then pushed himself to his feet. Leaning on his crook, he said, I guess I know what I have to do, then. What? I'll go find them, he stated. Then, he slid back into the swamp water. Ugh. I just got out. No, it's fine. It's a good cause. You don't have to. Oh, come on. You don't really expect me not to go after them after all of that, do you? He said. Obviously, I'm going to go. And don't think I'm not onto you. You told me that whole story because you hoped I would go. Makes sense, I guess. I'm a stranger, and I'm obviously capable of traveling through the swamp without dying. But I'll tell you right now, you'd better not be lying to me to set some kind of weird and convoluted trap. That'll annoy the hell out of me. He looked up at Marcy, who was just staring at him in disbelief. What? You're really going to go? Obviously. I'm not some kind of monstrous asshole. A couple of the children slapped their hands over their mouths, eyes wide at his swear. Oh. Sorry. Butthole. They giggled. Jerk. The giggles only increased. They're not worried about, what's his name? They don't really understand what's going on, Marcy admitted. It's not the first time Kenny's been gone for a while. He always comes back. One of the children raised his little fist into the air and crowed, Daddy always comes back. And then, the children ran back up the stairs. Once they were gone, Marcy said, Thank you. Elijah shrugged. Don't thank me yet, he said. Then, he asked, which way did they go? Southeast, Marcy answered. There's an area a few miles into the swamp where Kenny usually does his herbin'. That's where Bryce would have gone. All right, Elijah said with a shake of his head. He wasn't looking forward to walking through the swamp for untold miles, but he didn't want to take one of the boats either. If something was out there hunting alchemists and alchemist daughters, he didn't want to be stuck in a boat when it inevitably attacked him. As to his reasoning for choosing to help, that was even simpler. He'd told the truth. He'd have had to be an absolute monster not to help when he could. And while Elijah didn't consider himself a heroic knight in shining armor, he'd long since chosen to help wherever he could. So, with that in mind, he set off into the swamp, hoping to save the alchemist and his daughter quickly so he could continue on his quest to find Alyssa.